The main character slept peacefully and did not even suspect the life given to him. Suddenly, the young cultivator woke up and unexpectedly discovered that he was alive. The young master slowly rose from the bed, realizing that he had been reborn. At that moment, the alarm clock rang. E began to run through recent events in his head, because he had practically gained his cherished immortality, but was subsequently mortally wounded. However, God had mercy on him and gave him another chance, which Tian was immensely happy about. The guy also noticed that his magic Dantian stone had completely dried up, but the teenager sincerely believed in his future success. Moments from his past life literally burned into his consciousness. The young man understood that there was no more room for error, and all the offenders will definitely answer for their actions, because it was not just that he was brought back to life. Suddenly, Ye heard some noise on the street and decided to find out what was happening. Looking out the window, Tian saw how Shang showed Zihan attention in every possible way. Rong invited the young lady to a party that would be held on Tenglong Mountain. Wang noticed that he knew how to look after girls. The guy understood that she was not worthy of his love, because he did so much for her in a past life, but it turned out to be in vain. Shang suddenly asked if his feelings with Ye were not mutual. Zihan replied matter-of-factly that she was indifferent to him. After which the embittered girl saw Tian in the window and declared that she forgives him. The teenager replied that there was no need to shout so much, and she should moderate her ardor. Rong's pliable friends could not understand why they needed this ungrateful Yi in the villa, especially since the entrance was only for influential people. Shang, in turn, told Tian that he needed to get himself in order, since he would not be allowed into the party. However, the guy said that he didn't care about it, but he himself remembered the bullying from Rong. The embittered Zihan shouted that Ye had to be there because he would simply disgrace her. The extremely arrogant Shang noted that he should listen to Wang. Tian assumed that in the villa Rong was planning another mockery towards him. Unexpectedly, he suggested that he wear a suit that his cousin did not like. But the teenager said that this was not necessary since they were already late for the party. This literally infuriated Shan. He could not believe that the young man allowed himself to argue with him. Soon Ye got dressed and was looking forward to the events at the Tangle Villa. The evening promised to be fun. After a certain time, they finally arrived at the mountain, where guests were already gathering. Ma was also present at the meeting, and people began to whisper among themselves, discussing his multi-million-dollar fortune. Tian, meanwhile, felt a flow of energy and came to the conclusion that this place was suitable for cultivation. Suddenly, Rong called out to him and asked him to come to him with Mr. Wen. Shan hurried to introduce the young man to such an influential businessman. However, Ma reacted extremely negatively to the presence of the beggar guy and hurried away. The enraged Zihan in turn noted that they should not have taken Tian with them. Wang then rushed after Rong and Wen, not paying any attention to Ye. Shan gave the girl an entry ticket and said that she would not be allowed in without it, adding that he completely forgot about Tian, for whom he did not have a ticket. The teenager calmly wished them a good time and left. Ye himself decided to find a suitable place to cultivate and improve his qi. At the same time, with the help of the divine stone, the airy aura of the earth was supposed to contribute to the teenager's breakthrough. A few minutes later, Tian found a lonely veranda and realized that this location was ideal for him. After which he immediately began cultivating, realizing his true power. Yi had been on the path of cultivation for about 600 years, but now he had to start with the basics of cultivating qi. There were only 8 cultivation realms that every cultivator needed to go through. However, in his past life, Tian was never able to achieve immortality due to the wicked realms. As it turned out, a demon settled in the body of the main character, and he destroyed the heart of Tao. But in the new life of the young master, the meridians were clear and the path to building the foundations was open. Thus, the young cultivator decided to start with 10-sided aura purification, to make it easier for him to absorb the much-needed aura in the future. After a few hours, the guy felt that he had already established the necessary foundations. Negative particles began to leave the young man's body, and his development was simply at an incredible level. Naturally, the teenager was eager to check the result of his fruitful work. In this connection, he looked around and discovered a huge stone. However, having struck it with a strong blow, Ye was still unable to split the stone structure. Tian realized with bitterness that his efforts were not enough, and he needed to train much more. The guy also needed to find a place with a higher concentration of aura in order to continue cultivating. Suddenly he felt a huge flow of energy and turned around sharply. Ye discovered an unknown girl who was literally glowing with a magical aura. However, he later realized that it was actually yin cold energy that originated in the human body. Moreover, this aura could carry various diseases, and one could only sympathize with such people. Young Lady Hong's bodyguard asked if he needed to drive away this boy, since he had taken her place. But Lin said that this young man is not so simple. Shan decided to prove his loyalty to her. After which Yue approached Ye, and in a commanding tone demanded that he stand up. Security guard Hong suddenly invited him to spar, realizing that the teenager was clearly not a beginner in martial arts. The self-confident Tian in turn agreed to the fight, which he stated. Lin urged them to simply exchange experiences and in no case overstep the boundaries of what is permissible. An extremely confident Shan asked her not to worry and watch his quick victory. He approached him absolutely naturally and told him what he should do and not talk idle talk. Soon a fight began between them. Tian, in his past life, regularly put such upstarts in their place.
However, the fight as such did not happen, because the young man knocked out Yue with just one blow.
The stunned Shan flew to the side, and those present were also in bewilderment. Hong was shocked that he managed to defeat him with just one blow. Yue would have been no less stunned by this outcome, but his main concern was that he had disgraced himself in front of Lin. Shan's friends immediately ran up to him and offered to call an ambulance. However, the guy not only refused, but also did not admit his defeat, which greatly surprised Yi, who was already rushing to finish him off so that Yue would no longer have a chance of success in the battle. But at that moment, a huge flow of energy began to emanate from the young master. A strong wind rose. None of those present could understand what was happening. Soon everything stopped and only leaves torn from the trees swirled in the air. The main character realized that he had entered the middle period of chi cultivation, but eventually an aura leak occurred. Naturally, everyone was asking only one question. What happened to this young man? Shan in turn realized how big the difference in strength between them and the teenager was. Suddenly, they all bowed low to Tian and asked for forgiveness for angering him. Hong Er noticed that the power of Xiaoqian had awakened in him, and he had the right to be called a master. The young cultivator was extremely surprised by what was happening and asked what this Xiaoqian meant. Lin replied that this is the peak of human perfection and to gain such power is a great achievement. However, Ye was well aware that he had a long journey ahead of him to reach his true peak. Hong thought about the fact that usually people who have this power are quite cruel and domineering. Tian thought about everything for a long time and looked at the strangers, which confused them because they did not know what he was planning. After which he finally thanked them for the information and said that he needed to think it over carefully. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Lin decided to give him a small gift. As a result, the girl handed Yi a VIP client card. The young man asked what it was. Hong Er happily said that this was a platinum card for a party at Tenglong Villa. The guy realized that she was an influential figure in the circles of Shan, who would soon be very surprised when he saw his platinum pass. Tian thanked her and asked her name. The young lady repeated her name and asked what else she could do. He looked at her once again and asked if her aura was cold poison. Lin's face instantly changed, and at first she didn't know what to answer. Shocked, Shan assumed that he was talking about her cold energy. Smiling, Hong asked in response what his name was, because such a master should not be ignored. The teenager replied that his name was Tian. At that moment, a strong wind rose again, after which the guy talked about his ancestor, who suffered from the same illness as her, caused by cold poison. Linger suddenly burst into tears. The young master didn't know how to react to this. Then, extremely alarmed, she asked him if there was a way to cure this disease. He replied that since he was able to identify this illness, it means he could heal her. Hong said that if Ye really helps her, then she will do for him whatever he asks. Shan, stunned by such a statement, tried to object, but the girl quickly made it clear that this did not concern him. The main character, in turn, paid attention to her appearance and realized that she was not his type. He soon agreed to help her, and the young lady invited Ye to dinner. But Tian refused as his classmates were waiting for him. Lin then asked him to leave his phone number so that she could contact him soon. A moment later, a piece of paper floating in the air landed in her hand, on which the teenager's phone number was written. After which the young cultivator left in an unknown direction and asked her to call in a week. Hong immediately asked Yue if he knew anything about Ye's classmates. Shan began to remember that recently students from the Renwan school entered the villa, and Rong provided them with passage. The girl immediately called Wen and ordered him to prepare a luxurious table for the students from Renwan. The young man, meanwhile, felt wildly hungry and wanted to find something to eat. At a certain moment, he smelled an incredibly alluring smell and naturally followed it. The delicious aroma led straight to the villa, where the perplexed guards led him through. They couldn't understand how someone so poor could have a platinum ticket to the party. Along the way, Yi came across numerous glances from wealthy people, but it was undesirable to get involved in troubles. Seeing Zihan at the table, Tian decided to sit next to her, especially since there was a free seat. Subsequently, the guy sat down at the table, absolutely calmly. Van was extremely surprised by his appearance, but she allowed him to sit next to her so that he would not wander around the villa in splendid isolation. Her friend immediately declared that he was no match for her, and besides, much wealthier guys were showing interest in her. Ye instantly flared up and said that he did not need Wang, and he only agreed to the engagement out of respect for her mother. The perplexed friend whispered to Zihan that half the work was done, and he would finally get rid of her. Tian said with irritation in his voice that he could hear everything. The girls immediately fell silent. At this time, Rong tried his best to please elder brother Yue, who was constantly looking around. Shan offered him a drink, but the gentleman said that this is not what he came here for, adding that he was actually looking for Master Ye, which literally shocked everyone. Tian himself was at that moment calmly having dinner at the table with Zihan and her friend. Meanwhile, the perplexed Rong asked Shan who exactly he was looking for. Yue loudly replied that he wished to drink to the health of young Master Ye. The guests began to wonder who this Tian was. Finally, the main character called out to him and asked him to sit at his table. Everyone was in shock. One of Shang's henchmen immediately urged the young cultivator to behave more politely. However, the embittered Yue slapped him and ordered him to treat Ye more respectfully. Those around were perplexed and simply froze in place. Rong also did not believe in what was happening. Shan at this time approached Tian and once again greeted him. Several unknown people began to bow to the young talent and say that he was a great man. The guy in turn did not understand this behavior, because it was clearly too much. After which Yue made a toast and drank to Ye's health. The young man also knocked over the glass. Then Shan hurried to say goodbye to him and said that they would definitely meet soon. Stunned, Zihan only looked at the delegation and did not know how to react to what had happened. An equally surprised friend asked Wang why she didn't say that Tian was respected by such individuals. The girl, in turn, instantly forwarded this question directly to Yi, who stated that he didn't really know him, since they met a few minutes ago. Rong's friend overheard their conversation and said that he would do everything so that Yue would stop considering Tian his comrade. Shan thought that he should not be afraid of the guy's friendly connections with Shan, especially since he's a student like them. After which he urged the guests not to attach importance to what happened and continue the fun. Rong also ordered his friend to clean himself up so as not to scare people. The offended teenager hurried to the restroom to at least wash himself. Ye understood that Tenglong would remember this event for a long time, and that an extremely interesting show would soon begin. When the young man left the hall, he noticed a rather attractive young lady. He naively believed that this was compensation for the slap in the face given to him by fate itself. Plucking up courage and somehow putting himself in order, the self-confident guy rushed towards the stranger. The insolent young man grabbed the girl by the waist and invited her to have dinner with him. Without thinking twice, she hit him and began to insult him in every possible way, telling him not to touch her with his dirty hands. The distraught teenager suddenly pushed her over the edge and began beating her, stating that she allows herself too much and will be punished for it. Then he simply left, leaving her lying on the floor. The girl in turn decided to take revenge. The unknown guest immediately called her father and told him everything. Returning to Rong, the guy began to complain that he had bumped into an extremely unpleasant woman and she had hit him. In the end, he answered her in kind. Shan assured him that they had nothing to fear in the villa, because Ma was on their side and Don was powerless here. Finally, his friend calmed down and thought that they were really in no danger. Rong also stated that no one would dare to oppose them, and if anything happened, Wen would solve the problem. Tian believed that they didn't have long to have fun, and very soon karma would overtake them. After some time, unknown thugs armed with clubs burst into the villa. An enraged Shan said that this was a private party and they should leave this location. But one of the thugs ordered him to get out of the way, threatening him with physical harm. Meanwhile, Rong's friend was captured by two bandits, and he began to ask Shang for help. But he could only begin a verbal altercation with them, demanding that his friend be released immediately. However, the threats had no effect on the situation, and he continued to be detained.
Suddenly, one of them began to beat the girl's offender, saying that he would kill him.
Rong understood that he should not interfere, as he could lose his reputation. At that moment, the guards rushed in and rushed to the aid of Rong's friend. As a result, a massive brawl broke out and the guests naturally fled. After a certain time, Shang's bodyguards finally defeated the thugs. Zihan was amazed because in just a few minutes they dealt with the bandits, but the young master said that this was just the beginning, and now they would have a hard time. One of the beaten thugs hurried to take out the phone and call his boss. Rong, in turn, began to gloat and tell him to call someone stronger. But when he got through to Mr. Don and said that they were at Tenglong Villa, he also informed that the one who beat his daughter was here. Shan's face changed, realizing what kind of trouble he was in. After all, it turns out that because of his narrow-minded friend, he can pay with his reputation. A few minutes later, Mr. Don showed up at the villa, and everyone immediately froze in place. He looked at everyone with a fierce look and nervously asked who dared to touch his daughter. Rong stated that he was the son of Zheng Yang himself, the leader of the Baoguan faction. One of Don's men immediately grabbed him and said that he did not have long to live. The frightened Shang stammered and said that Wen had organized this party and they should let him go. Li replied that the guy was apparently very scared, since he no longer knew who to hide behind, adding that his father and Ma are just dust to him and he can easily deal with them. Zihan was also scared and assumed that now they would all be in trouble. However, the young cultivator assured that he would not let her be offended, because he had given his word to her mother. The main character understood that he should not interfere until the situation affected Van. At that moment, one of Li's henchmen whispered something in his ear. Don immediately shouted that everyone present will pay for offending his daughter, adding that all the girls, in turn, will atone for their sins in their monastery. After which Li's bandits began to beat everyone and catch the frightened girls. The tearful Zihan begged to let her go because she had nothing to do with this situation. Suddenly, Ye threw his chopsticks and they literally stuck to the floor, thereby blocking the path of the thugs. Then he said that initially he did not want to interfere, but they themselves forced him. Naturally, everyone naively believed that he was finished. Don's people only laughed at him. Lee asked who this young man was pretending to be, because they had a numerical advantage. After which he began to sneer, saying that he became very scared. For the first time in such a long time, Zihan became worried about Tian. Her friend couldn't understand whether Don was really scared of the teenager. Finally, Lee finished this one-man show and once again laughed at the young master. Then he ordered San to teach the main character of the party a good lesson. Z stretched his huge fists and, spreading his smile, replied that he would be happy to take care of this boy. Don noticed that in the past, San was a special forces soldier and was capable of dealing with a crowd alone. The young cultivator understood that this was an excellent opportunity to test his abilities. Suddenly, Z dealt a powerful blow towards the self-confident guy. However, E, in turn, absolutely calmly grabbed his hand and began to hold it. The big man was perplexed that such a skinny teenager was able to stop his blow. Sun stated that he would be much more interested in fighting with an equal than with some weakling. A moment later, he took a knife from his pocket and rushed towards the calm young man. Tian realized that he had overestimated him, and the fun would end before it even began. In this connection, I wondered if Z really believed that he would stop him with his toothpick. The enraged thug immediately attacked him, saying that soon he would not be so verbose. He still looked calmly into the eyes of danger. It seemed there was no fear in him at all. Zihan couldn't bear to look at it and turned away, closing her eyes, believing that he was finished. Shan and his friends, like most of those present, thought the same. However, after a couple of seconds, San flew to the side and knocked over a nearby chair. The stunned Don also asked his subordinate if everything was okay with him. The bloodied Z hurried to his feet and declared that he was fine. The embittered Lee instantly ordered everyone to attack the teenager together. The brutal bandits immediately grabbed clubs and knives and then rushed towards E. Tian noticed that it was low to attack in a crowd, but by doing so, they would save him time. Moments later, the young master broke the arm of one of the attackers, who screamed in pain like a child. The main character understood that thanks to his true ki, his skin became stronger than steel. Don was shocked by what was happening and did not know what to do with such a strong teenager. At this time, the young cultivator continued to deliver lightning strikes to the thugs. An angry Lee shouted angrily that Ye must understand one thing: he is not the one who can challenge him. After which he could not stand it and called on Tian to fight him, saying that he would personally disfigure him. The guy grinned and noted that it was a moot point as to who would defeat whom. However, at that moment, Lin unexpectedly came in and nervously asked who dared to cause a pogrom in her villa. Shan also followed her. Hong saw a recent acquaintance among the people. Don, in turn, never expected to see her here and was extremely surprised. Lee said that he was just about to go to her, but this impudent person dared to detain him. He naively believed that now the boy would definitely not escape severe punishment. Ye was also surprised by her sudden appearance and asked the young lady what she was doing here. Lin smiled sweetly and said that this was her villa and no one would dare to harm him here. Don was horrified and did not understand why she was so kind to him and how they could even know each other. Meanwhile, Tian had a drink with Hong and suddenly asked how she knew this Lee. The girl replied that they were relatives, but her parent was much more influential. Realizing the situation Don found himself in, he immediately asked Lin for forgiveness. The girl accepted his apology rather coldly, as did the guy. Finally, Lee knelt in front of the teenager and once again asked for forgiveness. Naturally, E did not aggravate the situation, especially since no one died after the fight. After which he said in an absolutely indifferent voice that he forgives him. Hong in turn did not ignore this and ordered Don to immediately leave the confines of her villa. Lee's gang, together with their patron, hurried to withdraw. The girl only looked at them displeasedly. Then turning to the young man, she once again asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience caused. Yes smiled and said that everything is fine and they can discuss everything next time, since there are too many unnecessary ears here. The shy young lady agreed with him, her cheeks instantly turning red. After which they finally said goodbye and Yue and Ling left. Tian also hurried to the exit. After all, Zihan was safe, which means his main task was completed. Van found herself thinking that he was constantly disgracing her, but today it was the other way around. The next day, the young master met Zihan again and she had questions for him. The girl asked who this Hong was and why she was helping him. The main character replied that they only met yesterday, and she most likely helped because of her duty. Van didn't believe him and urged him to tell the truth because she had known him for several days. The young cultivator slowly turned to her and broke into a malicious grin. Perplexed, Zihan asked if he really thought that she couldn't help anyone. Suddenly, E blurted out that from now on they are nobody to each other and she can continue to chase wealth. In response, the young lady said that he was an ungrateful boy who did not understand anything. After which, the teenager silently went to walk the streets of Inzhong. Realizing that the cultivation process was progressing too slowly, and he had no ki left at all. At this moment, his stomach suddenly began to growl, indicating hunger. And until he learned to feed on external energy, it was necessary to have a good meal. Tian immediately began to rummage through his pockets, but found only a few yuan. Yi urgently needed to eat before he died of hunger, but suddenly he remembered Lin, which he promised to heal, and therefore, lunch faded into the background and the young man went to the pharmacy for medicine. As a result, Yi bought the necessary medications, but while passing by the alley, he heard some kind of conflict. The teenager discovered that the girl was being pestered by unknown people. He could not ignore it. Suddenly, the young lady became bolder and hit one of them, which only provoked the guys. One of them instantly grabbed her by the neck, saying that she was too cocky, but he liked her that way. Out of despair, the defenseless girl began to call for help in a strangled voice. At this time, Tian approached the bandits and ordered them to leave her alone immediately, adding that if they didn't let her go now, he would have to teach them some manners. The thug, in turn, pushed the girl and said that this did not concern him. Then, all three big men took out knives and called on the guy to show what he was capable of. The girl started screaming for the teenager to run away because he couldn't handle it alone. However, Ye did not even think of doing this, because he was quite confident in his abilities. The thugs rushed to attack, but they did not even suspect who they had contacted. Subsequently, the guy easily scattered the offenders in different directions. The thugs, scared to death, instantly lost their confidence and hastened to hide. The young master approached the stranger and said that everything was fine, but walking alone at night was extremely dangerous. After which, like a true gentleman, the main character gave her his hand and helped her get up. At a certain moment, her face seemed quite familiar to him, but the huge amount of makeup confused him. The girl thanked her savior and asked for his phone number. The young cultivator said that he was an ordinary student, and it would be nice if she helped him with his part-time job. The stranger noticed that she worked in a bar and that they needed helpers there. The teenager thought about it, because this work will take up most of his time, and he needs to prepare coursework. The young lady said that the work would take no more than 2 hours and that it would not interfere with her studies. Ye understood that he also needed to cultivate, and he replied that he would think about her proposal. The girl introduced herself as Li Shu and shyly asked his name. The young man shook her hand and said his name. They smiled sweetly at each other. By that time, evening had come and Tian went to his rented apartment. Ye began to prepare the pill. Thus the infused qi would enter into contact with the cold poison to relieve Lin of the hidden symptoms. After some time, the young man finally prepared the necessary capsule. However, in order for the pill to work for sure, it was also necessary to acquire higher herbs. Suddenly, the guy remembered his deplorable financial condition, which couldn't help but worry him. In connection with this, he began to sort through various options and came across a statement from the Rengen school. How did he learn that Shu is the first beauty of this educational institution? Ye became curious because Li studied at school during the day and worked part-time in a night bar at night. The teenager realized that he would still have to get a job at this bar. Tian fell onto the bed and thought, because sometimes in life you need to look at the situation from a different angle and everything becomes clear. Going to the night bar, the young master thought that it was quite strange that an ordinary student was running such an establishment. The main character came to the conclusion that it was better not to reveal his identity. Going inside, he found a young man behind the bar, and Li herself was sitting at a table. Suddenly, she recognized her savior and immediately invited him to sit down with her. The girl asked him if Yi really decided to work, especially since they have a catastrophic shortage of staff. The young cultivator in turn agreed and asked what his duties were. Shu asked him to follow her so she could talk about his work, and after a few minutes, Tian changed into a waiter and got to work. Suddenly, he overheard 2 bar employees talking about how Boss Li was in trouble. The problem was that the girl crossed the path of the most cruel entrepreneur, Don. Seeing that a newcomer was eavesdropping on their dialogue, they immediately called on him to take care of his direct responsibilities. The teenager immediately went into the hall and began to think about the situation. He could not even imagine that Shu was brewing a conflict with Don. It was extremely curious. Late at night, the shift came to an end and Li came to the guy to hand over his first salary, adding that you could really rely on him. The young man hurried to pick up the envelope with the money, after which absolutely calmly, without uttering a word, the teenager left. Realizing that something strange was happening, he hurried to his home. In the rented apartment, Ye, as expected, began cultivating to complete the last stage of qi cultivation. However, there was too little aura flow in the room, which did not allow productive cultivation. A moment later, the windows opened, and there was a certain surge of outside energy. An aura literally rushed from the street towards Tian, which could not help but surprise the young man. In this way, Ye was able to absorb even the smallest grains of energy and continue cultivating successfully. He turned his attention to the moon, which also emanated a magical aura. After a certain time, the teenager felt overwhelmed with strength. At such a late hour, someone unexpectedly called him. The surprised guy went to the chest of drawers where the phone lay. Tian suddenly discovered that Dong was calling him, for what reason he naturally didn't know. When Ye picked up the phone, Li asked him for help with extreme concern. The young master asked why he decided to ask him for help, because their last meeting did not go entirely smoothly. Don said that Lin recommended him and he was willing to pay any money. The main character suspected something was wrong, but still agreed to help him. The next day, the young cultivator arrived at the Lee residence, where all the guards greeted him extremely kindly. Soon the businessman himself approached, who was no less polite to him, after which Don invited him to go into the house to discuss the current situation. Having sat down comfortably, he asked what happened and how he could help him. Lee in turn hastened to introduce him to the master of Yingzheng named Yunqing. The teenager immediately greeted Yu, who instantly sensed the power of a cultivator in him. The young man extended his hand to him, but Qing, for some unknown reason, ignored him and continued to drink tea. Don asked Tian to follow him to talk about the issue at hand. Lee said that a certain Ziqiang from Yunzhong was causing him trouble, and just recently, Huan's men brutally beat Don's subordinates. He was extremely surprised by this news and asked how this was possible since his charges are special forces. Lee sadly said that he hired some martial artist who single-handedly killed everyone. At this moment, Tian began to closely examine the mysterious Yunqing. Qing, in turn, also looked at the guy. There was something suspicious about him. After which, Sun brought a suitcase and Lee said that he wanted to enlist the support of 2 fighters. Z immediately opened the case, which was literally filled with money, and there was also a certain plant there. Ye managed to see it and recognized it as ginseng. It was at least 2,000 years old. He understood that with this herb he could heal Hong Er and completely restore his spiritual strength. In this connection, Tian asked to give him at least a small part of this miraculous plant. Unexpectedly, Yunqing said that the room was becoming too noisy. Then he waved his hand. The teenager felt a certain chill and realized what was happening. Ye instantly dodged Qing's air attack and started smiling, which Yu didn't like. Thus, an unknown black mark with a dent remained on the back of the sofa. Tian assumed that Yun had only reached the stage of flexible qi cultivation. Yu himself considered the young man to be an overly arrogant person, and he did not like him. At that moment, 2 unknown individuals entered their room and stated that they could not cope with them, even with outside support. The second stranger added that Don should stop this stupid idea, since he is the strongest fighter in all of Inzong and no one is his rival. The young master noticed his inner strength. He understood that the guy was really strong. The perplexed Lee began to drive them away and say that they did not dare to come here. After which he asked Yu and the young cultivator for forgiveness for getting them into trouble. However, the self-confident Yunqing took a fighting pose and declared that he was not going to work in tandem with this boy, and he could handle it himself. He in turn said that in this case his help would not be needed and he would leave them. But Don asked him to stay because 2 masters are much better than 1. Tian himself understood perfectly well that Yu was weaker than the unknown fighter and decided to observe what was happening. The martial artist at this time approached Qing and urged him to attack first. Don began to encourage Yun in every possible way and said that he must win. And only Ye realized what was about to happen and how bad it would be for such an arrogant Yu, who meanwhile rushed to attack from behind, once again saying that he would win without a doubt. However, at the very last moment, Song jumped aside and noticed that he was too slow. After which he shouted loudly, which put Qing into a rather strange state. As a result, Yu covered his ears with his hands and then completely collapsed on the floor. He couldn't believe what had happened because Song had defeated him using non-contact techniques. The martial arts master himself broke into a malicious grin, feeling his superiority. Finally, Yunqing realized that he had underestimated him and that he really could not win this fight. Concerned, Don wanted to say something to Tian, but Comrade Song interrupted him, who at that moment began to applaud his friend and say how much he admired his work, adding that no one from Inzong will ever be able to compare with their skill. After which he approached Don and said that they were all weaklings who should be afraid of them. He absolutely calmly objected to him, saying that he did not agree with his opinion. The stunned young man asked the teenager what he wanted to say. However, without waiting for an answer, he immediately ordered Song to teach this upstart a lesson. A moment later, the martial artist rushed towards the guy and tried to strike. But at a certain moment, he felt the incredible power of Yi and stopped abruptly. He was terrified and did not understand where such unimaginable energy came from in this boy. Tian, in turn, did not stand on ceremony with him and grabbed him by the throat. Song could not get out. Then he lifted him up and said that martial cultivators should not waste their time on scum like him. After which he was thrown to the side like a toy and subsequently landed rather painfully. Even the tile under him cracked, writhing in pain. Song said that the guy had made a terrible mistake. The surprised young man replied that it was not in his position to try to threaten. He raised his hand, and with just one wave, as if he pressed a painful point on his leg, the fighter immediately grabbed his knee, feeling wild pain. Then Tian approached him and said that he should think about it, and take the true path before it's too late. After which he turned to his patron and ordered him to immediately leave the house. What they did as a result, clearly no one expected such an incredible outcome. The young man defiantly approached the suitcase and took the treasured ginseng. Having announced that he was accepting this reward from Lee, everyone was simply shocked. The next day, Don's man unexpectedly came to the young master. As it turned out, the guy brought the young cultivator a case with money, which he did not take. The main character, in turn, agreed to accept such a generous reward, after which he sent him out and conveyed his best wishes to Mr. Lee. Ye closed the doors and looked towards the stove, which was preparing a medicinal pill at that moment. The process was soon to be completed, and Tian was eagerly awaiting the result. After a couple of minutes, the tablet was ready. Its bright color and powerful waves indicated that it was of good quality. But the ginseng energy was not enough for a further breakthrough, and it was necessary to build a key formation. And since making capsules is quite an expensive business, a suitcase with money came in handy. In this connection, the guy went to an antique street in southern China. It was an extremely hot day, but the teenager decided to look for something interesting. On the way, he encountered a young man who rushed to his counter. Ye at this time felt the energy of qi and began to look around. Seeing how the seller was organizing his goods, Tian came up to look at the assortment. The flow of the aura began to increase. The teenager noticed jade in good condition, but the most important thing was inside it. Only an experienced cultivator knew that it was based on a shaping method. The merchant noticed how Ye looked at the jade and said that it was worth 100,000. Tian gave him a characteristic look, making it clear that he would not be deceived. After which he put the stone in its place and noticed that no one would buy it for that price, because the main thing is not the age of the jade, but its properties. Then he offered 10,000 yuan for the magic stone, or he would leave. The seller naturally was not eager to agree to an amount 10 times less, but he still stopped the guy, saying that this is Lingshan jade from Yunzhong and he agrees to sell it for 10,000. Satisfied with himself, Ye gave the required amount and took the jade. In 600 years he learned to bargain. Tian decided to find a suitable place and saw a deserted alley in the courtyards. Having entered it, he was convinced that no one was nearby and wanted to determine the level of jade qi. The young man took out a stone and pressed it between his palms. The reaction followed instantly. He also realized that the formation method was far from ideal, and in order to correct the defects it was necessary to rework it. By then it was already evening. The teenager continued to form jade. After some time, he finally managed to complete the transformation process, and from now on he could collect aura without any problems. The stone immediately began to absorb energy. Suddenly his phone rang and the guy discovered that it was Shu calling him. He picked up the phone and the girl said that they were in big trouble, asking him to come quickly. After a certain time, the young master arrived at the bar and began to inspect it from the outside. After making sure that the establishment was closed and there were no visitors, the main character became wary. The young cultivator did not hesitate and entered the bar, where a worried Li saw him. Shu said that it was very opportune for him to come, since they had new problems. Ye asked what exactly happened and why she was so worried. The girl replied that those who had recently attacked her reappeared, and she sent her people. At that moment, an unknown guy appeared and asked who she had brought. Without waiting for an answer, Mo began to say that they would certainly punish Li's offenders, after which he hurried to introduce Tian to his friends who were sitting on the sofa. One of them, smiling, asked if Sha really hoped to gain Shu's favor in this way. The young man began to deny it, saying that he just wanted to help the poor girl. Suddenly, 3 unknown guys entered the establishment and began insulting those present from the threshold. Mo objected and urged him to watch his words, threatening physical violence. Extremely surprised, Jiang asked if he really didn't know who he was. Sha finally realized that this is Lian from the Hong family, and his wife is Dong's sister. Zhang recalled that their families agreed not to interfere in the affairs of young people, which means that whoever is stronger is right. And Mo thereby violates these agreements, since he decided to enter into conflict with him, along with Shu. Unexpectedly, one of Sha's friends recognized the guy as Feng Jiang and couldn't understand what he was doing here. There were all sorts of rumors about Mina in the city, and it was better not to mess with him. Suddenly, Zhang pushed Mo away and urged him not to make a mistake, because the consequences could be extremely dire. He then approached Li and said that if she paid him for emotional damages, he would not harm any of them. However, if she still doesn't do this, then he won't calm down, and then it will be bad for everyone. Shu, in turn, said that the bar was her whole life, and she would not give it up so easily. Lian grinned suspiciously and ran his hand over her chin. By inviting her to dance so that everyone is happy, and then the conflict will be settled. The girl turned to her friends and pitifully asked them for help. But Sha urged her to listen to Zhang in order to avoid dire consequences. Suddenly, Lian saw Ya and literally flew into a rage, saying that he should not be here. Then he said that if she gave this man to him, she might not even dance. Mo instantly pushed Tian forward, saying that they agreed to these terms. Ye realized that in fact he was a pathetic coward who was ready to set up even Shu just to stay alive. However, Li refused to give the guy to the thugs and agreed to dance for Lian. But at that moment, Tian grabbed her hand and urged her to move further to the side, to properly teach these scum who imagine themselves to be kings a lesson. The young master asked them if they really liked to mock a defenseless girl. Shu tried to stop him, but the main character was determined. Zhang nervously said that today he would definitely not defeat them, and soon he would beg for mercy. After which, Leon turned to Jiang and asked him to cover him in case something happened. Then he began to say that Fan is a disciple of the third master of their family, and now he has reached incredible heights. The young cultivator in turn asked if we were talking about Sun Zi. After all, if so, then they only recently met. Min immediately flew into a rage. As a result, he instantly attacked Ye, saying that he had no right to say his name out loud. Tian easily withstood Zhang's blow and stated that Sun was not much stronger than him. Everyone present was simply shocked by the incredible strength of the teenager. Fan himself could not understand how he blocked his blow so casually. A moment later, everyone turned towards the exit and saw Master Z. San busily walked inside the bar, his charges naively believing that now E was the end. Min immediately ran up to the teacher and began to talk about how one person had annoyed him. After which Jiang prematurely began to celebrate the victory, anticipating how his master would now destroy the upstart. Zhang also ran up to Z and said that this man had humiliated them, and it was time to finish with him. Thus San's disciples blocked his view, and he asked who this person was. E, in turn, smiled and greeted his recent acquaintance. Z was in shock. Then he nervously asked his underdeveloped students what they were doing here. At this, Sun greeted Tian back and asked if this bar really belonged to his friend. The perplexed guys began to wonder why the teacher was so polite to this man. Z became furious and began to shout that initially they needed to find out who they were going to conflict with. Shocked, Fang pointed his finger at Ye and asked if he was not an ordinary person. Tian, in turn, noted that San's student is not bad, but he still has some work to do. After which Z urged Ming to ask the Great Master for forgiveness, but the extremely stubborn young man said that he would not do this, and was able to defeat him in a duel. Tian noticed that the boy has a lot of pride, and if he wants it that way, then everything can be resolved here and now. Without standing on ceremony with them for long, the young man put an end to this issue. He used incredible technique to finally show off his skills. The frightened Zhang tried to run away when he saw an unimaginable magical whirlwind that was approaching him. However, he failed to do this. After a couple of seconds, Lian was already lying on the ground. Jiang was also stunned by Ye's abilities because he had never seen anything like it. Suddenly, an old man approached him and said that this aerial technology was only available to high-ranking masters. Tian was surprised that it only took him a couple of seconds to identify his skill. In connection with this, he became extremely curious about who this grandfather was, and suddenly he himself approached him. Introducing himself as Chang Bai, the old man handed him a ticket to a private auction that would be held on the antique street and invited him to visit him. Zhang suddenly wondered if his conflict with Ye had finally been resolved. The young master himself noticed that Ying was dressed like an ordinary person and realized that he did not like to stand out. The main character nevertheless decided to take the chance and accepted the ticket, saying that he just needed some things. At that moment, San approached the young cultivator with a glass of wine and noticed that he was generous as always. After which Z handed the wine to Ming and called on him to drink to Mr. Tian's health. The rest followed them, and as a result they celebrated this event in a friendly group. Zhang still couldn't believe that Ye was better than him and even his teacher. It seemed unthinkable to him. Ma in turn felt ashamed, because he not only did not protect Shu, but also betrayed her. Li approached the guy and thanked him for his help, saying that she couldn't have done it on her own. The young man said very confidently that this was his job, because she hired him herself. The girl replied that he was helping her once again, and she didn't know how to thank him. Suddenly she decided that he would become the owner of half the shares of her bar. The waiters began to make fun of her, saying that their hostess apparently fell in love. Naturally, Shu reacted negatively to such a statement. The teenager watched what was happening with emotion. Then Ye said that he did not need any shares, but if she needed his help, then he was always ready to meet halfway. Tian also decided to clean up the establishment a little so as not to scare away all the customers. Unexpectedly, Sun ordered Fan to help the master clean up. Min was shocked. At the same time, E noted that Z needed to be more vigilant and not throw his name around. After some time, they cleaned up the bar and Tian hurried to say goodbye to everyone. Li looked after him and realized that she was not mistaken about him, because he was truly a good person. However, it was at that moment that Zihan entered the establishment with her friend Hui. Van said that this is a pretty exciting place and there is good music. Hearing the familiar voice, Ye turned around and saw Xian in front of him. The girl was also surprised. Li Hui instantly began to thank him for saving them at Tenglong Villa. The guy smiled and replied that for him it was a mere trifle, and she shouldn't react like that. Indignant, Wang asked him since when he became so arrogant. Li urged him not to pay attention to her statements, because she was always distinguished by her sparkling humor. After which Hui suddenly invited Tian to the school festival, where she would perform. But Zihan once again began to object, and asked her friend why she invited him. The young lady decided to remind her that it was he who pulled them out of trouble, and they should be grateful to him. However, Wang said that she had known him for several days, and that in fact he was a non-entity. She suddenly grabbed her friend's hand and pulled her out, saying that she had already lost her mood. He understood perfectly well that he definitely didn't need such a stupid girl, and it would be better if they didn't know each other at all. As she left, Hui shouted to Tian not to forget about the school festival. The exhausted teenager replied that he would try to make time and come. Shu, who stood on the sidelines and watched what was happening, also wanted to be able to take the initiative into her own hands. The next day in the evening, the young master went to the festival at Rengen School. At this event, there were a huge number of people who wanted to have a good rest. The main character sat down in his seat and thought that this was more like a concert than a festival. Suddenly, one of the girls shouted very loudly that she saw the charming Yue. The scream was so piercing that the young cultivator almost went deaf. Meanwhile, Shan walked past them with Rong and Ma. The girls literally went crazy. Ye had never thought that Yue had such a high status, because even if he cured Ling, he could not bypass him. A couple of minutes later, the festival host came on stage and greeted everyone present. Tian was shocked. Since it turned out to be Shu, he could not understand why she did not tell him anything. One of the guys suddenly shouted out that he was in love with Li and she was his goddess, which once again hurt the ears of Ye, who already wanted to leave the event. But still, the teenager found a way out of the situation and hurried to put on earplugs. At this moment, Shu invited Hui to the stage with a song, of course, about love. Everyone froze in anticipation, and a second later Li came out to them, after which she began to sing. Sha at this time tried in every possible way to make amends to Shu, and offered her water. However, the girl did not want to listen to him, and therefore she refused, saying that she was not thirsty. Finally, Hui finished her amateur performance and said that she dedicates this song to her beloved. Li was furious because she assumed she was going to confess her feelings on stage. And the next moment the young lady did it anyway, saying that she loved Ye. Everyone was shocked by this confession, but few understood who they were talking about. But Tian was wearing earplugs and therefore did not hear this. He calmly stood up and headed towards the exit. When Hui saw her love leaving her, the girl's heart began to beat faster. Ye himself did not understand what was so special about these festivals because it was a waste of time. While the upset Li didn't know where to go on stage, she almost burst into tears. Suddenly, Shu came out to her and called on everyone to applaud the talented Hui for her incredible performance. In fact, she was sincerely happy with this result, because Tian did not reciprocate her feelings. The next morning, the young master began cultivating diligently again. Meanwhile, Xiu wrote to him and invited him to the Imperial Bar, but Ye did not see her messages. After all, the main character was busy processing the aura into ki energy, and all he had to do was absorb it. Moreover, with ginseng and the miracle pill, this process was much more effective. Mineral cultivation is a technique based on 10-sided aura cleansing. What the young cultivator was working so hard on, he literally lost 7 sweats. But the result was worth it. After a certain time, Tian finally completed the procedure. The teenager felt a surge of strength and admired the work done. He also did not forget about Lin, who needed to be cured as soon as possible. And the very next day, with everything he needed, the guy went to Hong Er's house, where Shan joyfully greeted him and said that Lin had asked him to accompany him. Soon they went inside through a beautiful courtyard, and the young man began to think. After all, in this location there was a good concentration of aura. But this had a negative effect on the carrier of cold poison. At the entrance to the mansion, an extremely suspicious man came out to them and asked if he really was Yi. Tian responded in surprise that he had come to relieve Miss Hong of her illness. The guy asked to follow him, but was extremely skeptical of the young man. Before reaching the stairs, the head of the family noticed them and asked who Li had brought. It was the famous Wen Chang, who represented the Hong family. The servant said that Miss Lin invited this young master. Ven replied that the master could not be so young and she should not have trusted everyone she met. After which Chan, in an insolent manner, drove the teenager away and told him not to appear here again. At that moment, a girl ran out of her room and called on them to calm down. She ignored her father's objections and ran up to Ye, saying that she was glad to see him. An enraged Wen ordered her to behave like a girl, then asked Li to send the boy out. Lin continued to ignore the instructions of the head of the family and continued to be nice to Tian. The teenager took out the medicine and noticed that she would soon get better and the cold poison would recede. However, at this time an unknown young man came down to them and began to object. He said that he would not allow this, and the guy had better leave their house as soon as possible. The perplexed young master asked why they were so negative. The young man busily stated that he had no right to ask him such questions, after which he came close to the main character and looked at him for a long time. Chan hastened to say that he had specifically called the real cultivator Fen. The teenager felt faint energy and dark waves from Xian. Then the extremely self-confident man said that Hong was very sick, and only he could cure her. Soon they went into the living room, and the head of the Chan family tried in every possible way to please the pseudo-healer. Wen served him Dahong tea, which was quite difficult to get in their area. Fen took a couple of sips and spat out the tea, declaring that it was simply disgusting. Lin's father noticed that this was a matter of taste, and immediately moved directly to his daughter's illness. The self-confident Xian said that he could easily rid her body of the cold poison. The girl, in turn, felt uncomfortable being next to him, as if she felt something. Yi also didn't trust him because even he couldn't extract cold poison from the body, which means Fen was up to something. Suddenly, Xian asked to send Tian out, but Lin objected since he was her friend. The guy approached her and asked if she was ready to start treatment. Qian asked in surprise if he really didn't need to prepare properly. Feng ignored his question. Xian asked the young lady to close her eyes and not open them until he said. The girl extremely reluctantly followed his instructions and finally closed her eyes. After which the young doctor began to disperse the dark aura in the room. Suddenly Hong opened her eyes and looked at him, but she felt nothing. Yi understood perfectly well that in fact Fen was not even trying to heal her. Suddenly Lin threw her head back, and Wen asked Xian what was going on. The pseudo-healer continued to ignore the head of the family and cast some spells. However, nothing happened. The girl looked at him with a puzzled look. Tian realized that he had placed a sealing mark on her, and only villains use this method. The bodyguards instantly rushed towards Fen. Chan repeated his question of what he did with his daughter. Xian put his hand forward and said that they couldn't stop him, and they didn't even have to try. At that moment, they all, together with Ven, flew into the air, never getting close to the insolent one. Ye didn't hesitate and approached Fen, saying that he wouldn't get away with it like that, adding that he cannot escape and now he will see the true power that he never knew about. Xian smiled and said that he could not surprise him, because he simply did not have enough strength. The young master in turn replied that he had treated Lin very meanly and would have to pay for it. But suddenly Chan's father came out to them and urged the young cultivator not to interfere, since their family was able to deal with Fen, adding that other families would laugh at them if they knew how they failed to stand up for themselves. Wen tried to calm his father down, but the main character did not understand how this old man could resist Xian. After which the grandfather began to scold Fen, because they had pinned their hopes on him, and he wants to ruin their reputation. It's also unclear what he did with his granddaughter and is going to kidnap the girl. Xian immediately pushed Lin aside and stated that he did not have to answer the old man. Tian in turn urged his grandfather to be careful with this man. Fen immediately began attacking and neutralized several guards with the help of his dark magic. He then grabbed the old man and lifted him into the air, squeezing his body with his black hand. An angry Ven urged him to stop immediately, because they were extremely kind to him, and he reciprocated with such ignorance. However, the arrogant Xian again repeated that they were no one to even say his name out loud, adding that he had absolutely no time for idle chatter. At this moment, Fen began to concentrate his magic. As a result, a moment later the old man collapsed to the ground. The alarmed Chan immediately rushed to his father to help. The distraught Xian, in turn, did not stop attacking them with dark magic. Wen could not even think that today the Hong clan could cease to exist. But at the most crucial moment, Ye blocked Fen's attempts and came to the defense of their family. He urged everyone to stay away from this scoundrel, and he himself began to confront him. Xian noticed that he was too arrogant and would face an extremely disastrous end. After which, he once again directed his attack at the guy, but the young man managed to block the blow. Fen stated that he would not be able to hold back his magic for long, and would eventually say goodbye to his life. The teenager said that he had the devil's techniques, but he would win this fight. But a true cultivator should not take the path of a demon. Besides, evil always loses. Chan realized with horror that he should have listened to his daughter and trusted this man. And now the fate of the entire Hong family lies precisely in the hands of Tian, who continued to oppose Xian. Meanwhile, Feng was still unable to break through Ye's protective barrier, but he had no intention of giving up. At a certain moment, their forces met again and an explosion occurred. Concerned, Wen asked the master if everything was okay with him. In the dissipating smoke, Chan saw the young master, who declared that he was fine. The shocked Xian, in turn, lost his strength and asked the main character what he had done to him, adding that if his teacher finds out about what happened, then he will be in trouble, because the meridians were also clogged. Unexpectedly, the young cultivator asked the young man to borrow his shirt. The perplexed guy took off the clothes and handed them to him. Fen repeated his question and wanted to know what else this man was capable of. Ye ignored him and put the shirt on Xian, saying that it suited him. The stunned master did not understand what was happening and demanded an explanation from Yi. But the teenager only poured tea on his head and noted that he was called by that name, because they believed he would take the true path. But instead, he went the wrong way. The enraged but exhausted Fen declared that Tian did not know the meaning of this name. The guy in turn called on him to return to the teacher and say that he would kill everyone like him. Chan, who was watching what was happening, sighed with relief and realized that Ye was a real cultivator. After which Tian approached the old man, who lost consciousness after falling from a height. He placed 2 fingers on his head and began to extract dark magic. Concerned, Ven asked him if his father would live. The teenager answered positively, but he needed to rest. Just a couple of minutes later, the grandfather finally came to his senses, which could not but please the family members. The old man asked if Master Tian really saved him. The young man only smiled sweetly. Soon, Chan helped his father get up, and his grandfather said that the Hong family would remember his kindness, and he also asked to cure Ling Er. He immediately said that he shouldn't get up, but that he would definitely heal his granddaughter, because that's what he came for. Then he approached the girl and said that qi and cold poison were mixed, so it would not be easy. Ven immediately asked him if he needed anything to treat his daughter. Tian took the young lady in his arms and asked Chan to place 4 jugs of water in burning bowls around her. A few minutes later, everything was ready, and Yi began the treatment directly. He also asked only relatives to stay in the room, and those who were very interested in this process should move away. The teenager then put a pill in her mouth, and the reaction was immediate. Dark magic began to emanate from her body, and Ling-Er herself began to sweat profusely. After which, with the help of his abilities, Tian began treatment. Suddenly, the girl's body began to lift off the ground. He continued to cast some healing spells, which took a lot of his strength. But the main thing is that a huge flow of negative energy began to leave Hun's body. The bowls and jugs were emptied, which indicated that everything had worked out. And a few minutes later, the girl finally woke up and saw her savior in front of her. One of the maids helped her get up, and Lin herself asked what happened. And only those around him joyfully realized how great a man the young master was. Chan, in turn, began to thank the main character for saving his daughter. The old man joined him and noticed that the young cultivator not only healed her, but also helped her deal with Fen, adding that if he needs their help, he can always call them. Naturally, as a true gentleman, Tian refused any reward. However, grandfather still ordered Li to bring the documents to the Flaming Maple Villa, after which the servant gave the necessary papers to the guy, and said that the Hong family always generously thanks their friends. But Lin suddenly said that the villa was too small and she should be his reward. It was simply shocked by the girl's decision and did not know how to react to it. But the old man understood perfectly well that she was not worthy of such a man, and urged her not to talk nonsense. Tian in turn agreed to the villa and thanked him for such a generous gift. The upset girl asked to take the young man to his new place of residence. After all, the guards only allow members of the Hong family to go there. The guy kindly agreed. You notice that this house is ideal for cultivation, because there is a high concentration of aura there. Lin hastened to warn all the servants and bodyguards that Tian is the new owner of the villa, and they must obey him. But the teenager hurried to make some adjustments and turned to the servants. He suggested that they return to their old owners and come to the villa a couple of times a week for cleaning. The surprised young lady noted that this was not the best solution, but Yes said that he loved being alone, which extremely upset her because the girl assumed that he didn't like her at all. With the arrival of the full moon, Tian began cultivating again, because it was at this time that the concentration of aura reaches its peak. It was also necessary to restore the mineral structure, since the battle with Xian practically destroyed it. It is worth noting that the absorption of qi consisted of 3 stages: counteraction and protection with synthesis. Thus, countering with defense can stop the attacker. After the procedure was completed, Yi proceeded directly to the synthesis stage. However, at a certain moment something went wrong and the capsule exploded. As a result, a mark was left on the floor. Tian could not understand why this happened. Suddenly, someone wrote him a message asking if he knew where he could buy a gemstone. Meanwhile, at the auction house, Huo decided to make an expensive gift for Li. His friends started asking about the bracelet. The guy was modest and said that it would look good on her wrist. One of his comrades thought that he decided to propose marriage to her, because the accessory was from the Qianlong era. However, Ni stated that it was just a trinket and was clearly not enough for such an event. The indignant Shu said that she did not need any gifts from him. But the self-confident young man said that they would soon get married, and she would have to accept his gifts. The girl, in turn, thought only about whether her beloved Yi would come. After some time, a young master arrived at the auction with Ling-Er. They hurried to the event as it was about to start soon. Hong noticed that according to Chiang, the mineral Tian needed should be located here. At the entrance, Huo and Shu saw the young cultivator with Ling and greeted them. The main character said that he needed 1 valuable mineral, which should be here. Li didn't like the way Hong-Er looked at the teenager. She was literally torn with jealousy. Suddenly, Lin took him by the arm and urged him to go to their seats to see the items on display in person. Tian, in turn, kindly agreed. Shu just looked at them with a dissatisfied look. She realized with bitterness that Hong was a rich and spoiled girl with whom she could not compare. Huo noticed what was happening and couldn't figure out who this person was. In this connection, Ni immediately ordered his people to find out who came in Lin's company. A few minutes later, the auction finally began and everyone was eagerly awaiting the antiques that had been prepared for them. After which the presenter came out and, asking for forgiveness for the delay, hurried to present the first lot. It was a Ming Dynasty bronze horse sculpture whose starting price was 10 million. Bidding immediately began and people began to actively compete with each other, measuring their financial situation. He was shocked by such prices and realized that he would not be able to save money. As a result, the sculpture was sold for 18 million. Tian, in turn, was thinking about where he could earn money in order to easily acquire cultivation items. Finally, it was the turn of 7 minerals, and their price started at 50 million. Ye was the very first to raise the price to 55 million, because the young man understood that with these minerals, he would complete the formation of qi. There was talk among the visitors that he was from the Hong family, and it was probably better not to mess with him. The girl counted to 2, and it seemed that the teenager would acquire the much-needed capsules. However, at the very last moment, Huo deliberately raised the price to 80 million. Thus, Ne purchased this lot, even though he did not need the minerals. The upset young master, in turn, headed towards the exit. Everyone began to discuss that apparently he was not from the Hong family. Suddenly, the main character was caught up by a worried Lin and asked why he didn't ask her for money for minerals. But the young cultivator assured her that all was not lost and there was a way to get them. But it was much more difficult. At this time, a smug Huo came up and said that Ye was a loser because he could not outbid him. Shu suddenly announced that she was not feeling well and hurried to leave Nei. The guy immediately asked what else she needed because he spent a lot of money on her gifts. When leaving, Li replied that she did not need any gifts and would never marry him. Subsequently, Huo became completely distraught and said that if it weren't for her last name, he would not have paid attention to her at all. At that moment, his servant approached him and said that Yi was a beggar and had no status. In response, Nei ordered that Tian be immediately brought to his VIP room. After some time, the guy saw a teenager on the street and invited him to his owner. Yi assumed that he wanted to resell these minerals to him and agreed to follow him. As a result, Huo's servant took him to the VIP box and Tian entered the room. Where the smug Nei was, the young man asked what the purpose of their meeting was and whether he really regretted the acquired stones. The arrogant Huo said that this Lin girl had no chance of competing with him at the auction. After which, he disrespectfully slapped him on the shoulder and urged him not to interfere with his future wife, Shu, thus demonstrating his size, but Yi knocked his hand away and said that he thought it would be about minerals. Then he hurried to the exit, but the angry Huo did not let up and stopped him. He took a mineral out of his pocket and said that these stones were worth a maximum of 60 million and because of it he was in the red, adding that now he must compensate for his losses because this is a lot of money. The perplexed Tian replied that he himself bought them for 80 million and this was purely his problem. But Ni said that he was aware of his poverty and therefore he could simply ask for forgiveness by kneeling down. Ye said that he doesn't want conflict because Zhu will worry. Hyo suddenly laughed and noticed that he was overly arrogant for a poor man, after which he abruptly changed his smile to rage and grabbed the guy by the clothes and declared that he could kill him right now. Without thinking twice, Tian dealt him a crushing blow, causing Nei to fly to the side. Thus, the mineral that Huo was holding in his hand ended up crushed in the teenager's palm. Then the young man pointedly shook off the stone, which had turned to dust from his hand. Nei was shocked. Finally, the self-confident entrepreneur realized that it was better not to anger this man. Yi himself warned him that if he quieted his tongue, the same thing would happen to him. After which he left the room, Tian unexpectedly met Shu and Lin in the corridor. Meanwhile, Chiang met his ward and asked whether the young master had received his minerals. But the employee said that Huo bought them out and as a result, Ye was left without stones. Adding that he did not bargain with Nei and went to his VIP room. Extremely dissatisfied, Bai went to Huo to find out why he got involved in this matter in the first place. At this time, a worried Lin asked the main character what happened. The young cultivator replied that he was simply teaching this ignorant person a lesson. Hong, in turn, was angry at Nei's outburst and was not going to leave it like that. At that moment, Huo came out of the VIP box and asked Xu who this guy was. The angry girl reacted nervously to his question and said that she would not answer him. The embittered young man said that he was not going to tolerate her antics forever. Ni also wanted to hire people to finally deal with this upstart. Suddenly, Ing approached him and asked if he really bought these minerals for such a price. Surprised, Huo asked a counter-question why he was so concerned about this situation. Chiang said that he wants to buy back these gems and that is why he is here. After all, he initially held this lot for Master Ye and did not think that Nei would be interested in the minerals. Then he offered to buy them back. Huo was shocked by the fact that the old man was on Tian's side and came to defend his interests, while he called him a runt, which Bai didn't like very much, and he urged the guy not to insult the master. The arrogant young man replied that although Ye is familiar with martial arts, he has no right to be called a master. After these words, Ing literally went mad and attacked Nei with insults. Horrified, Huo asked why he was reacting this way and what made him so angry. Subsequently, Chiang drove him out of the auction house and declared that the Ni family would not appear here again. Meanwhile, an enraged Don ran through the corridors in search of Old Man Bai. Suddenly, an indignant Huo came out to meet him, saying that Ing and this scum had no right to talk to him like that. Li saw the insolent representative of the Ni family and could not restrain himself. As a result, he hit the young man and literally knocked him down. Huo was shocked. Don said that the teenager did not dare to insult Master Ye, since he was the greatest person. Stunned, Nei asked him for forgiveness, because he did not know that Tian was his friend. After which Li grabbed him and said furiously that if this happened again, he would be in trouble. Huo almost burst into tears and once again apologized, asking Don to let him go home. The businessman immediately gave him a check for 100 million and calmly took the minerals. To soon hand them over to Ye, Thus the conflict was settled and Lee let the guy go. The next day, Dawn and Xiang went to Flaming Maple Villa to give Qian the stones. Bai was shocked when he saw the magical light emanating from the young master's house. Suddenly, the flow of energy began to increase, and Lee, in turn, was afraid of this. Even Ing moved away and covered his eyes with his hands, as the light literally blinded him. The main character himself continued to calmly cultivate in his room. Even though the divine stone exuded pure energy, Ye could not completely absorb it. After all, without a stable key structure, the absorption process will be unstable. Unexpectedly, Dawn and Ing came into his room and they asked what kind of magic it was. Tian asked for forgiveness and said that he was just cultivating and didn't want to scare them. After which the teenager asked why they actually came. Lee replied that he learned that the young man was unable to obtain the necessary minerals and found the same ones. Ye took the box of magic stones and realized that Dong had taken them from Huo. It was also obvious that they didn't just come for this and the guy asked what they needed. Lee sighed heavily and noted that it was really impossible to hide anything from him, and he needed help. He said that there was a martial arts tournament next week and they needed a master to represent Yingzhong. Tian asked in surprise why San would not take part in this competition. Don sadly said that in the past Z was a first-class fighter, but not now, and therefore they need a worthy master. In addition, in the tournament, you can lose your entire fortune and family, but Ye, as the strongest cultivator, is able to win. But the teenager noticed that he had no intention of leaving anywhere. Lee immediately said that it was in Minzhong. As soon as Tian heard about Minzhong, he instantly remembered one scoundrel named Hao. The memories suddenly faded in his head, because Van had once crossed the line. Subsequently, he lost his father, and from that day the young man dreamed of retribution. He was so immersed in memories that he didn't even notice how hatred filled him. As a result, he almost broke the armrest of the chair. Don did not understand what was wrong. Unexpectedly, Tian agreed to go to Minzhong for the competition, but on one condition. Asking Lee to find out as much information as possible about the Wang family in the city. A few days later, they arrived in Minzhong, where preparations for the tournament were already underway. The Don asked the young master to sit more comfortably, but the young cultivator had other concerns. The main character was almost sure that Hao would not miss the opportunity and would definitely come to the competition. Ye also felt incredible energy from every second person passing by and realized that everyone here was a cultivator. Meanwhile, an unknown little girl was running away from her bodyguard. Subsequently, he did not notice and crashed into Tian, who did not notice her. The dissatisfied girl began to be rude to the guy and tell him to look around. The young man in turn was dumbfounded, because such a little girl was already a cultivator. Don asked her not to be rude to the guest whom he had specially brought to the tournament. However, the young lady suddenly became offended, and the perplexed Ye asked if she was also participating. Lee stated that she was looking for her master and was Huan Shi's daughter, so she could not participate. Suddenly, Tian felt a fairly strong flow of qi and turned around. He saw a huge man in front of him, who asked if his name was Yi. Song immediately approached them and Lee asked why he came here. Yu Feng, in turn, asked if this boy had recently encroached on the life of his son. However, the guy asked his father not to start a fight ahead of time, because the tournament would start soon. As Song Sr. left, he noted that he was lucky, because they were not in the arena, where he would not even live to see the second round. Dong asked Ye not to pay attention to these upstarts, but Tian was worried about the lack of Mingzhou representatives. Lee noticed that Wang had not arrived yet, and that the American Azure group was usually the first to arrive, adding that Feng Xian, who tried to kidnap Lin, was from this group. At that moment, little girls ran behind them and talked about how the battle between Yunzhong and Mingzhou would soon begin. Don and Tian sat down comfortably to watch the upcoming confrontation. At that moment, Song Yu entered the arena and stated that apparently the Mingzhou representatives were scared. However, a moment later, someone turned into a hurricane and said that Fen was talking too much. It turned out to be one of the representatives of Mingzhou, who began to demonstrate his skills. He did not give Song a chance to attack and attacked first, delivering a crushing blow. As a result, Yu Feng flew to the edge of the arena and began to writhe in wild pain. Tian immediately jumped up and declared that he uses the same techniques as Xian, which means they are in cahoots. Thus, he easily defeated Song, and suddenly Ye called out to him and said that he was ready to fight him. Naturally, the cultivator agreed to engage in a duel to the death with the young master. The main character entered the arena and confidently said his name. The guy was surprised. After all, Xian told him about him, after which the fighter began to provoke Ye in every possible way. Qian began to ask what the Azure Group's goal was and what the Wang family was planning. The self-confident master replied that he was not going to talk to him about it and that he did not need it. Seeing the black smoke, Ye understood that he had many lives, and he, like Fen, also turned away from the true path. The cultivator did not want to talk to him anymore and instantly attacked with dark magic. However, the teenager promptly activated the protective barrier and stopped his attempts. The fighter noticed that Hao told him that today's tournament brought together a much larger number of worthy opponents. Qian once again urged him to say how Wang was related to the Azure Group, and what they were up to. The master still did not make contact and stated that the dead man had no need to know this. After which he again rushed to attack. The magic blades immediately flew towards E. However, the teenager destroyed all the swords using absorbing energy, which literally discouraged the cultivator, and he began to take it seriously, stating that Hao would soon return from the Tang family and he would present him with the boy's head. This information shocked Tian because he assumed that Wang was dating Shu. The master once again tried his luck and rushed towards E, but he did not even suspect what awaited him. As a result of their collision, an explosion occurred. All spectators were stunned by this outcome. Dan, in turn, became worried about Tian and was about to run out into the arena. But when he saw the guy standing over the defeated fighter, Li calmed down. The young man still asked him about Wang's plans and the Azure Group, but the cultivator himself did not believe that he had lost. Ye pressed his foot on the wound and asked where their meeting would be held. The master said in a choked voice that they went to the Imperial Hotel. Finally, the teenager calmed down and left the arena. The audience never ceased to be amazed at his strength. Dan himself could not believe what had happened because Tian had defeated such a strong fighter with such ease. After which Ye apologized to Li, as he urgently needed to leave on business. The young man intended to end the Wang family once and for all, while saving Tang Shu. Qin looked at him enthusiastically and thought that it would be nice if he became her teacher. After some time, the young master reached Shiyu's house, which was full of guards. Ye heard one of them tell someone on the phone that she was not here. Concerned bodyguards immediately went in search of her. The main character knew that she always avoided meeting with other families. At the same time, the girl escaped in the same way, jumping out the window. It was at this moment that the young cultivator discovered Shu crawling out through the window. Tian also understood that his guard should not know about this, and needed to figure out how to distract the Dongman. As a result, the young man could not think of anything better than throwing a stone at him, and the bodyguard instantly lost consciousness. By that time, the young lady had jumped from the window and rushed towards the park. But at a certain moment she did not notice the branch she stepped on, and a characteristic sound was created. Suddenly a smiling E approached her, and the girl in turn was scared. Shu immediately urged the teenager not to make any noise so that the guards would not notice them. Tian understood that while they did not know each other, she should under no circumstances be put under pressure. One of the bodyguards, as it turned out, nevertheless heard the crunch of a broken branch and sent a couple of people towards the park. Noticing this, the girl literally began to beg E to help her because she did not want to go back. Naturally, he agreed and asked where they would go to hide. Without explaining anything, Shu grabbed his hand with lightning speed and dragged him along. Running away from the bodyguards, she had a strong feeling that she and the young man already knew each other. Tian himself was immensely glad to meet her, because after such a long time, he finally found her. After running several tens of meters, they stopped to catch their breath, after which the sweet lady said her name and thanked the stranger for his help. The guy also introduced himself as Ye and extended his palm to her. They shook hands and Shu smiled sweetly. Tian decided to ask her why she was running away from the guards. Then the girl told about her cruel father who prevented her love. The young man did not know how to tell her that it was better not to mess with Hao and not have any business. Shu looked at the moon and said that she wanted, just like Chain, to carefreely rush forward towards her dream. Tian smiled in response and said that this would happen if she listened to her heart. Tan looked at him mysteriously and said that she felt as if they had known each other for several years. At that moment, his heart began to pound and he declared that one day they would definitely meet. By that time, a car had arrived for her, and once again, thanking him for his help, she got into the car. He looked after her and thought that no one would ever hurt her again. But the problem was that the young cultivator was still in the stage of refining and absorbing ki. This means that he urgently needs to become stronger. Suddenly he remembered how she once spoke about his weakness. In this connection, the main character took out magical minerals to improve himself. The young master understood perfectly well that without this, he would not be able to protect Shu. Immediately Yi began cultivating, and suddenly the stones lined up in a kind of constellation. Yi Tian began to cast certain spells, asking for help from the cold stars. Suddenly, one of the minerals began to emit a stream of energy that pierced the teenager's head. The guy immediately felt a surge of strength in his body, which means the magic stones are working. Thus, Ye finally passed through the spirit transfer stage and completed his cultivation. Thus he had the opportunity to sense someone else's presence. Tian immediately began to listen to all the sounds and discovered something strange. On the tree, the young man noticed someone's presence and called for him to come down immediately. A moment later, the unknown person fell from the tree to the ground and screamed in pain. Ye was surprised to find that it was actually the little girl Qin. The teenager approached her and asked what she was doing here, and whether she was slightly hurt. The indignant Xiang said of course she was in pain, because she fell from such a height. After which the momentary anger passed, and Qin very politely said that she wanted to learn martial art from him. In fact, Tian saw potential in her, and if not for the movement of the spirit, he would not have noticed her. However, Ye understood that he would soon have many enemies and he could not sacrifice others. In connection with this, the teenager refused her, saying that he never takes on students. Then Xiang handed him the box and said that it contained 100 million. But at that moment, Zihan called him. Tian picked up the phone and asked what she wanted. Wang replied matter-of-factly that her mother was inviting him to her birthday. Suddenly, Shang, who was standing next to her, said that tomorrow Ye and Zihan would break off their engagement and they would not see each other again. The young man said that he would gladly accept this as a gift because he had long wanted to send her to hell. But out of respect for her mother, he would come to her birthday. The enraged girl began to insult him and the teenager hung up. After which Chin once again said that he could not be her mentor. An extremely upset girl asked if he would really just leave. Suddenly she got angry and said that he would have to take her as a student. The next day, the young master, as promised, came to the hotel to finally say goodbye to Wang. At the entrance, he was met by Zihan and Rong. The girl said that if it weren't for Shang, he wouldn't have been allowed here at all. Passing by them, the main character replied that he didn't care at all. Indignant, Wang nervously said that he didn't dare talk to her like that. Finally walking into the huge hall, the young cultivator saw Miss Tang and Guan. The woman was really sincerely happy to see Ye and asked him to come to her. Tian hastened to give her a talisman that can protect against all diseases. Chu, in turn, took it out of the bag and thanked the caring guy. The teenager knew that Miss Wang had health problems and the talisman should help her strengthen it. However, Min took the gift from her and asked Yi if he really decided to give her some kind of stone. At this moment, the arrogant Rong pushed Tian away and gave Tang an ornament from him and Zihan. After which he opened the box, which contained a diamond necklace. All the guests highly appreciated this gift. But Chu said that he shouldn't have wasted so much money, and it would be better if he followed the example of Ye. The perplexed daughter noticed that this stunning necklace was from Shan and not from some poor man. The shocked woman urged her not to talk about her husband like that, but Zihan said that he would never become her fiancé. Suddenly, Tian said that he really wanted to end the marriage because he and Wang were too different. Tan was horrified, but Rong in turn noticed that even his parents could not raise him normally, because he came without them. He instantly boiled and ordered to watch his tongue, otherwise he would have a hard time. But Shang did not let up and continued to provoke him, saying that he told the truth. The young man could not stand it, and demanded that Rong go outside with him to resolve the conflict. But at this moment, Chu suddenly felt bad and asked them to stop arguing. Tian took her hand and said that he would take her to the hospital right away since health cannot be joked about. The dissatisfied Zihan said that he was poor and didn't even have a car. Shang reacted instantly and said that his personal driver was on his way here and would take Miss Tang to the hospital. After which Wang took her mother to the exit, and Rong was left with an extremely furious Ye. The guy said that there was nothing human in him, and he was behaving like a scoundrel. Tian with a sharp movement broke the table that stood behind him, thereby interrupting his offensive monologue and said that he was finished. Stunned, Rong began to shout that now he had to pay for the broken table, especially since he had no right to touch it. The enraged teenager had already raised his hand to strike the arrogant scum. But at this time, Chin entered the room and urged the master not to get his hands dirty on this scoundrel, adding that he didn't have to pay for her table either. Ye didn't expect to see Xiang here. Extremely surprised, Shang asked the young lady what she was doing here, and Zihan demanded to know who this girl was. Rong immediately ran up to Chin and said that he would drive this bully out now. Then he turned to his people and ordered them to throw this man out of the hotel. However, Xiang unexpectedly hit Shang and urged him not to pretend to be someone. Shocked, Rong said that he was actually her cousin. The girl hit him again, ordering him not to disgrace the name of her family and to ask for forgiveness from the young master. The perplexed Zihan asked the hotel staff who dared to let the child in here. But Shang urged Wang to apologize to Huan Shi's only daughter, since it was better not to conflict with her. Then he personally began to ask for forgiveness from Chin and literally crawl on his knees. Zihan in turn could not understand how she fell for such a cowardly person. Ishiang ran up to the main character and began to say that his student could not find the master. However, the young cultivator once again informed the little girl that he was not her mentor. Wang was simply seething with anger and did not understand why Shang's relative called Ye a teacher. Suddenly her father came up to her and urged her to apologize to Tian and also introduce her to Miss Chin. The girl began to object, but Guan ordered her to do this so as not to harm his business. After which, Ming began to pretend to be a polite person, and supposedly treats Ye and Xiang with respect. The guy smiled and asked why Mr. Wang was no longer amused by his gift. Zihan also began to play along with her father and asked the young man for a friendly favor. But the teenager reminded her that just recently she considered him an outcast and there could be no talk of any friendship. The angry girl said that she would tell her mother about everything and he would regret it. In response, Ye nervously said that if she and her father tried to upset Aunt Chu, he would give them a good life. Chin in turn urged them to leave before she became completely angry. Guan immediately grabbed his stupid daughter, and they hurried to leave this location. At the same time, Ming ordered Shan to get up from his knees and follow them. Tian also decided to leave and headed towards the exit. Once on the street, he began to think. But suddenly he felt bad, because without the 7th mineral, Qi disappeared quite quickly. Qin, who came out after him, noticed that Fida is like the Taoist spirit star because they complement each other, and without the latter, efforts are in vain. Extremely surprised, Ye asked how the little girl knew this. Xiang said that she had seen his training, and they seemed familiar to her, so she began to look through her grandfather's records. Tian realized that there were some useful cultivation methods left in her family. The girl added that if he agreed to become her master, she would help find a replacement for the 7th mineral. However, the guy said that he needed to think about it carefully. The surprised young lady asked what anyone could be thinking about here. The young master replied that she could deceive him, and therefore this was not a simple question. Qin sighed heavily and said that she thought he was much simpler. After which Xiang showed the young cultivator something similar to a petal. The main character was shocked, because in fact it was the spirit of the beast, which is quite difficult to get. The girl stated that this is a piece of the shell of a stupendous turtle, and they feed on jade and are also able to accumulate qi energy. Ye suggested that this shell could be used instead of the last stone. Qin, in turn, broke into a smile and asked the teacher if he was pleased with such a find. Tian urged her not to call him master and said that he needed this turtle. The girl instantly grabbed his finger with her little finger and joyfully said that together they would definitely catch Stupendimus. He once again repeated that they are not a team, and he is not its teacher. At that moment, a little boy drove up to them in a car and introduced himself as her cousin. Tian looked at him and assumed that he was a distant relative of Shang. But at the same time, the boy seemed quite purposeful. Qin noticed that he was just in time, since they needed to get to the Lake of Anxiety. Ming smiled and said that he would be happy to take them and help them catch Stupendimus. However, Shang said that he just needed to deliver them to the indicated place, and teacher Ye would find the turtle. The boy was surprised that at such a young age Tian was already a master. The guy replied that he was simply spending all his energy on self-improvement and cultivation. On the way to the lake, Ming said that in a couple of years the business would pass into the hands of Qin, and she should not forget about him. The girl urged Yi to gain strength because the lake was still very far away. Shang thought if Xiang is so polite to him, then he is really strong in cultivation. But on the other hand, he was not dealing with such people either. Min tried in every possible way to gather his strength. After a certain time, late night came and they finally reached the Lake of Anxiety. As a friendly team, they got out of the car and pointing to the lake, Qin said that it was there that she found that piece of shell. Since it was huge in size, Tian urged them to split up to ensure success. Thus, the children went in one direction and Yi rushed in the other direction. Ming hurried to find out from Xiang why she even called this man, because he himself could catch the turtle. Qin replied that Tian is her teacher, and if he can really catch Stupendimus, then he needs to get down to business. Shang decided to put a piece of jade in Ye's pocket so that the turtle would attack him later. After all, even if he dies, it will only benefit Min. It seemed like he had the perfect plan. After some time, Stupendimus swam to the shore of the lake, where Shang and Shan were walking. Suddenly, a huge turtle jumped out of the water, and Qin, in turn, managed to jump back. The girl called out to Ming and called on him to catch the sea beast. The boy instantly rushed to her aid, having said that it is best to attack from the back. At this time, Stupendimus waved his tail, but the boy managed to jump away. He understood that he was really lucky, because otherwise his plan would have collapsed like a house of cards. Xiang threw magic ropes around the monster's neck, and Shang tied up the hind limbs. Qin immediately asked him to call Ye for help. The boy, in turn, ran after the young master, anticipating the consequences of catching Stupendimus. After a couple of seconds, he ran to the main character and said that they had caught a turtle. The worried young cultivator asked where Xiang was, and Ming replied that she was holding the beast. Naturally, Tian instantly followed him to help the little girl. Getting closer to the teenager, Shan threw jade into his pocket. Finally, running to the huge turtle, Yi noticed that such strong creatures are very rarely found on Earth. Ming urged Qin to rest, since he and the master could deal with Stupendimus themselves. Soon Shang again rushed his ropes, and Shang shouted to the teacher to attack the monster. Coming closer to the turtle, Tian noticed that it was not exactly a water elemental. However, for some unknown reason, Stupendimus became angry and literally went berserk. The beast in turn hit Yi, thereby throwing him high into the air. Shang immediately directed his attack towards him, saying that he would help him. Tian noticed that the child was aiming straight at him, but he managed to dodge his fiery arrow. When the young man finally landed, Stupendimus released some kind of magical wave at him. He once again dodged and went behind the turtle's back, but it didn't end there, because the sea beast instantly struck him with a powerful blow with its tail. As a result, Tian literally flew his whole body into a tree and the jade fell out of his pocket. Soon Stupendimus calmed down and the guy realized that it was because of him that the monster got angry. The young man picked up a crumbled piece of stone and wondered where he could have gotten it from. He soon realized that in fact, these were all the tricks of an extremely vile kid. In this connection, Ye nervously said that Min would answer for this, because he had angered the immortal. Shang began to pretend that he did not understand what the young master was talking about. Then the main character showed him a piece of jade and asked how he got this stone in his pocket. The boy continued to claim with a surprised face that he didn't know and Yi was mistaken. Suddenly, Xiang said that she saw Ming at the auction and he was really going to frame Tian. Shan began to say something indistinctly and subsequently his hand caught fire. The boy immediately attacked the young cultivator, declaring that Stupendemus should go to him. The teenager easily blocked his attempts and noticed that the kid had a lot of courage. After which he threw a piece of jade at him and said that it was better for him not to cross the road. Thus, the stone literally stuck into Ming's clothes and the turtle was already targeting him. A moment later, Stupendemus rushed into battle and Shan tried to tie him up with a magical rope. However, the enraged beast could no longer be restrained. Ye said that now it was the end for him. At that moment, the turtle dealt an extremely painful blow to Min and he backed away. The boy in turn suggested that he would have a better chance of surviving in the water. In this connection, Shan instantly jumped into the lake and tried to swim as far as possible. Naturally, Stupendemus followed him, intending to feast on jade. Embittered Qin could not understand how such a loser could be born into her family. She immediately rushed after him. But Tian urged her to stop, because he was going to demonstrate his abilities to her. After which the guy cast a certain spell and a huge blade appeared above his head. The girl, in turn, was shocked by such incredible strength of the teacher, who meanwhile dealt a crushing blow with his sword straight into the lake. A couple of seconds later, the defeated Stupendemus floated to the surface, and the exhausted Shan lay on his shell. Finally, Ming admitted defeat and said now Tian can do whatever he wants with him. He jumped onto the shell of a dead turtle and noticed that even killing him was not enough. Although this would have been an ideal solution, it resulted in the young man having his body pierced with magical lightning. But still, he decided to leave him alive, inflicting only a few wounds so that he would definitely not escape. Urging Xiang to deal with the Shang family, Qin stated that the teacher was extremely generous. The girl showed a magic pill and said that with this she could become his best student. At this time, the wounded Min began to ask her for mercy, reminding her how he always helped her as a child. However, the rather cruel young lady said that the young master did everything right. After which she offered two options for the development of events. Either she tells everything to her father. Suddenly, Shan interrupted her and immediately chose the second one. Qin noted that in this case, from now on he does not belong to any of the families and can die peacefully. The main character supported her and finally agreed to become her mentor. Xiang was sincerely happy with this decision and began to joyfully shout that she was now a student of Ye himself. The girl instantly grabbed his hand and urged him to hurry up to choose the time for classes. Suddenly, the young cultivator remembered Shu and wondered how she was doing now. The next day, Tian brought Qin to his flaming maple villa. As soon as they got out of the car, a worried Ling'er ran up to them and asked where he was. Surprised, Xiang asked in response what she was doing near her teacher's house. The girls literally incinerated each other with a hateful look. Yi just watched what was happening. Unexpectedly, Qin showed her Stupendemus core, and stated that she was now Tian's disciple, and was not pursuing him like her. The guy hurried to take the core from her, and noted that they would discuss their training after he finished with cultivation. Stunned, Hong asked if he really took this vile girl as a student. He replied that she did not give him any way and showered him with gifts, so he had no choice. Suddenly, Lin asked him if she could also become his student. The young man was surprised. Xiang immediately began to object and say that he should not agree to this. Hong said that in fact she had wanted to study with him for a long time, from the moment Tian healed her. After which the girls again began to sort things out for a long time. Qin accused her of just wanting to butter him up, adding that, unlike her, she obtained the core of Stupendemus for her training. Then Lin told Ye that she had some information about Wang, whom Tian had been looking for so long. The guy in turn immediately changed his face and urged her to talk about him. After all, as soon as the conversation turned to how the young man remembered Tang, her image literally flashed before his eyes. Hong said her grandfather found out that Wang was planning to marry Shu to take over her assets. The young master said nervously that this Hao was an incredible scumbag. Xiang in turn could not understand why he suddenly became so angry. The protagonist already intended to set out to destroy Wang, but Hong urged him not to do so. After all, if the young cultivator actually went there, the Tang family would cease to exist. However, Ye continued to declare that Shu needed to be pulled out of the hands of this scoundrel. Lin replied that even their families with Qin could not help, but Xiang said that there was one way. Hong said sadly that there really is a way, but it is extremely terrible. An enraged Tian said that he already knew. He just needed to protect the Tang family. After all, even if it is mortally dangerous, he cannot just take it and retreat. Lin soon brought him to the office of Director Tang, who was looking for bodyguards, and she recommended Ye to him. But since this location was swarming with Wang's spies, Hong hurried to hide. Tian thanked her for her help and headed to the office. The security guard led the young man to the director and said that the man Lin had recommended had arrived. Mr. Tan kindly invited him in and greeted the teenager. The director immediately got down to business and stated that he trusted him with the safety of his daughter. At that moment, Xiu came out to him and, recognizing him as her savior, said that she was in good hands. Then the joyful girl ran up to her father and asked where he found it. Suddenly, outside the door, he heard Hao talking to the driver, who begged for his life. Tang immediately urged Xiu and Ye to hide in the closet so that Wang would not discover them. They instantly ran into the closet, and the director said that no matter what happened, they needed to sit quietly. A couple of seconds later, Hao and Tan's personal driver burst into the office. He began to ask him for help. The head of the corporation worriedly asked what happened to his children. Wang smiled and replied that they had fallen into the hands of the Azure Group and were now helping with cultivation. Tan tried to reassure his driver, saying that he would do everything possible to free them. At this time, the arrogant cultivator called someone and announced that he had a child. The shocked Liu said that Hao promised to let his poor children go, but Vian stated that in fact he had deceived him and these were empty words. Xiu could not stand it and began to say that this was bullying, and she also wanted to get out of the closet. But Tian instantly covered her mouth with his hands and urged her to sit quietly, because this was for her own safety. Then he hugged her and said that everything would be fine and he would definitely protect her. The young master continued to hold her back and try to explain that Hao should not find out about them. He added that he would only let her go if she stopped screaming, after which the young cultivator slowly lowered his hand. Sad Xiu remained silent with great difficulty. The main character said in a whisper that they would talk about the current situation after Van left. Meanwhile, Tang asked Hao what he needed to do to leave his family alone. The arrogant master confidently stated that he never leaves what he wants. Therefore, he needs his daughter along with the director's company and all the staff. Tang sadly said that in this case he would have to kill him. Wang only smiled in response. After which he said indifferently that his life was not at all interesting to him. Suddenly, an unknown person entered the office and said that the Azure Group was waiting for Mr. Hao, and asked him to follow her. The guy started flirting with her and noticed that with such a beauty he was ready to go to the moon. Van headed for the exit and stated that he was not going to wait long for his decision, so he had a month to think about it, adding that if Tang does not make the right decision, Hao will destroy his entire family. After Van finally left the room, the old man became suddenly ill. At that moment, Xiu ran out and said that for their safety, she was ready to become Hao's wife. But the father replied that if she did this, then this demon would not give her life. The girl sadly said that otherwise he would kill them all. After all, they should not forget the people who helped them reach such heights, and she cannot sacrifice them for her own good. Yi, in turn, was angry that at such a crucial moment he did not have enough strength to change everything. In this connection, Tian asked for forgiveness from them and said that unfortunately he was too weak and would not be able to help them. The director replied that apparently this was their fate and he was ready to accept it, and he also thanked the young man for his efforts. The guy said that the best solution was to get Miss Xiu out of here, but since she also wants to save the employees, it will be quite difficult. He approached the girl and said bitterly that at the moment he could not fight with Van. The young lady lowered her eyes and replied that there was no need to worry so much, and they were grateful to him anyway. Suddenly, Ye felt the presence of about 50 cultivators on all 30 floors. Tian immediately reported this to Tang and offered to hide Xiu from Hao's spies. The teenager pointed his hand at her and said that no one would be able to find her for a month. The extremely alarmed old man, in turn, asked what would happen next. He answered quite confidently that he would definitely gain strength and save them. Meanwhile, Xiang and Ling Er were waiting for the young master to arrive at the Flaming Maple Villa. Qin suddenly asked her if the young cultivator would meet Wang. Hong replied that anything was possible. Then she asked in response why she calls him her teacher. The girl said that he promised to teach her martial arts, but he has been gone for several days. And it was at that moment that the extremely upset main character came into their room.
Yes said from the door that they needed to urgently go to Yingzhou.
Xiang instantly jumped up and asked if he had really decided to start a war with Hao. Lin also let slip that his family owns numerous assets in Mingzhou, and they cannot compare with them. Then Tian said that he would need to enlist someone's support in order to finally defeat him. Qin noticed that her father had recently talked about the arrival of the dragon catchers. The young man asked if it was possible to cooperate with them, and whether they were strong warriors. Xiang replied that they are the strongest in the country, and the Azure Group is their only competition. They also need a mentor and she could recommend him. The guy was surprised. After which he thought that this could be a good chance for success, to become their ally and resist Hao. Yeah, in turn agreed, and the joyful Qin said that she would do everything in the best possible way. After some time they found themselves near a building and the girl said that the dragon catchers were here. Tian saw 2 guards at the entrance and was surprised, since their ki was quite strong. Xiang instantly grabbed his hand and dragged him to his father to tell him that she had found the master. One of the bodyguards joyfully greeted the girl and said that the boss was worried about her. Qin immediately ordered him to immediately take the guy to the dragon catchers. Soon they entered the room and headed down a long corridor. Yi discovered that behind the wall there were a considerable number of those same cultivators. Approaching the door, Tian's heart began to beat wildly for some unknown reason. He suddenly discovered a bright mark and began to carefully examine it. Suddenly it dawned on him that these were 6 starburst lights. Yi wondered who these catchers were. But as soon as Tian tried to go inside, the symbol began to fall apart. As a result, a huge number of magic swords flew at the teenager. The young master instantly realized that these were not the most benevolent people. In this regard, the young cultivator immediately used his abilities. The main character also drew attention to the chaotic formation, which indicated the strength of the enemy. Ye promptly activated a protective barrier, which easily absorbed the attack, after which an unknown girl came out and said that Shan was not mistaken about this person. An old man came out after her and said that they did not want to offend Tian in any way. The perplexed guy asked if they really decided to test him. At this moment, the young lady introduced herself as Zhang and said that she was the elder of the dragon catchers, adding that she rarely meets such capable cultivators and also apologized for the peculiar test. He shook her hand and warned her because next time they might end up with an expert. Dai said that their group is the strongest in the country, and therefore they have a lot of enemies. And the master directed her to select only the best. Zhang immediately invited Tian to lead their elite unit. Realizing that he did not have much choice, the teenager decided to agree, because he himself could not yet become stronger. However, Ye insisted on several conditions for cooperation, which surprised those present. Ahead of him, Dai asked if that was what he came for, to confront Hao, who had united with the Azure group. Tian smiled and replied that it is always pleasant to deal with smart people. After which Zhang gave him an emblem and stated that with it he would be able to control the Tiger Dragon team. The young man glanced at the division's cultivators and realized that their strength was enough to fight Wang. The elder also noted that they would obey him unquestioningly. Yi, in turn, said that this was very good and he was ready to get to work. Turning the emblem in his hands, Tian asked when they were setting off. However, at this time an unknown person entered the room and said that Dai was mistaken about this boy. After all, he is not worthy to be the group's mentor. Surprised, Ye asked if this was really another test. Zhang replied to the young master that it was the former Tiger Dragon leader Gong Yang who had joined the Blood Dragons. The young cultivator noticed that he was quite strong, but he had an extremely bad character. A stunned Khan replied that he had no right to criticize him, adding that it is better for the guy to leave this place because no one is happy with him here. Dai suddenly became angry and ordered him to get out of here immediately and not bother Ye. But Gon urged her to remain silent because she took the place of the elder in a rather unusual way. Ian still wouldn't let up and continued to provoke everyone in every possible way, saying that she fell for his cute face. Then the extremely arrogant Han put his hand on Tianyu's shoulder and said that to become a mentor, you need experience. The teenager immediately hit him with his hand and said that he was not going to talk to him. Gon took this as a challenge and began to flex his fists. Zhang still unsuccessfully ordered him to leave the room. Yi, in turn, noted that he coped well with the first test and would not remain idle. As a result, he threw 2 vases at Yang, but Dai managed to block the attack, stating that the master should not forget where he is, namely in Shang's house. The infuriated Tian ordered Khan to go outside and sort things out like a man so as not to disturb the master. Once in the courtyard, Zhang urged him to be careful, since duels between hunters often end in death. The guy smiled and said that in this case there is no need to restrain yourself. Gon immediately rushed to attack him, but Ye noticed that he was too slow. Subsequently, the young man easily avoided the blow of the perplexed Ian. Khan urged him not to evade attacks, but to fight him in a fair fight. Gon then hurried to his feet for the next blow, but he didn't know who he was dealing with. By releasing a magic sphere at Tian, he intended to at least injure the cultivator. However, the teenager took advantage of his abilities in a timely manner. As a result, he absolutely calmly neutralized Khan's attempts and launched a counterattack. Thus, having bound him with magical chains, Gon was unable to move. Ye informed Zhang that he no longer intended to undergo their ridiculous tests. Only if there are no more people willing to test his strength. Naturally, there were no such people. Dai instantly congratulated the young master for mentoring the Tiger Dragons. The members of the group themselves bowed low to the young cultivator and greeted him. The main character approached Dai and asked if her promise was valid. The girl in turn answered positively, because everything was already clear. Then Ye gave a new task for his charges to protect the Tang family at all costs. Then he asked the elder to help him make amends to the Shang family because he created a mess here. Then, leaving Tian, he said that in a couple of days he would be waiting for them at his flaming maple villa. Zhang realized that he was actually an incredibly strong fighter, and it was stupid to test him. Soon the guy returned to his home, where he told Xiang and Ling Er that he was leaving for Yingzhong for a whole month. The girls were in shock, adding that from now on he is the commander of the Tiger Dragon group and will need a lot of time and effort. Qin literally grabbed him and said that she had fulfilled part of their agreement, and he could not do this to her. Hong also grabbed his hand and once again asked him to become her teacher. Yi couldn't avoid it forever, and finally agreed to teach them self-defense. The joyful girls began to dance with each other because their cherished dream had come true. But a moment later they remembered that they had quarreled among themselves and went in different directions. After some time, Tian went to his office, and looking at the magic stone, he thought that he had already died once. In fact, the young man wanted to found his own section and call it Lingtian. Suddenly, Xiang and Hong came to him in disguise and said that they were honored to be his students. He said that they must learn a couple of rules: not to touch someone who has not harmed them, and the one who offended them must pay in full. At that moment, he took a piece of paper and threw it at the candle, thereby cutting it off. The rather obedient students replied that they would definitely glorify his section. The teenager called them to stand nearby and said that from now on they are part of his clan called Lingtian. Qin and Ling Er immediately handed him 2 cups of sake and asked him to celebrate the occasion. One by one, Tian knocked over the cups and hurried to congratulate them on joining his sect, after which he repeated again that he was leaving for a month, and they were obliged to wait for his return. As the young master agreed with Dai, in a couple of days she arrived at the Flaming Maple Villa. Getting out of the car, Zhang greeted the newly appointed commander of the Tiger Dragon group. The young cultivator, in turn, hurried to hand over the magical leaves to the students. Ye said that if the Tang family is in danger, they should tear up these leaves and he will come right away. The main character got into Dai's car and thought that it would be nice if Qin and Hong completed some of his business. But as soon as Tian left, Xiang declared that during his absence she was in favor of the eldest. Stunned, Linger objected, saying that she was actually the one who met Ye first. Qin said that she was the first to become his student, and therefore Hong should obey her. A few hours later, Tian successfully reached the indicated place. Zhang said that she would immediately call the blood dragons in training. However, the young man urged her not to distract them from such an important practice, especially since they were in no hurry. The teenager himself began to cultivate in order to strengthen the connection between minerals, because they, in turn, feed on the energy of the divine stone of the 9 heavens. After a certain time, Ye felt the negative aura begin to leave his body. Suddenly, Tian felt someone's presence and demanded that the stranger show up. An unknown cultivator came out from behind a tree and asked if his name was Ye. The guy answered positively and asked a counter question about who he was and what he needed. The young man identified himself as the leader of the blood dragons named Ma Fei and asked for guidance from the group commander, after which he handed over some paper, which indicated that he had been challenged. At this moment, another named Yin Yang said that he was a member of the blood dragon squad and wanted to fight with him. Tian only laughed in response and noted that they were quite brave. Then he called for the other 13 people hiding in the forest to come out. Ye said despite their courage, he will not stand on ceremony with them, and they must understand this. Guan said that his group values strength above all else, and if he really wants to become their mentor, he must win. Tian responded by saying that he would be happy to see their abilities. The squad members were at a loss because no one could withstand so many fighters. Yin called on his colleagues to demonstrate their skills to the young master. Everyone immediately rushed towards the young cultivator. Ye stood absolutely calmly in place. The blood dragon group, in turn, began to run around the main character. Tian said that this is an extremely useless tactic and they will not confuse him. At a certain moment, the teenager raised his hand and almost caught Ian. Ying was shocked and did not understand how he was able to discover it. But at the same time, the fighters continued to use their fighting method. The young man urged them not to be shy and to make every effort. A moment later, Yi once again caught one of them and dealt a fairly noticeable blow. However, after he was attacked from above by the head of the sect, Ma Fei, he naively believed that he would defeat Tian. But the guy easily avoided his attack and jumped to the side, continuing to provoke them. Ye also noticed that Guan is quite strong but extremely slow, and this is his weakness. The angry Fei called him to action, not idle talk, and again rushed to attack. Tian parried his blows again and again, expending only a small part of his energy. Then he stated that this blow was much faster than the previous one, but weak. Defiantly shaking the dust off his shoulder, the smug commander of the Tiger Dragons urged them to continue. But this was enough for the masters to understand how powerful he really was, and Ma said that they wanted to become his students. He praised the sect members and assured them that he could make them much stronger. Tian suggested that it would be best to start with their weaknesses, which meant trying energy-clearing tactics. However, one of them asked in surprise and extreme displeasure whether that was all. Then the upset young man set off in an unknown direction, which greatly surprised Yi. In this connection, the teenager asked Guan if this boy was from their squad. Ma Fei replied that Yue Shangyun is the younger brother of the strongest in the Hua Kingdom, Shang He. Tian was surprised because he had never heard this name and knew nothing about it. Soon, Ye gathered everyone and announced that he had created an individual improvement plan for everyone and would change their skills. Some of the group members did not even know that this was possible and began to actively discuss it among themselves. But Yue objected to the commander, saying that even his brother was not capable of doing this. The perplexed young master asked in response whether he was really so sure of this. However, Sean continued to pretend to be a smart guy and asked the main character if he knew what the consequences could be. The young cultivator, in turn, was interested and assumed that the boy was hiding something. In this regard, Ya earnestly asked him to share such important information. Yue Yun replied that their abilities are the result of long training and changing them will not lead to anything good. After all, even God himself is not immune from failure, and they simply risk losing their energy. Adding that in his youth, his brother did this and acted as a guide, trying to change the skills of his friends. But it all ended with the fact that the comrade's energy flow could not escape. This led to the accumulation of the aura inside the body, and he died. The squad members were horrified by the story, because they could not even think about such consequences. Yun continued to say that after this incident, his brother forbade changing skills, and Ye was no one to break this rule. Tian agreed that this process was extremely dangerous, but the matter was completely different. Shang snapped again, saying that he had no right to doubt his brother's abilities. Unexpectedly, Ma Fei supported the boy and noticed that this was indeed practically impossible and dangerous. The rest of the soldiers also expressed solidarity with Yun and called on the commander to listen to him. Yue once again asked the master not to waste time on this venture for the sake of their common good. But Ye insisted, because if they don't change their abilities, they won't be able to improve. The angry boy nervously asked him if Tian realized that this was a threat to their lives. Finally, the guy realized that until they themselves know the truth, they will not understand anything. He stood silently and thoughtfully for a long time. Yun thought that Tian was simply scared, which is what he asked him about. In fact, Ye discovered that Shang was literally burning from the inside out from the fire attribute. Tian approached him and said that now he would show him something special. After which, as if the flame had been taken away from him and his hand ignited, the stunned Yue asked what he was doing. The young man said that in fact strong energy only brings chaos. Although it suits him, he has poor control over it, and because of this, the fire can leave his body. However, Shang did not believe him, and began to behave even more aggressively, ordering him to shut up. But the commander still told him that if he didn't change his abilities, he risked ending up as his brother's friend. Yun at that moment went completely mad and rushed towards Ye, intending to kill him. Tian, in turn, realized that it was most likely too late to explain this to him. As a result, Shang, having lost all control, entered into a fight with the young master. The young cultivator couldn't understand why his speed suddenly increased. Shocked by this outcome, Ma Fei immediately ordered everyone to grab Yue as he was distraught. Yin decided to distract him so that the others could stop the boy. However, Yun was not himself and began to attack his own brothers, which no one expected. Yang managed to block Shan's blow. The main character urged them to be careful, because he is really strong. But at a certain moment, Yue brought down Yin's protective barrier and thereby injured him. Yun urged them not to block his path and declared that Yi could not be trusted, because he was a deceiver. Guan ordered everyone to attack him at the same time and finally stop him. However, this did not end in success either. Suddenly, Shang completely ignited. His eyes also glowed with fire, and he said that they all had to believe him and his brother. After which he unleashed a series of crushing attacks on the squad, after which everything around was covered in flames. Ma said that apparently they could not defeat Yue, since his strength was growing rapidly. Tian decided to help them and activated a protective barrier. Everyone was shocked by its unimaginable power. Thus, Ye intended to find a counterweight in the battle with Yun and use omni-purification. In this connection, the newly appointed commander ordered the clan to distract him so that he could get down to business. Guan ordered the others to listen to their immediate teacher in order to stop Yue. Shang continued to mindlessly resist them. The fighters instantly applied their famous tactics. Tian looked around to find a suitable place to clean. Then the teenager saw a small clearing by the lake and realized that this was an ideal location. He immediately began to use his magic to create some kind of mark. And when everything was ready, he ordered the disciples to lure Yue to this place. Most of the fighters immediately rushed to the mark. Naturally, Yun followed them. However, he couldn't understand why they suddenly started running away, which made him even more angry. Gradually, Shang approached the right place, and Tian began to complete the job. A moment later, a huge water dragon flew out of the mark. Yue had no way to avoid colliding with it. As a result, the snake literally swallowed him, and the guy felt wild pain in his body. A black aura began to emerge from him. Yun finally realized that he could not escape. After some time, the exhausted Shan tried to get up and did not understand what was happening. He continued to behave inappropriately, and asked the young master why his powers had disappeared. The protagonist replied that he freed Yue from chaos and temporarily sealed his energy. After which the young cultivator gave him a pill and said that he would never be the same, but he could be healed. Finally, Yun came to his senses and thanked the commander, saying that it was as if something was tearing him apart from the inside, and he could not control it. Ye replied that his powers were imperfect, but the reason for such a reaction lay elsewhere. The perplexed Shan in turn asked what really happened to him. Then Tian showed him the bracelet that flew off his hand, and noted that perhaps this happened because of him. The shocked young man said that this was the Green Guild, but he did not understand how he ended up with this item, adding that he once met with them, and the black fog is saturated with their energy. Suddenly, he remembered that his brother received this bracelet when he won the royal tournament. Ye suggested that the Green Guild had already infiltrated the kingdom, and from now on, they should be on their guard. Guan said sadly that he knew it and the situation was much worse than he could have imagined. Tian decided to help Shang restore his spiritual strength in order to finally heal the boy. Yu once again asked for forgiveness for his behavior, and said that he was ready to change his skills. Fei joined him and also asked the commander to teach them how to change abilities. The guy said that if they work hard, they will finish it in a month. Ye really wanted to teach them everything they needed so that they could fight together against Hao. A few days later, Tian led the squad to the waterfall and said that he had adjusted their skills, and now a turning point was coming, adding since now their element is water, it is best to train at a waterfall. After which he called on everyone to sit around him and begin teaching the 7 stars technique. Yi felt his energy spreading evenly throughout his body, so contact with other fighters helped him stabilize it. After a certain time, the joyful students informed the teacher that they felt changes in their bodies. Tian understood that he couldn't stop there and needed to continue cultivating. Thus, they absorbed more and more much-needed energy. And after a few days, the young man finally broke through to the next stage of development, which was called the Wisdom of Clear Honor. This was an incredible result for the young master who had been working toward this for so long. The entire Blood Dragon clan began to congratulate the teacher on his breakthrough to a new level. The main character immediately began to improve the effectiveness of training and his charges. Yin did not fully understand what exactly this technique would consist of, but it was extremely interesting. Most of them respected the young cultivator, because he possessed an impressive number of different techniques. At the end of the hardest training, Guan ordered everyone to thank Ye. At that moment, Zhang suddenly approached Tian and said that with his help they had become stronger. The guy, in turn, asked what she was doing here and why she decided to come. Dai stated that she needed to discuss a couple of issues with him regarding the upcoming exam. The extremely surprised young man asked what exactly she wanted to talk about. The girl said that well-coordinated teamwork is important for the dragon catchers, and that's why they organize group battles. After which Zhang gave him the necessary documents, and Ye finally understood why they all attacked him together. Dai asked him to prepare them for the exam, which would take place in 3 days. Tian replied that he would do everything in the best possible way, and the young elder left. Soon the main character informed the squad that for the most part they were ready for the exam, but they needed to work on teamwork. Also, we must not forget about diligent training in order to pass the necessary exam. 3 days later, they all met at the place indicated by the elder to conduct tests. Where the martial dragons had to be fought, Ye understood that their spiritual level was higher than his disciples. Each of them began to provoke in every possible way a detachment of blood dragons, because they knew that they were stronger than them. In this regard, they naturally underestimated this sect, simply mocking them. Yin was about to attack the arrogant fighters, but Tian said that he alone could not defeat them. The most self-confident of them began to demonstrate his abilities. But the young cultivator's sect followed his instructions, and they all attacked them together. Yin was looking forward to a good slaughter and declared that nothing could save them. The leader of the fighting dragons grinned maliciously. He habitually cracked his knuckles, declaring that blood dragons were nothing. The young man made a rapid dash forward, throwing out his fist. A powerful stream of wind rushed towards his rivals. Ma Fei Guang just smiled and blocked the blow with his elbow. A huge ball with a fiery hue grew between him and the enemy. A strong surge of energy and a blindingly bright glow forced the leader of the battle dragons to retreat back. Yue Shang Yun laughed and exclaimed that the guy was completely helpless. He could not do anything with them. The man glared angrily. He never forgave such insults to anyone. The leader shouted that the blood dragons asked for it. Quickly throwing both fists forward, he summoned a large fire dragon. The beast opened its mouth predatorily, revealing sharp fangs. Yet Tian immediately calculated the battle dragon's strategy. He shouted to Fei Guang that the earthly spirit must be destroyed first. The young man exclaimed that they could handle it themselves. Together with Yin Yang and Shang Yun, the fighters created a protective purple circle with a 6-pointed star. Even the leader of the fighting dragons couldn't handle it. A strong flow of air from the spirit of the 7 stars threw the man high into the sky. His partner cried out in amazement, turning pale. The man angrily declared that the dragon catchers would pay for this. The leader of the fighting dragons stood up from the ground with displeasure, exclaiming that this should have been done a long time ago. He demanded to attack the enemy. The 5 fighters put their index and middle fingers together. They summoned a purple circle with a 6-pointed star. The leader gloatingly stated that the fighting dragons are stronger than the other dragon catchers. They cannot lose to the blood dragons. Tian looked at the enemy hexagram with alarm. He immediately realized that it contained the black mist and the skeleton's shackles. The leader of the fighting dragons soared into the air with the help of purple wings. Below him, a dark funnel was spinning in the middle of a purple mist. Ye Tian excitedly asked Ma Fei Guang to pay closer attention to the black fog. "This thing is more dangerous than it looks." The guy replied that there was no need to worry. This time his help will not be needed. Together with Shan Yun, they ran forward. The fighters from the Blood Dragon faction stood up with their hands raised. They stood in a circle and projected a white disk in the sky. The fighting dragons soared upward with the help of purple wings. Having prepared purple clots of energy, they circled over their opponents. Seeing the leader of the fighting dragons approaching faster and faster, Ma Fei Guang almost begged the heavenly portal to activate. The fighters of the battle dragons felt their victory, and as they approached, they slowed down, raising their hands with clots of energy. Fortunately, at this moment, the hands of the blood dragons glowed with a bluish light. The portal began to activate. A thick pillar of energy pierced the heavens. It seemed that it was entirely created from electrical discharges. Outbreaks occurred in different places. A minute later, all that was left of the fighting dragons were scraps that slowly descended to the ground. The blood dragons joyfully celebrated their victory. Ye Tian clapped his group. They did a great job. The young man was a little worried that the Green Guild was becoming more and more influential. The elder of the Dragon Catcher group, Zhang Dai, approached the young man. She said that she received information about the Tang family. Ye Tian shuddered, realizing that the Tang family was in danger. He worriedly asked to tell what happened. The girl thoughtfully said that all the protectors of the family had disappeared. She herself suspects that Wang Hao is involved in this. The master folded his arms across his chest. He said that the Azure group is getting stronger. Most likely, Wang Hao will also compete at the next tournament. Ye Tian looked at the joyful dragon catchers celebrating their victory. He asked permission to go about his business. The guys were already strong enough. The man walked up to his charges and slammed his fist into his palm. He declared that it was time to say goodbye. Turning around, Ye Tian headed in the other direction. The hem of his white cloak fluttered as he walked quickly. Feng Guang asked him not to leave. The master did not turn around. He admitted that he managed to get close to the students in 20 days, but he could not stay. This way, he will put them in danger. Ma Fengguang bowed and exclaimed that the blood dragons were ready to follow the teacher. Shang Yun stated that they vow to help until their death. The young man could not believe that they trusted him so much. Ye Tian turned to the students and announced that they were heading to Yangzhou. The students joyfully exclaimed in one voice that they agreed to follow their mentor even to the ends of the earth. Zhang Dai looked thoughtfully at the dragon catchers. She had to admit that Ye Wutian was truly a master. He was able to gain respect in a short time. The young man returned to Tang Shu Air's office, whose entire facade was made of glass. There was a huge red vase at the entrance. A little closer to the door, there were flower pots with strange green plants. The young man frowned. This reminded him of something. Inside, there was a framed picture hanging on the wall. Ye Tian saw its contents as blurry, so he assumed that the Tang family had invited the master. The young man smiled faintly. He had dealt with such formations more than once in the past, so he could handle it here too. As soon as the guy decided that he would do this a little later, the painting completely disappeared from the wall. The room became gray. He walked slowly down the corridor, still thinking about the gaps in his memory. Ye Tian was lost in thought and did not see Shu Er behind him. The girl was wearing a red dress today. She was very glad that the master had finally returned. They had a lot to discuss. The young man smiled and said that he arrived a few days ago. He himself was very glad to see that everything was fine with the girl. Tang Shu Er smiled shyly. She quietly said that she could only feel so good thanks to the help of Ye Tian's friends. The guy immediately felt an alarming note in the hostess's voice. The young man demanded to know what happened. He would help sort out the problems. Shu Er could no longer hold back and roared. Sobbing, the girl admitted that she saw her father for the last time 3 days ago. She wiped away her tears with her fist and reminded her that Wang Hao had given her a week to think about it. The father disappeared that same day along with the guards. Gently touching his interlocutor's face with his finger, Ye Tian said that tears do not make Shu Er more beautiful. She should not cry so much. The beauty saw a blue glow above the guy's nail. Continuing to sob, the girl asked with interest what it was. The man looked closely into Tang Shu Er's eyes. He said there was no time for explanations. She must trust the master. The girl looked at her interlocutor with perplexed eyes. Ye Tian asked to trust him to save his father. Tang Shu Er wiped away a tear with a handkerchief with purple and red spots. She sincerely thanked the master for his help. Suddenly, Ye Tian was surprised to notice that the beauty's eyes had closed and she had lost consciousness. The young man barely had time to catch her. The white handkerchief slowly fell to the floor. From under it, a column of black particles slowly rose into the air. The guy couldn't figure out what it was. Seeing that they were standing on the red hexagram, Yetian began to guess. It was very similar to the soul purification formation. The young man frowned. Now he realized that everything was even worse than it seemed. The spell affected the entire Tang family. Yetian turned to the side and called the blood dragons to him. All his students ran out from around the corner. They were ready to carry out any order. The master pointed at the fiery red hexagram, demanding that the disciples destroy the formation immediately. As soon as the young people approached the protective circle, they were immediately thrown aside by a strong release of energy. Several people appeared in the room. 2 tall bodyguards wearing sunglasses led him into Director Tang's room. The dark cap on one of the men also seemed familiar to the young man. He suspected that he was dealing with representatives of the Azure Group. Tang Shu-er roared as soon as she saw her father. She begged to return her father and was ready to agree to any conditions of the kidnappers. Wang Hao grinned. He hinted to Yang Sheng that they now have a powerful weapon in their hands. They need to use the yin-yang body. Yetian began to understand a little. The yin-yang body energy is needed to create a dark type of formations. They need a girl precisely for this. The young man angrily turned his head in denial. He could not allow Shu-er to be taken over for villainous purposes. The master hid the girl behind his back and gloomily declared that the only way to take her away was through his corpse. Wang Hao grinned disdainfully. He was surprised that someone was trying to take the loot right from under his nose. Yang Shang slowly approached the guy, holding a purple hologram of a skull in his hand. He asked Ye Tian how he preferred to die. Noticing that the master was heading towards the enemy, Tang Shu-er excitedly asked the young man to be careful. Ye Tian gritted his teeth angrily. He was glad for the opportunity to avenge the Tang family and firmly replied that there was no need to worry about him. Yang Shang shouted a spell loudly. Everything around was covered with a purple fog, in which the ominous outlines of flaming skulls were clearly visible. Ye Tian managed to put up a protective barrier in time. He noticed with displeasure that his opponent had released mourning spirits. Before Yang Shang could strike again, the master threw his right hand forward. The spear seemed to become an extension of his hand. This moment was ideal for throwing the spear. The man was just making the next passes, calling on the monsters for help. The impact was so stunning that the dark cap flew high into the air, and the purple mist instantly dissipated. Yang Shang lay motionless on the ground, face down with his arm extended to the side. Ye Tian was surprised to see purple mist coming off of him. The purple demon hovered gloatingly in a room shrouded in fog. The young man realized that the enemy had taken on a new appearance. The humanoid demon rushed towards the master, extending gnarled fingers with sharp claws, declaring that it would devour him. Ye Tian managed to jump back. The enemy's powerful paw whistled in the air, describing a semicircle. The demon growled angrily. Watching his opponent creep up, the young man thought that he could defeat the evil spirit if he turned his energy into divine energy. The master quickly raised his hand up, activating a star breakthrough. A violet disk of 21 elements hovered above his outstretched fingers. As soon as the demon went on the offensive, Ye Tian attacked him. The disk crumbled. All the elements flew towards Yang Shang. The evil spirit could not fight off many elements. Having lost his right arm, he whined resentfully and began to complain that he was in pain. The young man did not stop and continued to strike until the demon crumbled into tiny particles. Yang Shang wearily rose to his knees. He realized that in the human body, he would find and be able to absorb even more souls. Wang Hao extended his hand to his partner, creating a clot of energy. He angrily stated that the Wang family had no intention of supporting him. Yang Shang realized that this was the end and began to beg for mercy. A beam of energy instantly pierced his body, and the entire room was covered in red fog. Ye Tian saw that under Tang Shu-er's feet, there was a red circle created by a negative formation. He asked worriedly how the girl was feeling. Wang Hao gloatingly raised his index and middle fingers up, ordering the bleeding to begin immediately. He angrily added that now he would have to finish the matter for Yang Shang and lowered his hand down. Red streams of energy flowed into the palm. Ye Tian realized that he was a little late. Wang Hao had already activated the formation. He jumped into the air towards the red circle. The dragon catchers and Tang Shu-er couldn't even move. Their spiritual energy quickly moved towards Wang Hao. The young man realized that first of all he needed to get rid of those flows. He flew up to the place where they branched and hit with a beam of energy. Shu-er fell to her knees and grabbed her throat. Ye Tian guessed that the girl was suffocating. There was almost no spiritual energy left in her body. He ran up to the brunette and touched her back, asking her to be patient a little longer. It will all be over very soon. Seeing that the mentor was also saving the dragon catchers, Ma Fei Guang said that they could handle it themselves. Ye Tian demanded silence. Wang Hao has been trying to attract souls to himself all this time. He did not work with souls so often and realized that he needed to do it faster. The man contemptuously told the master that he had no reason to imagine himself immortal. The young man continued to restore the spiritual energy of the fighters. He angrily replied that he did not have time to communicate with losers, and launched an energy beam at the enemy. Wang Hao easily blocked the blow. Smiling, he proposed a deal. Only then will the guy be able to save the Tang family. Raising his dark cap, the man said goodbye and warned that he would return in a week if Yetian did not show up for the martial arts tournament. Tang Shu'er almost fell to the floor unconscious. The young man barely managed to pick her up. He felt very guilty for not being able to apprehend the villain. Yetian angrily looked after Wang Hao. He angrily said that the guy would pay for this with his life. In fact, the man only pretended to forgive the master. Wang Hao himself had a hard time fighting and retreated only for this reason. Yetian carefully picked up Tang Shu'er in his arms and carried the girl to a soft bed. The young man sighed heavily. It was not easy for her. A strange sound was heard from behind. Yetian quickly turned around and saw that Director Tang had fallen to his knees. He was also not feeling well. Yetian managed to run up to the man in time and hold him by the shoulders. The young man worriedly asked what happened. Director Tang did not answer. His eyes were closed, sweat streaming down his face. The master realized that one of the particles of the man's soul was lost. The young man walked out into the corridor and called out to his students, demanding that the blood dragons protect the Tang family. All the dragon catchers immediately appeared in front of the master. Ma Fei Guang answered loudly for everyone that he understood the master's order. Director Tang was still sitting with his eyes closed, a curve separated from his blue aura, going far to the side. Yetian flew into the air, following the trajectory of the soul particle, and flew out of the office building. Luckily, he had the skill of soul chasing. Flying near a dense forest, the young man realized that the trail stretched to Mount Chongmingdao. He wondered what could be there. Not far from the forest stood a one-story building. Its roof was covered with tiles. Yetian landed and looked around. Frowning, the man moved his hand to see the true appearance of the building. He knew that this was actually a large temple. When the illusion was broken, a statue of a humanoid creature made of red stone appeared before Yetian's eyes. 3 men came out of the temple. The leader of the group angrily asked how the young man dared to sneak into the territory of the ghost puppets. The young man was familiar with their clothes. He knew that these people used the soul as a source of spiritual energy. Having heard no answer, the leader angrily exclaimed that he did not like to be ignored, and grabbed a long bone staff with fangs on the top. Yetian contemptuously stated that he had better get out of the way himself while he still had the opportunity to save his worthless life. The man made a quick lunge and threw his staff at the guy, saying that the stranger had chosen his own path. The young man barely had time to deviate to the side. The staff loudly hit the wall of the temple. The leader of the group laughed maliciously. He exclaimed triumphantly that now no one would save the guy. It was too late to back down. Yetian summoned a spear while extending his middle and index fingers upward. The young man shouted angrily that he had already asked not to distract him. Taking off into the air, the master quickly made circular movements with his hands. In the circles of fighters, this whirlwind of 7 stars was quite famous. The man flinched in surprise. He admitted that the stranger was not such a weakling. The henchman froze in place. A gray-haired old man in a gray kimono appeared out of nowhere. Stretching out his hand with a bone sword, he blocked the advance of the whirlwind. Yetian immediately sensed Director Tang's energy in the elder. Most likely he has a piece of his soul. The leader of the group bowed to the old man, striking his fist against his palm. He told the young man that this was their leader. Yetian turned to the elder. He said he came to the ghost puppet territory to pick up something. The old man angrily threw a bone blade at him, declaring that to do this, he must first ask permission from his sword. During the flight, the bone sword was modified. Several fangs were added to it, and the blade itself resembled a spear. After dodging the blow, Yetian looked at the old man's weapon with interest. This sword appears to transform on command. The blade crashed into the floorboards with a creak, and a web of various cracks immediately spread across them. There was no time to examine the enemy's sword. It flew towards the young man again. Yetian easily jumped up, avoiding the blow. The leader of the group smiled faintly. The man no longer doubted that the guy was finished. He would not be able to resist for long. The elder chose a new tactic this time. Along with the sword, many sharp fragments of stones flew at the young man. Yetian quickly created a huge protective sphere. A hail of stones rained down on him from the sky, but did not cause any harm. The old man frowned. He began to realize that he would have to tinker with the stranger. He really understood martial arts. The long sword hovered in a vertical position in front of the guy and slowly began to rise up. Yetian watched him with suspicion. The elder shouted that the young man should be proud of himself. He will die from the blade of the ghostly puppets. The guy carefully followed the old man's manipulations. Yetian realized that the master could not control the blade himself. Looking around, the young man noticed that a red trail led from the bone sword to the statue. Most likely, it's all about her. A long, heavy sword flew at the uninvited guest with a whistle. None of the group of ghostly puppets doubted his death. The leader of the group exclaimed contemptuously that it was time for payback. The guy would not be so arrogant now. The elder turned away disdainfully, declaring that the guy was so pathetic that he was not worth spending time on. The giant sword crashed into the place where the young man stood. Ye Tian happily asked, standing up from under the blade, who he called pathetic. The old man turned around in bewilderment when he heard the voice of the man who was supposed to die. Stammering, he cautiously asked who he was dealing with. Flying up to the ceiling, Ye Tian said that it doesn't matter. If Director Tang's soul is returned to him, he will spare the elder. The old man angrily threw a blade at the offender and shouted that he would give up his soul only if the guy caught his sword again. The young man walked up to the statue with a smile and stated that he had definitely managed to find the source of the elder's power. The man shuddered in horror and sweat appeared on his face. Stuttering, the elder asked what came to the guy's mind. Ye Tian laughed smugly. From the old man's reaction, he realized that he had guessed right, and with one blow he crushed the stone statue. Exactly the same energy pulse threw the other 3/10 of meters away. The young man shouted that he wished them quick death. Black fog began to rise near the bone sword stuck in the floorboard. The master remembered that he had already seen this before. Ye Tian pulled out his sword and twirled it thoughtfully. He had heard fantastic tales about this blade more than once. Suddenly, the young man felt the enormous power of the sword and understood everything. This weapon is capable of changing the elements and adapts to its owner. As the elder jumped into the air, the blade jumped out of the guy's hand. Ye Tian realized that the sword recognized its owner. He looked at the flying blade in bewilderment, thinking that it would be quite difficult to take possession of a powerful weapon. Moreover, it was necessary to act quickly. If the flow of energy is not interrupted, the elder will destroy Director Tang's soul. The young man called the sword to himself. The sword obediently vibrated in the air and returned back. Ye Tian extended his hand towards him. The blade hovered in the air above the guy's open palms. He happily thought that the spirit of the sword would help him deal with the enemy. A small glowing ball with a blue aura separated from the sword. Ye Tian looked at the blade with admiration, deciding to improve it quickly. The young man deftly caught the sphere with his hand. He thought dissatisfied that he was too distracted. A little more, and there would be nothing left of the director's soul. The master decided that he would deal with the blade later. He flew up, hurrying to return to the Tang family. The girl was already tired of waiting. When the young man entered the building, Shu-Er was kneeling next to her father and shaking his shoulders, begging him to wake up. Hearing footsteps, the girl turned around and saw Ye Tian. She excitedly began to say that her father still had not come to his senses. The guy lightly touched Shu-Er's shoulder. He said that she herself should not make any quick movements. The illness had not yet passed. Touching Director Tang, Ye Tian said that there is no need to worry about the man. Everything will be fine with him. The sword hung in the air. The young master put his middle and index fingers together, activating soul retrieval. Life began to gradually return to Director Tang. His eyes were still closed, but sweat appeared on his face. The man coughed and opened his eyes in surprise. Shu-Er was very happy that her father had finally regained consciousness. Ye Tian said that Director Tang would be able to return to normal life soon, but for now he should take a good rest. He said that for some time the house would be calm, uninvited guests would not disturb either father or daughter. Negative formations have been destroyed. At the door, the young man turned around and told Shu-Er that he had to prepare for the national martial arts competition. The girl did not answer. She looked at her savior with hope. Shu-Er believed that only he could help their family. Ye Tian walked out of the building holding the sword in his hand. He thought that he could not move on until he put an end to his past. The young man looked at the school building with envy. Unfortunately, he will not be able to study calmly like all students. Unlike the students who walked around the school grounds with backpacks, Ye Tian was not an ordinary mortal. He raised his head to the heavens and mentally greeted the cultivators, declaring that their immortal mentor was returning. Suddenly, the young man heard a familiar ringing voice behind him. Ye Tian turned around in surprise when he recognized Li Shiyu's voice. It really was her. The girl was wearing a beautiful yellow dress today. She was very glad that she met the master. Shiyu smiled shyly. She admitted that she was very upset when she realized that she might not see him again. When Ye Tian turned to the girl in bewilderment, she immediately realized from his eyes that the young man still remembered her. Shiyu just now saw the white sheet in the guy's hands and assumed that he was about to leave school. The young man said that he had chosen his own path, so he believes that studying will only distract him. The girl looked sadly at her interlocutor. She almost burst into tears, thinking that this meeting might be the last. Ye Tian noticed that Li Xiu was acting a little strange. The young man asked if she was all right. The beauty firmly decided that she would not let him go again. She exclaimed that she wanted to follow Ye Tian's path and asked him to take her with him. The young man sighed tiredly, closing his eyes. He admitted that the path he had chosen was very difficult, and she might not be able to stand it. Shi Yu stated that she was ready to overcome any difficulties that they would encounter, just so as not to remain in the Li family. Ye Tian looked thoughtfully at the beauty. Guessing about the relationship in the family, he suggested that the father did not respect the girl. Shi Yu could not stand it and burst into tears, admitting that she had no freedom. In her own family, she feels like just a pawn. Wiping her tears with her fist, the girl exclaimed that she was already tired of this. She wants to make her own decisions. Stuttering, Shi Yu admitted that she was still burdened by the unknown. She doesn't know what awaits her ahead. It's scary. The young man remembered the previous death of his body and frowned. The girl is right. The heavens cannot determine fate. Ye Tian said out loud that he agreed with Shi Yu. Each person must make his own decisions that affect his life. He handed the yellow maple leaf sign to his interlocutor and asked the girl to find Hongling Heir at the Flame Maple Villa. The young man said that he could not go there himself. When the girl sees this emblem, she will tell Shi Yu what to do next. The beauty smiled shyly, sincerely thanking Ye Tian for his kindness. Finally, she can start a new life. The master turned away and looked thoughtfully at the school. Shi Yu made a wish. She wanted him to do well. Ye Tian hurriedly walked down the street, clutching the sword in his hand. The tournament will start very soon, so it doesn't hurt to get there early. Suddenly, Ma Fei Guang and Yin Yang jumped from the roof in front of him. Landing on their knees, the guys in black suits greeted their mentor. The young man was surprised by their appearance and assumed that the dragon catchers were now carrying out solo missions. Fei Guang said that he learned from Elder Zhang about the upcoming tournament and therefore came to warn the mentor. Ye Tian laughed as he crossed his arms. He is grateful for the students' concern, but the tournament is not dangerous. Fei Guang came closer and quietly said that he would like to whisper something. It seems to him that this year it will be much more difficult to win the tournament. The mentor asked the guy in surprise what he was hinting at. He winked conspiratorially and came even closer. It turned out that, under the guise of a tournament, the 7 strongest sections nominated the best fighters who would compete for primacy in the world of cultivators. Ye Tian scratched his chin with a smile. Laughing, he told his interlocutor that he liked this kind of tournament even better. On the day of the fighting tournament, Lingzhen Island gathered many people. Boats and yachts arrived from all over the world. Ye Tian was here for the first time. He was surprised to note the high concentration of spiritual energy on the island. Not far from him, 2 guys were discussing a possible champion. Lin Yan Nan from the Seven Flowers Alliance is a very strong opponent. The young man said that this man was the best in the Azure group. The dragon catchers would have to accept their defeat. A gray-haired old man caught up with them and declared that this was not all. Losers of the tournament will be expelled from the immortal world. The guys turned to the elder in surprise. Ye Tian walked towards the entrance of the main building. From the conversation, he understood that the Azure group, to which Wang Hao was involved, wants to take over the entire world of cultivators. Having found the administrator, the young man demanded to be given a room. The tall man bowed cordially to the guest. Dragon catchers were respected here. At the door to the room, Ye Tian turned to the conductor and said that he needed to rest. The man nodded understandingly and left. The master immediately began cultivation. Sitting on the floor, he summoned a yellow core with a blue glow. A fishbone sword hung in the air above him. The young man decided that enough time had passed. He pressed the palms of his hands together, trying to unite the sword and his spiritual essence. The sword immediately flew up to the ceiling. Having stumbled upon an obstacle, he began to rush chaotically around the room in search of a way out. Hearing the clang of the blade, Ye Tian sighed sadly. His cultivation level is still insufficient for this. The bone sword hung in space. The young master was sorry that the divine stone could not cope with the energy of the blade. The young man left the room, clutching the sword in his hand. He couldn't understand why nothing worked. Ye Tian decided that this method was not suitable. Suddenly, a girl with purple hair landed on the floor in front of him. The man was outraged that his request was ignored. The tear-stained girl's blue t-shirt bore the yin and yang emblem. Sobbing, Dui-san asked not to hit her and put her hand forward. A tall man wearing the same clothes raised his fist. He shouted angrily that the girl had no right to order him. Ye Tian managed to intervene in time. His neutralizing shield held back the guy's powerful blow. The man's face was blinded by a bright flash. He turned angrily to the defense attorney, declaring that no one had the right to meddle in the Bagua section without special permission. The young man proudly said his name. At the tournament, he will represent the Lintian section. The man frowned at him. Bowing to the stranger, he admitted that he had never heard of Ye Tian and simply advised him not to interfere in their affairs. A concerned administrator ran up to them and asked them not to quarrel. He stated that dragon catchers should be more restrained. The man said dismissively that the guy was lucky this time and turned his back to him. If Ye Tian had not been a dragon catcher, he would have already been taken away by the doctors. The young man bent over Dui-san, who was still lying on the floor and holding her bruised arm. At first glance, everything was fine with her. The girl began to stammer out of embarrassment and quickly blurted out that everything was fine with her. She was grateful for the help. Yetian stood up silently and prepared to leave. Dui-san suddenly asked if she could look at the bone sword. The man froze in surprise. He began to suspect that the girl knew something. Yetian asked if she was familiar with this sword. Seeing that the sword had shrunk to the size of a palm, Dui-san cried out in admiration. She had never seen anything like this before. Yetian asked the stranger with interest how she managed to understand that this bone sword was not quite ordinary. The girl laughed and admitted that she didn't know. She just felt an unusual energy emanating from the blade. The stranger bowed politely and introduced herself. Her name is Dui-san, and she's the third student in the Bagua section. Yetian froze in surprise upon hearing the familiar name. He suspected that this beauty was being taught by Dui-er. The girl smiled joyfully. Everything is so. She asked how the master could find out about this. The young man held his head, quietly saying that it would be better for her mentor not to recruit more students. This is a complete mockery. Dui-san touched the sword with interest, which now looked more like a dagger. She said that she was already used to everything. The sword turned out to be so sharp that the girl immediately cut her finger until it bled, and immediately pulled back her trembling hand with the blade. Yetian took the sword and clenched it in his fist. The young man said that this blade has one drawback. It has its own will. Dui-san remained thoughtfully silent. Besides, the girl now needed to stop the bleeding. She tried to suck it out of her finger. The man said that now Dui-san knows enough about the blade, so he can move on with his business. The girl told him that the Bagua section owned many types of secret weapons, but this was the first time she had seen a living blade. Yetian turned around in surprise when he heard about the living blade. The man could not understand why he himself did not feel anything. The young man made the sword hang over his palm in a vertical position. He suggested that there was a living spirit inside the blade. Dui-san said thoughtfully that this is not entirely true. In addition to the spirit, the sword stores a piece of the essence of the previous owner. Yetian praised the girl. It was really difficult to notice because two spirits could mix with each other. Dui-san raised her hand up, bending her thumb and little finger. She suggested working on the sword, which would take 3 days. The master activated a white circle with many elements around the sword. He decided to cleanse the sword from the Wu-Ling section's traps. The blade immediately began to transform, and purple smoke spread across it. At the tip of the sword, the smoke gradually took on the appearance of a demon. Seeing the blade in the blue glow, Dui-san gasped in admiration and raised her hands to her chin. She realized that the guy himself knew everything. Yetian thoughtfully replied that he really knows a lot, but not everything. For this knowledge, he is sincerely grateful to his friend. The blade demon spoke and solemnly exclaimed that he vowed to never forget his great master. Yetian wondered who the sword spirit could call its master. After some thought, he decided that it was someone from the Qing family. Dui-san happily said that she heard something about the great master. The young man said that he didn't hear anything and introduced himself. He said goodbye to his new friend and said that the girl could call him if he needed help. Dui-san happily said goodbye to the young man, thanking him once again for his help. There was a purple spot on her palm in the shape of a triangle. Yetian went to the lake. Here, far from the noisy city, he could indulge in meditation and force the heavenly stone Jutan to merge with the sword Yugu. The young man's efforts were rewarded. In nature, meditation went much faster than within the 4 walls of his home. The sword spirit fluttered out of the blade and joyfully exclaimed that he was very pleased with his release. He had to sleep for too long. Yetian sat down and touched Yugu with interest, smiling. Still, Dui-san was right. The blade has intelligence. The spirit raised its head angrily declaring that no one had the right to touch it. The young man has no idea who he is dealing with. Yetian said his full name and smiled friendly, asking if he could touch the other person now. Yugu jumped back and hovered over the surface of the lake. He started making fun of the guy's name. Only a small child could be called that. The master frowned and created an energy sphere. He said displeasedly that the spirit needed to be taught a lesson. Yugu began to grimace and deftly jumped to the side, a clot of energy falling nearby. The spirit exclaimed that the guy would not be able to hit him. Yetian concentrated on bringing the spirit back. He angrily told Yugu that he didn't let him run far. The spirit of the blade realized that something was uncontrollably pulling him back and shouted angrily that it was not entirely fair to use such methods. The young man replied that he had only 2 options. Yugu must either submit or die. Enemies should not use it for their own purposes. The sword spirit tried to resist. He laughed artificially, feeling that he was getting a little closer to his owner. As soon as Yugu was nearby, Yetian grabbed him, deciding that it was time to start training and rein in the impudent guy a little. The master looked closely at the blade spirit, trying to understand what was special about it. He asked if Yugu could create other sword spirits. He laughed and proudly declared that he could do a lot of things. If the young man wants, he can even now show his abilities. Without waiting for an answer, the blade spirit enlarged its sword to the size of a large spear and hovered in the air. He cheerfully asked the guy to follow him. Ye Tian had no intention of running after the sword and simply jumped on it. The young man himself became interested in what the spirit was up to. Yugu immediately warned his passenger that the trip would be difficult. He should be well prepared for it. The travelers flew through the portal and found themselves on the lawn. Ye Tian looked around and realized that they had passed through time. Boasting of its strength, the sword lifted the nearest rock and proudly called out to the young man, asking for his opinion. The master had no time for this. He pulled Jutan out of his pocket. The spirit offendedly asked why he was not praised and became interested in the heavenly stone. Blue streams of energy spilled out from the yellow stone suspended in the air. Yugu said admiringly that he had great strength. When the streams reached the sword, the spirit cried out for joy. Now he himself felt the spiritual energy. Yugu was very pleased with this trip. His mood immediately lifted. The spirit suggested that the yellow emblem on the sword was the owner's personal mark. Ye Tian was also glad that everything worked out. He managed to improve the characteristics of the sword, and the cultivation capsule is always in his pocket. The young man smiled faintly. He scratched his chin, looking intently at the sword. Yugu understood his look and promised not to run away anywhere. At the appointed time, Ye Tian leisurely walked along the red carpet leading to the main building through several arches. Seeing people passing by, the sword spirit said admiringly that many came here to fight, but it would not be better to find it. The young man gloomily ordered him to be silent. The time of the sword had not yet come. Yugu hid back behind the guy, offended. Dui-san was also here. She immediately recognized her savior and screamed with delight, greeting the man. The tournament manager struck the gong, calling the crowd to silence. He explained the rules of the tournament. The opponents will be determined by lot. The man solemnly announced the results of the first draw. The first round is opened by Ganlin and Aolong. Dui-san exclaimed in delight that her mentor was also at the tournament. Ye Tian did not even turn around and frowned at the arena. Ganlin turned out to be a tall guy with glasses. The young man remembered that Dui-san had spoken about secret weapons. Perhaps this man is that very weapon. A bald fighter with 2 axes entered the arena against him. Ganling calmly looked at his opponent, clenching his fists. Aolong immediately rushed to attack, swinging his axes threateningly. Most of those present recognized the impact of the roaring tiger. Ganling just laughed and put up a disc-shaped protective barrier in front of him, flying into the air to meet his opponent. Ye Tian nodded understandingly and smiled faintly. He immediately realized that the guy was using a mirror of illusions. Aolong couldn't believe his eyes when a blindingly bright white disc crashed into his axe and created sparks. The blow was so strong that the fighter was thrown back. Lying on his back, Aolong angrily asked what was going on. Ganlin straightened up and calmly replied, hiding his hands behind his back, that nothing special was happening. He was just taking his victory. The next participant was Wu Xing, a man with a small broom in his hands. He had to fight Ye Tian. The youth pulled out his bone sword, remembering that Jin Wu's section did not control spiritual energy very well. Wu Xing looked at his opponent disdainfully. Ye Tian did not seem like a worthy competitor to him. Flying into the air, the man released a fireball in the form of a dragon's head and exclaimed that he would teach a good lesson. Ye Tian prepared for the fight. Yugu licked his lips happily. That sphere must definitely be delicious. Wu Xing smiled triumphantly, mentally celebrating his victory. He told the enemy that the sword would instantly turn to ashes. The fire dragon was approaching faster and faster. As he approached the young man, he opened his mouth as wide as possible. Ye Tian calmly waited for him. Bringing the dragon closer, the master made a circle with his sword and cut the dragon in half and released a protective disc at his opponent. The blow was so strong and unexpected that Wu Xing's weapon broke in half. He indignantly asked what kind of monster this was. The man realized that he had been defeated and ran away from the arena, begging to be saved from certain death. The manager solemnly announced the victory of Ye Tian from the Qinglong section and announced the names of the next opponents. Yu Shang's name was too familiar. It turned out that the master from his section also decided to participate in the martial arts tournament. Yugu looked out from behind the owner and impatiently asked what was going on. He wanted to fight with someone else. Ye Tian thoughtfully replied that the spirit couldn't even imagine how much he wanted to see the champion of the last tournament. A tall brunette entered the arena with a sword. The spectators immediately recognized the champion and quietly discussed the future defeat of the Yanling section. The sword spirit, hiding behind its owner, timidly said that the master was very strong. Ye Tian decided that this was Yue Shang's brother, whom he was proud of. Qixi entered the arena with a long sword. A teardrop-shaped light shield was attached to his left hand. In the front row of the spectators stood a man in a brown suit. He told his companions that the Qinglong section had recently been replenished with strong fighters. Qixi smiled at his opponent as he waved his sword. He assumed that their forces were approximately equal. The battle would not be easy. A fire was burning behind Yu Shang. Without saying a word, he quickly swung his sword in a semicircle. A fiery arc rushed towards his opponent. Kishie was ready for this. Turning his body around, the man blocked the energy impulse with a shield and smiled. At that same second, a huge ice spear separated from the shield. Yetian thought that it would be difficult for Yu Shang-he to resist the ice elements. The young man was wrong. As soon as the spear approached the man, he deftly cut him in half. The weapon began to crack. After a powerful energy pulse, the ice weapon crumbled into many small particles. Qixi only saw a large flash at the place where the enemy was standing, but the man himself was not visible. The master realized too late that Shang-he was right behind him, his sword already ready to pierce his flesh. Yugu couldn't help but comment and exclaimed in puzzlement that Yu Shang was very fast, just like himself. At the last moment, Qixi put up an ice barrier between his back and his opponent's sword. While running away, he asked Yu Shang how the guy liked this. Qixi quickly turned around and tried to hit the master with his sword using the element of surprise. He shouted that his last hour had struck. Yugu guessed that now Yu Shang had lost for sure. Yetian did not answer. He thought that the hastily created ice did not have much strength. Master Shang. He also knew about this, and casually smashed the ice crystals with the edge of his palm, concentrating the blow in 2 fingers. At the same time, he helped himself with his sword, using it as a sapper's shovel and eliminating large pieces of ice cover. As Qixi turned to face the man, he lunged and pierced the tip of his sword through his opponent's chest, declaring victory. The tournament manager declared Yu Shang's victory. His opponent no longer heard this. His sword and shield flew off in different directions. A crimson stain spread on his chest. The audience joyfully chanted the name of the outgoing champion. Qixi forced himself to open his eyes and muttered that he had had enough. He was incredibly angry with himself for losing and puffed out his cheeks angrily. Qixi was ready to incinerate his opponent with his eyes. Yetian noticed that the master was acting strangely and raised his sword. Yugu said worriedly that he didn't want to do this. The young man suspected that Qixi was acting suspiciously and threw the sword. The sword spirit did not expect this and cried out in confusion. Everything was explained very simply. The defeated master was not going to accept his defeat and spat out a green energy clot at the winner. Yetian knew that he would not have time to warn Yu Shang with his scream, so at the same time he threw his sword at the sphere, which exploded behind the champion. The men's eyes met for the first time in the entire tournament. Shang-he looked at the guy who saved his life. Out of the corner of his eye, the champion noticed that the sphere still posed a danger. An energy drop separated from her towards the man. Yu Shang quickly moved his sword in a semicircle. A clot of energy met the protective barrier and exploded into tiny particles. Having pierced the hostile sphere, the sword flew further and stuck into a stone column. Yugu yelled angrily that this was not what he was made for. Yetian demanded that the blade spirit come back. Having performed a somersault in the air, the sword obediently fell into the owner's hand. Yu Shang bowed politely and introduced himself to his savior. He wanted to know which section the stranger belonged to. Yetian greeted the great champion with respect. The young man said that he was very glad to see them and identified himself. Shang-he studied his interlocutor carefully. He admitted that he saw the guy's abilities and suggested a friendly duel. 2 spectators looked with envy at the guy who was communicating with the champion. They too would like to learn from a better mentor. Yetian happily agreed to practice a little, and only suggested changing the location so as not to attract much attention. Walking forward, the young man smiled to himself. He was really happy about the unexpected opportunity to try out the sword in action. Dui-san emerged from the crowd. Smiling widely, the girl said that she would like to go with them and watch the fight. The rivals chose a convenient place near the forest and took up positions on the treetops. Shang-he invited the young man to attack first. Yetian jumped onto the sword. Yugu happily stated that now he will be able to show all his strength. The enemy will not win. The guy snapped his fingers. 2 more bone swords appeared next to him. They hovered vertically in the air with their tips down. At the owner's signal, both blades flew at the enemy. Yu Shang stood motionless in the air, waiting for the moment. A moment before the collision, the master activated a purple protective barrier in the form of a circle with yin and yang symbols. The swords flew straight at him. Yu Shang calmly looked at the enemy's blades. He knew that the protective circle would cope with such an attack. Suddenly, the master felt that the energy of the sword was hidden in the blades, and put out his hand, blocking the blow. Yugu was openly unhappy with his failure. Frowning, the sword spirit angrily said in his defense that he was unlucky. Dui-san ran to her friend. She had been watching them all this time and realized that Yugu's spirit was barely hanging on in the air. The girl shouted that the young man should be more careful. She wanted to warn her friend about the unstable behavior of the sword. Yetian asked Dui-san in surprise what happened and reached for his sword. At the same moment, the blade fell down like a stone. The girl approached the sword, which was firmly stuck in the concrete surface, and explained that the blade could fall if too much force was applied. Yu Shang said that he had encountered a similar problem more than once. He said he would like to look at the weapon. Yugu dissatisfiedly jumped out of his trap and angrily shouted that this is all wrong, he has no problems. Ye Tian looked at his senior partner with respect, declaring that he sincerely admired his fighting skills. Yu Shang walked towards the sword, causing it to hover in the air. Yugu yelled angrily that no one had the right to touch him. The champion took the blade by the hilt. The spirit tried to escape, but the grip was too strong. Yugu demanded Ye Tian to save him. The young man pacified Yugu, the blade surrounded by a blue glow. Ye Tian admitted that he forgot to tell. The sword has its own spirit. In Yu Shang's hands, the sword turned pink and stretched out. The man said he noticed something else. The blade spirit was still recovering. Shrinking the sword, Yu Shang looked at it closely and said that the regeneration rate was too slow. The body of the spirit must be created anew. Dui-san was happy to help her new friend. She stated that she could help with restoring the spirit, but there are few materials on the island. Yu Shang said there is no need to worry. He traveled a lot in China and was able to accumulate enough resources. Ye Tian is tired of listening to them, he said angrily, waving his hand, that he would figure it out himself if they couldn't help him. The man patted his interlocutor on the shoulder reassuringly and smiled. It's not that long, he promises to do everything in 2 days. The young man frowned. He himself understood that he would not be able to withstand a strong opponent if the sword was not restored. Ye Tian stated that this is quite a complicated process. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Dui-san happily fold her arms so that she looked like a puppy. Yu Shang promised to do everything as quickly as possible. Yugu resentfully began to beg his master not to give it to another person. The master extended his hand upward, forming a fiery energy field. The sword hung vertically and could not budge. Yu Shang threw down a dozen different swords, axes, and halberds to the ground. He said it would be suitable for recycling. Taking out a small fishbone sword, the master sat down next to the sword spirit. Yugu asked worriedly what he intended to do. Yu Shang let go of the sword. Ye Tian's blade instantly began to attract the champion's weapon towards him with the help of spiritual energy. Yugu asked suspiciously what was going on. Within a minute, his mood lifted. The spirit admitted that he liked it. Dui-san laughed embarrassedly, pressing her fingers to her lips. She never thought that the sword spirit would like this procedure. Yu Shang held several swords in his hand, reducing them several times. He was surprised that the sword could absorb so much energy. The girl took a closer look at the spirit of the blade and suggested letting it absorb even more energy at once. The man agreed. The sword had great potential. Yu Shang raised his entire arsenal into the air and said that he would try all the weapons at once. All axes, swords, sledgehammers, and halberds began to be attracted by the sword. Dui-san had to cover his eyes with his hand from the bright light. The more elements of the weapon the blade attracted to itself, the brighter it became. Ye Tian himself was amazed by the energy of his sword. Yugu only responded once to thank the owner for such a delicious meal. He had already forgotten when he ate so well. A fire dragon writhed around the sword, strengthening its spiritual energy. In addition, in the fire, the blade became even stronger. When the killing weapons were gone, Yugu looked out again and happily exclaimed that he had not eaten so much for a long time. The sword hovered vertically in the air. It was transformed and became chocolate color with gold accents. Yu Shang suggested testing it in action. Ye Tian took the blade in his hands with interest. Yugu happily exclaimed that he liked the new look and asked to test the sword. The young man waved his blade for testing. A reddish glow appeared around the sword. Yugu said admiringly that he felt unprecedented strength. Ye Tian immediately began training, trying out various techniques. The sword whistled loudly in the air, leaving a red trail behind it. All three headed towards the main building. The young man thanked the master for his help. Yu Shang put his hand on his shoulder, asking him to borrow the sword after the tournament. Near the arena, Yugu looked out with interest from behind the owner and asked if he would encounter a strong opponent today. The manager solemnly announced the names of Ye Tian and Chisei Yuanshin. The blade spirit happily declared that it would finally be able to prove itself. Yuanshin was the first to enter the arena. The man had 2 swords attached to his belt behind his back. Folding his arms across his chest, he impatiently asked who Ye Tian was. The young man jumped into the arena, drawing his sword. Yugu exclaimed that the enemy also uses a blade. He simply must show the difference between them. Yuanshin jumped forward. Ye Tian looked at his opponent with suspicion, realizing that he also had a sword with a blade spirit. The young man involuntarily stepped back, seeing that a huge whirlwind was rushing towards him. The audience began to make noise. They had heard about this unique technique. Ye Tian prepared to repel the attack. Yu Shang looked at his young friend approvingly. Folding his arms over his chest, he knew the guy could handle it. Ye Tian's sword pierced the crater. Yuanshin's blade immediately flew out from there. The audience gasped in one voice. This was the first time they had seen this. Yuan Shin froze in surprise. The loss of the sword made him turn pale. The man exclaimed that this was impossible. Ye Tian laughed and turned his head towards his opponent, condescendingly noting that he was just very slow. Yuan Shin stuck the blade into his chest a little above his heart. Blood gushed out. His face began to transform. His eyes became red. The man turned into a giant. All his clothes were torn. The tracksuit turned into shorts. The spectators stuttered and shouted that a monster had appeared in the arena. Those who were in the front rows backed away in fear. Dui-san asked her friend to be more careful with that guy. Yu Shang frowned. He hoped that Ye Tian could win. An enraged Yuan Shin jumped high into the air and dove at his opponent. The young man calmly waited for the right moment. When Ye Tian hit his opponent, he roared in pain and shouted that it was very mean, but it would not save him. The young man was surprised to notice that Yuan Shin had become even larger. He suspected that the man had absorbed the spirit of the sword to do this. Gritting his teeth in anger, Yuan Shin struck fiercely. Ye Tian barely had time to dodge them while jumping around the arena. He sensibly reasoned that he could not attack the enemy head-on. Now it is better to retreat and wait for a more convenient moment. The young man knew that the power of the spirit could be released through the joint efforts of the master and the spirit of the blade. His sword was framed with a bluish glow. Quickly extending his hand with the blade upward, Ye Tian summoned lightning. An electrical discharge shot upward from the tip of the sword. The huge 5-meter-long sword was like a natural extension of Yuan Shin's hand. The young man rushed forward and stopped the giant's onslaught with his blade. The release of energy was so powerful that Yuan Shin flew high into the air and turned back into an ordinary man. The audience applauded the young man with all his might. Hearing of his victory from the master, Ye Tian left the arena with his hands in his pockets. Yu Gu immediately poked his head out from behind and boastfully declared that he was good in battle, although the guy had a different opinion about him. Ye Tian dissatisfiedly brushed him off his shoulder, admitting that he was wrong. The sword truly turned out to be an excellent weapon. Dui-san also ran up to congratulate the young man on his victory and joyfully exclaimed that he turned out to be very strong. Ye Tian shrugged it off, saying that he didn't do anything special. The man could not understand why even this schoolgirl was trying to mock him. Yu Shang continued to applaud the young master. He admitted that he actually could not defeat Ye Tian in a fair fight. The young man waved his hands displeasedly, asking him to stop making fun. He was defeated, losing to the 7th League. Yu Shang asked the guy to be careful with his opponents. He heard that the 7th and Youth Leagues had recently merged. Ye Tian looked at his interlocutor in confusion. It was not clear to the young man what the connection was between this event and the tournament. Yuan Shin was carried on a stretcher. Yu Shang thoughtfully said that the Shin Guild wanted to win the last competition, but failed. The man patted Ye Tian on the shoulder in a friendly manner, explaining that the young man had angered these evil guys. They would not just let it go. The young master thanked his interlocutor for the advice, promising that he would be careful. Ye Tian bowed as a sign of respect. In fact, Wang Hao had taken over his thoughts. The young man thought with regret that he did not expect to meet the enemy so quickly. Yu Shang folded his arms across his chest as he watched the guy leave. Ye Tian reminded him of himself a few years ago. The young man walked along the dense trees, unaware that an observer in black clothes was hiding on the crown of one of them. The man was sent by Wang Hao and carefully monitored the young man. Ye Tian seemed like a normal guy in appearance, but the observer was not sure about this. Without giving away his presence in any way, the stranger secretly followed the young man through the trees until they reached multi-story buildings. When Ye Tian opened the apartment door, the hooded young man was already standing in front of him and only clarified his name. The young man instantly put his sword to the insolent man's nose and indignantly asked who he was. The man backed away. Frowning, the stranger looked more closely at the owner of the apartment. Ye Tian was faster than he expected. Slowly moving the blade of the sword away from his face, the young man stated that he had actually come here to help the young man. Ye Tian angrily shouted that he didn't need help. He warned that the guy had better leave if he wanted to stay alive. The uninvited guest smiled mysteriously, reminding the young man that he was interested in a man named Wang Hao. Ye Tian was so surprised that he lowered his sword. The stranger took advantage of his confusion and promised that tomorrow they would meet again. The guest left the apartment through the open window too quickly. Ye Tian did not have time to say a word. Yu Gu stated that this guy needs to be caught. Suddenly a thought appeared in the young man's head. He exclaimed that something about the situation seemed very strange. The sword spirit asked irritably what the problem was. If they stand and talk, that guy will calmly leave. Ye Tian remembered that in fact not a single person knew about his true purpose. He didn't tell anyone about Wang Hao. Yu Gu was still eager to fight, and a bluish glow appeared on the sword. The spirit of the blade begged to catch up with the guest. He wanted to teach the man a lesson. The young man jumped onto the sword. He agreed that he could get more information from the strange stranger. Ye Tian pointed Yu Gu to the open window and demanded to catch up with the night guest. Now he himself was burning with curiosity. The blade spirit didn't need to be told twice. He happily flew out of the window with his passenger, leaving a bluish trail in the air. A few minutes later, Yugu caught up with the stranger in the forest. That fighter also did not intend to stay here for long and fled from pursuit. The night visitor turned around and grinned. The man was glad that Yetian still decided to play with him a little. Immediately after his words, the stranger disappeared, leaving a purple trail behind him. The young man could not understand where he had disappeared. A loud voice sounded from above. The man suggested that Yetian try to find him first, and then they would talk. Drawing his sword, the young man looked around carefully, but could not even hear the strange stranger's breathing. At that moment, a long sword with purple gems on the hilt flew straight towards the guy's back. Yugu was on guard all this time and immediately reacted by repelling the enemy's weapons. The stranger's blade shrank in size. The man deftly caught the blade and respectfully admitted to Yetian that he had underestimated him. Yugu proudly said that he was worthy of praise. The young man hid his sword and lowered his hand down. A stream of pink energy reached towards his index finger. Yetian assumed that he was dealing with Wang Hao. When the energy pulse almost reached its target, the stranger stuck out his elbow and blocked the blow, grinning. Thick purple smoke rose from the ring with a purple stone on the man's hand. He admitted that he wanted to get the guy's sword. The stranger proudly showed the ring to his opponent, declaring that it was a real masterpiece. Yetian froze in place, as if struck by lightning. The young man began to guess that the stranger was using magic. The man grinned, wagging his index finger. He said that with the help of magic you can find the perfect combination of a person and a sword. The stranger suggested that Ye Tian was very talented and could become stronger if he learned to use his sword correctly. In fact, the man was simply trying to distract his interlocutor. He was only interested in the spirit of the sword, which seemed quite strong in appearance. Ye Tian pointed his sword towards the stranger, angrily declaring that such a thing does not happen. No one can create both the sword and its spirit. The man willingly accepted the challenge. The ring on his finger transformed into a sharp throwing weapon that resembled a bat. Squeezing it in his hand, the stranger rushed to attack. As he ran, he shouted to his opponent that he intended to decide his own destiny. The opponents met in the air. The man's small, deadly weapon easily blocked the sword's attack. Ye Tian thoughtfully remembered that the blade's tip had changed many times. This meant that he had absorbed many spirits. The stranger jumped back and made a lightning-fast lunge with his left hand. 2 swords with purple hilts flew at the young man. Ye Tian immediately noticed the danger and paused, frowning angrily. The sword whizzed past. The man barely noticeably grinned and praised his opponent. He really had good combat training. The young man turned around, realizing the stranger's smile. The blade, which had flown past, was now rapidly returning. Ye Tian decided that now it was his turn to attack. Flying a little higher, the guy threw his sword at the persistent warrior. This episode amused the stranger a little. He easily parried the flying blade with one of his swords. The young man's weapon, along with Yugu, got stuck in the ground. The sword spirit plaintively asked its owner to help him get out of there. Suddenly, the sword appeared high in the sky, the flash on its hilt attracting multiple streams of energy. Catching the blade, Ye Tian thoughtfully said that many spirits were involved here, since even the powers of the galaxy were activated. The stranger laughed loudly. It was all just nonsense. He mockingly asked his opponent who told him such nonsense. The man stated that he had a specific goal. He intends to kill his opponent and get valuable artifacts. Having enlarged the sword several times, the stranger shouted maliciously that no one could stop him. He always gets what he wants. The young man was tired of listening to the strange man. He declared that the time had come to act and raised his sword. The light core on the sword continued to accumulate energy. Yugu was very pleased with his new acquisition. He happily told the owner that he had never been able to move so freely before. This was an unforgettable feeling. The stranger described a semicircle with his sword and exclaimed that he had been waiting too long for this pleasant moment. Ye Tian prepared to strike. Yugu noticed the energy portal behind the warrior and worriedly told the owner that their enemy could absorb spirits directly. The young man asked him to be silent for a little while and created a protective circle with the symbols of yin and yang. He himself understood that the guest represented a considerable problem. The man laughed and graciously agreed to give the young man life if he gave him his sword without a fight. At the same moment, 2 blue dragons attacked the stranger. Ye Tian angrily said that he would only give up the sword if he wanted it. Yugu could not bear it and flew to the attack himself, taking 2 copies of himself. He wanted to show that he could do better than the 2 dragons. The man shouted that in this case, this sword would also be consumed. Lunging forward, he activated a dark blue tornado. The funnel was approaching the young man at great speed. Ye Tian thoughtfully said that he would even agree to help the enemy. Yugu slammed into the man's sword at full speed and triumphantly exclaimed that he was finished. A bright yellow-white flash appeared at the sight of their collision. The young man's blade actually turned out to be stronger. After a strong blow to the stranger's sword, a crack appeared from the tip. Ye Tian jumped forward, intending to finish off the enemy. He said that was the last swing of that flawed blade. The man froze, feeling the cold steel of the sword on his throat. The young man pressed him lightly, declaring that the fighter was now caught. Ye Tian moved the blade a few centimeters. The stranger frowned at the deadly blade, not understanding how this could happen. The young man himself had something to think about. First of all, it was necessary to eliminate the shortcomings of the sword as quickly as possible. The man thought angrily that he would not allow himself to be defeated so easily. Hiding his hand behind his back, he activated the purple portal. Ye Tian immediately realized from the fighter's eyes that he was up to something and warned that it was better not to try to perform the trick. The stranger barely smirked, declaring that he did not intend to follow the orders of some boy. After a powerful explosion, a purple flash was formed. Before the eyes of the surprised young man, his guest was torn to pieces. The purple mist was so poisonous that even Yugu coughed and complained that he was having trouble breathing. Only fragments of the stranger's clothing remained at the scene. The purple haze gave way to black. The guest's voice shouted angrily that he remembered the guy. Ye Tian bent over the scraps of clothing, thoughtfully thinking out loud that retreating in such a situation was quite difficult. Yugu shouted angrily that there was no time to sit down. They need to quickly catch up with that guy before he runs away. The young man replied that the stranger left traces of blood behind him, and finding him would not be difficult. The sword spirit vowed that he would catch the villain next time. Ye Tian touched his bloody finger to the sword. Yugu angrily shouted that he was hurt and asked him not to do this again. The young man looked closely at the blade. It turned out that the stranger's blood, when touching the blade, corrodes the spirit of the sword. He reproached Yugu for screaming even in minor pain. The guy made the sword hang vertically and practice a little. Yugu angrily reminded that he was still just a child at his core and therefore deserved better treatment. Ye Tian gloomily replied that first they should improve their mutual understanding, so it would be better to start right now. He grabbed the sword, raising his hand up. The spirit tried to escape, declaring that its owner was a real devil. The young man angrily replied that he was in fact a deity. During meditation, the blade hovered in the air with its tip up. Pure bluish streams of energy enveloped it in a spiral. Yugu realized that something was happening to him again, and displeasedly asked what the owner had done with the sword this time. The young man was not going to listen to him. He activated 2 circles of 8 trigrams in the violet space for himself and the blade. When the trigrams overlapped each other, the sky turned blue. Ye Tian caught the blade and edifyingly said that they need to learn to understand each other. A dazzling white cloud of energy appeared on his chest, which crackled barely audibly, sensing a strong sword. When the young man raised the sword up, the clot separated from his chest and hovered in the air, impatiently waiting in the wings. Ye Tian realized that he needed to act quickly. The ball of energy seemed to read his thoughts and reached for the sword, allowing itself to be absorbed. The guy demanded his spiritual energy to merge with the sword and closed his eyes. A powerful explosion sounded under his feet. A high wave of energy flows reached his shoulders. On the 3rd day of the tournament, the spectators were discussing Yushin with all their might. They said that this guy was found dead. His spirit disappeared without a trace. Dui-san stood between her new friends. She admitted that she was hoping to see them fight today. Both guys were silent. The girl impatiently asked who would fight today in that case. Yu Shang didn't even look at her. He admitted that he didn't sleep well today and yawned, covering his mouth with his hand. The man said that he believed in Ye Tian's victory. The young man listened inattentively to his interlocutor. He was more worried that the spirit had disappeared somewhere. This was uncharacteristic for him. Ye Tian remembered the night enemy with his energy portal. The guy suspected that the human spirit could also be absorbed. The man noticed that the guy was acting very strangely and asked what he was thinking about so much. Suddenly, yesterday's stranger in a hood appeared in front of them. He laughed and assumed that Ye Tian was thinking about their enmity. The young man looked at the stranger in surprise, recognizing him as yesterday's guest. Ye Tian felt that the stranger had become stronger overnight. Throwing off his jacket, the man exposed his arm, severed at the shoulder. The fighter said that the tournament organizers helped him a lot. The young man looked at him gloomily. He assumed that it was this person who killed Yushin, so he became stronger. The stranger angrily extended his left hand forward and vowed to take Ye Tian's life for what he did in the forest yesterday. The young master responded in surprise that he did not quite agree with this. If anyone loses his life in the arena, it will be his opponent. The man jumped forward, raising his fist. 2 more similar fists flew next to him. The stranger praised his opponent. He has a great spirit. Ye Tian threw a sword at the fighter, suggesting that they first figure out the techniques. Yugu himself was glad to take revenge on yesterday's guest. The man changed his stance a little, dodging the sword, and gloatingly declared that it was time to change the owner of the blade. Yugu created several copies of himself, reminding him that he could not even fight his shadow. A man should try harder. 5 swords pierced the stranger's torso, but not a drop of blood spilled onto the ground. The fighter continued to stand still. Smirking contemptuously, the man said that the guy was not capable of anything else. His body was pierced by Yugu himself. The stranger was very amazed to notice that they had been transported into blue space and were standing on circles of trigrams. Yetian angrily exclaimed that he was tired of playing and summoned the ice dragon. A huge monster, 3 times the height of a man, immediately appeared. The stranger was no longer so self-confident. He began to vomit blood. The man asked in a quiet voice what kind of power this was. The powerful blow threw him a considerable distance. Yetian ordered the dragon to engage the enemy and help him win. When the young man returned to the arena, Yugu dissatisfiedly noticed that the owner had changed his mind too quickly if he wanted to leave that guy alive. Yu Shang was pleasantly impressed to see how much Yetian had improved his skills in just one day. Dui-san was also fascinated by the connection between the warrior and the sword. The young man frowned at his friends. He saw that he was considered a professional fighter, but he could not admit that it was all about the sword. Another man in dark clothes with a hood walked into the first row of spectators. He said it was all quite interesting. Yet Tian almost screamed when he recognized his worst enemy. Standing in the hood was exactly the person he was looking for, Wang Hao. The young man quickly moved towards him, pushing people aside and clenching his fists. Yetian said loudly that he would not let him go this time. Yugu flew into the air and exclaimed that he was ready to fight. The man looked at his sword in bewilderment. He was there just in time. Yetian instantly jumped on the sword in order to catch up with that guy in the black hood. He needs to be taught a lesson. Yu Shang couldn't believe his eyes. Dui-san began to stutter in surprise, and quietly said that she had only read about such skill. A man in a black robe walked calmly along the empty gallery. Seeing the fighter, the young man exclaimed joyfully that he had caught up with him. He rushed forward with his sword out and shouted that this time Wang Hao would get what he deserved for his sins. The man smiled, noticing the approach of the enemy out of the corner of his eye. He had no doubt that Ye Tian would follow. To his surprise, instead of Wang Hao, the young man pierced the purple haze. The man himself said that time should not be wasted on this. Ye Tian froze in shock. He couldn't understand how this could happen. He quickly swooped down and pierced the enemy. Turning around, the dissatisfied young man noticed the unharmed Wang Hao, who stood aside and chuckled. He exclaimed that this does not happen. The man laughed maliciously, turning his face towards him. He only has a voice, and his body serves as bait for Ye Tian. Wang Hao suggested not to waste time in vain, and asked if the young man would like to come over to his side. Ye Tian frowned. He shouted, waving his sword, that he only wanted Wang Hao to die. When the blade pierced the man, a purple haze appeared in that place again. Wang Hao said in a calm voice that Ye Tian has ambition and great ability, but his naivety hinders his self-development. The young man listened to him angrily. The images of all the guy's friends appeared in the purple fog. Wang Hao said insinuatingly that they were not as desperate as Ye Tian. In the young man's visions, they were all very frightened and in pain. The last man showed Tang Shu'er roaring in fear. Ye Tian angrily said that he underestimated Wang Hao's impudence. He gloomily asked what the man wanted from him. Wang Hao emerged from the haze with a smile. He admitted that before the recent battle, he equated the young man with other rivals. Ye Tian has great potential, and only a strong teacher can unleash it. Wang Hao promised to teach him everything he knows. The man said that he would give Shiu'er as a slave to the young man. As soon as he came over to his side, he could do whatever he wanted with her. Ye Tian gloomily asked if Yugu could turn his entire spirit into a fire strike. The sword spirit asked what he was going to do. Wang Hao realized that the young man was not going to agree to his terms, and angrily demanded not to test his patience. Ye Tian thrust his sword forward, aiming for his opponent's face. The man smiled dismissively. He realized that it was useless to persuade the guy. The young man summoned a fire dragon. A large golden monster appeared next to him, bloodthirstily baring its fangs. The monster plunged into the purple fog, which immediately turned black. Wang Hao said wearily that everything would end soon. A strong explosion was heard at the place where the man was standing. Ye Tian said victoriously that he burned the enemy to ashes. The golden monster slowly dissipated into the air. The young man turned in the other direction, exclaiming that he had 1,000 more ways to kill. An enraged Wang Hao returned home with clenched fists and changed into a white suit. He was angry with Ye Tian. The boy turned out to be not so simple. An attendant in black livery entered the room and reported to the boss that distinguished guests had already arrived at the house. The man turned around dissatisfied and asked the footman whether Lin Yingnan had arrived from the island with the delegation. Guests kept arriving at the Wang family's 3-story mansion, but the owner still did not show his face. They were assured that Wang Hao would come soon. Lim Yongnam was waiting impatiently for the man in an easy chair with red upholstery. His arms folded across his chest, and one leg crossed over the other. Finally, a beaming Wang Hao appeared on the screen, holding a glass of red wine. The soldiers came closer with interest. Wang Hao smiled and said that he would like to discuss the reward first. He knows that everyone would like to help the Wang family. The man in the suit looked older than the rest of the guests. He made his way closer to the screen and said that he was interested in listening to the proposal. Wang Hao solemnly announced that he was offering a reward of $500 million and a talisman for Ye Tian's head. Lim Yong said dissatisfiedly that this was too generous a reward. If he were Wang Hao, he would prefer to do everything personally. He answered in surprise that this is the advantage of wealth. Thanks to the reward, he can avoid staining his hands with the guy's blood. Lim Yong said that he considers Wang Hao to be an independent person. He shrugged, deciding that it was none of his business anyway. Yu Sheng and Duisan finally caught up with Ye Tian. The man asked the young master where he had gone so suddenly. The young man turned to his friends, explaining that he was in a hurry because Wang Hao was about to fight. The fragments left from the fire dragon were still flying in the air. Yu Sheng assumed that the battle would be similar to the previous one. Frowning, Ye Tian corrected the man. This time the enemy wants to take over the entire martial arts world. They need to be especially vigilant. Duisan showed them a small orange piece of metal and asked if it looked like a sword that could cultivate up to level 6 or intermediate. The young man looked at his friend in surprise and asked how she could even compare the 6th level with the average. The girl smiled. She meant exactly what she said. It makes it easier to remember the different levels and characteristics. Ye Tian admitted that using numbers is indeed easier to remember data than using complex names. Yu Sheng thoughtfully recalled that Wang Hao had subjugated most of the sects, with no more than 12 elders acting on their own. The man took out a small golden hexagram and stared at it, declaring that Wang Hao was a threat to all of China. Ye Tian patted his elder friend on the shoulder and said that they had better get more sects on their side rather than worry about the future. Duisan promised that she would talk to the leader of the Bagua sect and try to convince him to help with the rest of the participants. Yu Sheng stated that he has some influence on the Dragon sect, so you can safely count on their help. Ye Tian thanked his friends for their help. Gripping his sword tighter, the young man gloomily thought that the time had come to act. The fighters slowly walked down the steps, discussing Ye Tian. One of the guys said that in any case there are many of them, but there is only one enemy. Seeing 3 friends walking towards them, the man in the suit exclaimed in surprise that this was the same Ye Tian. His partner grinned maliciously and recalled the old saying about being on time is better than being early. Ye Tian had no intention of responding to their jokes and simply silently clutched the sword in his hand. Yu Gu was always ready to fight the enemy. 2 heavy axes immediately flew at him. The young man foresaw this outcome of events and easily avoided them. Yu Gu exclaimed indignantly that the owner could have fought them off himself. It was not necessary to use a sword. The bounty hunters quickly surrounded the 3 friends. One of them suggested that the guy surrender in an amicable way. There was nowhere to run. Ye Tian told Yu Sheng that he did not expect to meet Wang Ji's fighters so quickly, and asked him to look after Duisan. Lin Yannan turned away disdainfully. He had no intention of fighting with the child. Mr. Wang valued his head too highly. The fighter yawned lazily, declaring that such a number of people would be enough to cope with the boy, and he himself would have a better rest. Ye Tian looked thoughtfully at the man who turned away. Here only he posed a danger. The rest were no higher than 4th rank. The young man firmly told Yu Sheng that he would deal with the ill-wishers himself, and asked him to take the girl to a safe place. The man worriedly said that he did not doubt his strength, but still he should not take too many risks. Ye Tian created a protective field and loudly exclaimed that the fighters had come for his head, so it was time to have some fun. The bald warrior with an axe was the first to jump towards the enemy, smiling maliciously. He himself didn't understand why the boy's head was valued so highly. Not even a minute passed before the brave man was given over to the fire dragon. Ye Tian gloomily stated that he was ready to fight the next hunter. The opponents froze in place. The man in the black suit said that there was no need to be afraid. They just needed to attack all together. Several axes and swords flew into the young man's back. Ye Tian turned his head towards them and said in disappointment that he expected more. He lazily fought off the attack, drawing an arc with his sword, and displeasedly declared that the fighters were as annoying as small mosquitoes. In fact, the young man understood that his opponents had put in a lot of effort. He even had to create a protective barrier. In addition, the fight took a lot of spiritual energy, so it's time to move on to trump cards. The young master jumped onto his sword and flew up. There was a deafening explosion below. Everything was shrouded in a thick black cloud of smoke. Ye Tian couldn't see anything. He peered into the cloud in surprise, still not believing that his enemies were dealt with so quickly. The fighters, one after another, flew out of the thick cloud with terrible screams and groans. Some of them vomited blood. The student apologized for being late. Ye Tian was not mistaken. It was indeed his disciple Hongling Er. The girl said that they would do the rest themselves. Shang Qingqing smiled. A man with an axe jumped at the girls from the side, shouting that he would kill them, but the students did not even turn in his direction. Qingqing seemed to accidentally hit him with her elbow while making an arc with her sword. The enemy flew back screaming. The blow to the solar plexus was so strong that the pain forced him to close his eyes and a blood clot escaped from his mouth. Ling didn't waste any time either. Running up to her opponents, the girl described a circle with her blade and knocked out 2 fighters at once. Yu Gu asked the owner with interest who these beauties were and why they decided to help. Ye Tian smiled and said that these were his students. Having finished with their goals, the girls put their swords away and moved closer. The young man asked how they ended up here. Qingqing said displeasedly, closing her eyes, that it was not entirely fair for him to participate in such a competition himself. Ye Tian pretended to appreciate the girl's joke. In fact, he couldn't understand what interesting she saw in the mass brawl. Ling suggested that the mentor take some time off. She and the little girl would sort it out themselves. Qin screamed indignantly. She did not like this treatment. Seeing how deftly the students dealt with their enemies, Ye Tian smiled. During their separation, they became much stronger. The young man hoped that Qin would leave at least one person alive for interrogation. He moved decisively towards the main goal. Yu Shang immediately understood the guy's plan and ran after him, drawing his sword. The man said that he would be glad to help his friend. Ye Tian created a power circle with yin and yang symbolism, asking the female students to share spiritual energy with him. The young man raised his hand up, activating the 5 Yue mountain power. 5 mountain peaks rose into the air along with the sword. Yu Gu saw that the sword was framed with a golden spiral, and asked in surprise why he had never seen such a technique before. Ye Tian mysteriously said that the sun and moon shine very brightly, but the 5 peaks are unique in their uniqueness. The young man brought his meditation to its peak and loudly cast a spell. Now he looked like an ancient shaman and simply looked in front of him. A huge pillar of fire pierced the thick black clouds. In the place where the shockwave passed, the sky brightened. Ye Tian's opponents noticed the danger from the sky too late and screamed in horror. The mountains fell right on top of them. Yu Shang was more and more amazed at the guy's talents. Every time they met, the man was convinced of the enormous strength of his friend. Yu Gu praised the master holding the sword in his hand and said that Ye Tian is very strong. The young man looked away gloomily. Descending from the sky, the guy looked at the cloud of dust that had not yet settled. Yu Shang and the girls also praised him with all their might. Lin Yin watched his charges all this time. He lazily tossed 2 green balls and caught them, angrily saying that he was dealing with fools. Now the Hua state seemed less boring to the man. He realized that he could really have some fun with Ye Tian. Seeing the true strength of the young man, the fighter said that 5 billion was not enough for his head. In any case, he came here for a reason. Ye Tian looked at Yu Shang with displeasure. He didn't expect that they would come to his aid so quickly. He needed to finish quickly. The students smiled at the master. Qin said that they would immediately come to help if needed. Ling Er's green eyes lit up with a mischievous sparkle. She admitted that she and Qin had not played enough yet. Ye Tian gloomily stated that there is nothing like a game here. Wang Hao is a very strong opponent, they better go back. Yu Shang said quietly that now is the time to accept the support of friends. You should not refuse help in difficult times. Qin recalled how they dealt with all the hunters. Ling added that they all belonged to the Lin Tian sect. The young man was tired of arguing with them. He turned away from the girls and asked his friend to look after them. He could not get out of his head that strange man who immediately left the rest of the hunters. At this time, Lin Yin stopped in front of a pack of wolves in the dense forest, continuing to toss the balls carefree. The man suddenly extended his hand upward, and the dark balls flew high, emitting many shades of purple radiance. The rays that hit the wolves made them petrify forever. The animals now looked like elaborate statues. Lin Yin sensed the presence of fighters from the 5 Elements sect, and said with a smile that they could come out. 5 people came out to him. Violet rays and strong wind emanating from the magic balls destroyed the stone wolves. Their fragments scattered throughout the forest. The gloomy sky turned purple. Lin Nan loudly exclaimed that soon the entire Hua state would belong only to him. A new day has arrived for the fighting tournament. The audience was animatedly discussing the fact that the dragon catchers had only entered 1 person into the group competition. The manager loudly struck the gong, calling everyone to silence. He solemnly announced the start of the competition in the state of Hua. Ye Tian entered the arena against 5 fighters from the 5 Elements sect. The young people couldn't believe it was that guy again. Dui-san worriedly told her neighbor that Yu Shang had done wrong by allowing the young man to fight such a strong opponent alone. One of the men jumped forward with his palm outstretched. A huge, growling brown bear appeared behind him. Ye Tian jumped to the side. In the place where he stood, there was a deep human-sized paw print. When the young man moved forward, he felt that the enemy was running after him, swinging his left hand. The fist crashed into the ground, yet Tian managed to jump onto the sword. He was surprised to realize that the spiritual powers of the fighters were greatly inhibited. Yu asked to be released to the ground. He couldn't wait to fight the fighters. The owner replied that these were not quite ordinary people. The young man turned out to be right. A roar of thunder was heard in the skies. All 5 fighters spread their red wings that grew from their shoulder blades. Ye Tian took a closer look at his opponents. He didn't see such energy often. These guys had the power of 10,000 animals forcefully put into them. The opponents surrounded the young master in the air. The young man only worriedly turned his head around, trying to find a weak spot. Dui-san saw that the opponents were getting closer, and the 3 of them were trying to attack Ye Tian. She shouted at him to be more careful. The girl screamed in fear that she wouldn't survive if something happened to him, and asked Ye Tian to fight less riskily. The young man activated a protective field around himself. Having stumbled upon him, the opponents flew back several meters. Ye Tian looked at the opponents in surprise. They stood like idols and seemed insensitive. The spiritual energy could not be felt at all. One of the men flew a little higher. A black haze appeared on his hands, which ended in long claws on his fingers. The young man looked thoughtfully at the fighter. These creatures cannot even be called people. They are clearly controlled by someone. Ye Tian soared high up like a rocket. All 5 fighters rushed after the guy, trying to catch up and grab him. The young man raised his sword high, declaring that the dark side would never defeat the light side, no matter their techniques. Yugu looked with admiration at the clots of energy rushing past, and asked what this new technique was. A bright fiery glow formed around the sword. A powerful beam of energy flew at the opponents from the tip of the sword. Several clots attacked the fighters simultaneously. The orderly detachment of warriors scattered. They flew away in different directions, dodging the attack with energy clots. Yugu noted displeasedly that the owner would never cope with the enemy if he attacked him so slowly. Ye Tian grinned maliciously, his eyes shining with joy. The young man replied that he was not satisfied with the quick reprisal. Yugu exclaimed angrily that he himself was disgusted to watch such a slow battle. They just need to be eliminated. Ye Tian said that these are not ordinary people. They are almost immortal. Most likely they were sent here specifically for his death. The sword spirit could not believe that such people even existed. He asked worriedly if they really couldn't be killed. The young man said that it was a little difficult to understand. He had better see for himself. Ye Tian pulled his sword forward. There were so many energy clots that the fighters could not dodge and disintegrated into fragments when colliding with them. Yugu asked the owner in confusion what was going on, turning to him. The young man himself said that they have an immortal body. The guy smiled. If he understood correctly, these fighters have some kind of restriction on the use of spiritual energy. The sword spirit finally understood the guy's plan. He wants to stall for as long as possible, and then the warriors will not be able to do anything to him. All 5 men lay immobilized on the ground. Ye Tian happily said that all that remained was to find the puppeteer who controlled the puppets. The young man extended his hand with the sword upward, activating spiritual energy. A golden glow appeared around the opponents' bodies. After a deafening explosion, many black crystals flew out from each fighter, controlling their consciousness. Ye Tian took one crystal in his hands and smiled, inviting the puppeteer to finally stop hiding and come out to fight. Lim Yong quickly turned away. He was forced to admit that it was not for nothing that Wang Hao had placed such a high reward on the guy's head. Throwing 2 black balls into the air, the man grinned. He was glad that he had finally met a worthy opponent. Ye Tian discovered that Dui-san was unconscious. He picked her up and gave her to one of the spectators, asking him to take care of the girl. The young man angrily turned to Lin Yin, angrily exclaiming that in the state of Hua, all people are friendly. There is no point in hiding behind other people's backs. The man laughed and created a purple portal. He invited the enemy to accept the battle on his terms. Ye Tian told his friends that he had to go away for a while. 1 second is enough for him to kill the guy and return. The young man noticed that Lin Nan was standing alone and wondered whether the man was going to fight him alone. He laughed and opened his palms. Thousands of purple particles flew into the air. Lin Nan stated that these were all his puppets. Spectators screamed in horror as they fled the strange purple powder. Someone shouted that it was very poisonous. 2 men from the 5 Elements sect helped a couple more fighters to their feet. The warrior proudly declared that they do not abandon their own. Describing an arc with his sword, Ye Tian dispelled the dangerous cloud and explained that everything was fine with the guys. They had simply used up spiritual energy. Dui-san could barely control herself due to the effects of the powder and fell to her knees, calling out to the young man for help in a weak voice. Lin Nan smiled maliciously. The fact that Ye Tian was familiar with the new puppet was to his advantage. The man raised his hand up. All the spectators noticed that from his fingers 5 purple streams led to the fighters. The hunters made noise with displeasure. It turned out that Lin Nan had bewitched the members of the 5 Elements sect, One of them said that he wanted to become Hua's chief cultivator. Lin Nan grinned sarcastically and admitted that he was born in another country, so he didn't care about Hua. Turning to Ye Tian, the man ordered his dolls to attack the enemy. The young man immediately put up a protective barrier. Lin Nan exclaimed that Ye Tian managed to find a weak point, but this wasted his strength, and the young man would not last long. Dui-san ran ahead of the other dolls with a dagger in her hand. The young master quickly described an arc in the air and cut it off from the puppeteer. Finding herself in Ye Tian's arms, the girl hid her eyes guiltily and quietly asked for forgiveness for attacking him. The rest of the puppets quickly approached the young man. He was already preparing to let go of his girlfriend and dodge the blow. A dazzlingly bright pillar of light with a blue aura cut through the heavens. The explosion threw the opponents aside. The 3 dragon hunters smiled. They apologized for being a little late for the fun, but were still glad to see the master unharmed. The young people created a protective circle with a 5-pointed star in the middle. 2 more places were taken by 2 girls. One of the beauties smiled and said that they were from the Cloud sect. The brunette added that she was glad to be on their team. Ye Tian dove into the purple portal at the speed of the wind, followed by a bluish trail. The young man demanded that Lin Nan stop hiding. A funnel with shades of pink and purple appeared in front of him. The man said gloatingly that this is his world. Ye Tian is in his power. The guy shouted angrily that he didn't care. He quickly drew his sword, declaring that he would kill his opponent. At that same second, about a dozen of Lin Nan's doubles appeared. 3 of them unanimously asked the young man to guess which of them was real. The man flew around Ye Tian and said with a smile that he completely controls this space. The guy will not be able to do anything. The young man stood silently with a sword in his hand. Lin Nan said that everyone in the Hua state is just as cowardly as him. When the man flew over Ye Tian once again, he quickly raised his sword to pierce the fighter's torso. Dodging the blow, the real Lin Nan stated in surprise that it was impossible to see through the illusion. The young man was just lucky. Ye Tian admitted that he really did not exist in this hostile space, and raised his sword with his eyes closed. The guy explained that Lin Nan could not create a perfect space because the body could not merge with it. The man admitted in bewilderment that he took the lives of everyone who found out about it. He had no idea how an ordinary guy understood his magic so quickly. Suddenly, the fighter's gaze glanced at Ye Tian's golden blade. Lin Nan angrily shouted that it was all about the guy's sword. The young man raised his hand with the blade up and immediately began to climb up. Lin Nan watched his opponent in amazement. The energy emanating from the blade shot upward in a pillar of fire and formed a sun with many rays. Lin Nan realized with horror that something was draining all the spiritual energy from him, and he himself was becoming weaker. Holding the sword vertically, Ye Tian explained that all spiritual energy is formed from world power. Thus, the country of islands arose from the state of Hua. The Hua state has existed for thousands of years, so the magic of the country of islands cannot be compared with the secrets of ancient civilization. The young man said that Lin Nan had received spiritual power from the people of the Hua state, so now it was time to return it back. The fighter answered in fear that the population of the country of islands is part of the state of Hua. It is not good to treat your brothers like that. Ye Tian laughed. Lin Nan was much bolder before. A pillar of fire hit the man. He only managed to threaten that Wang Hao would take revenge on the young man. Seeing the blinding flash inside the purple portal, Yu Shang said approvingly that he did not doubt the young master for a minute. Hong Ling smiled, placing her hands on her hips, and proudly stated that this is how it should be. Her mentor does not lose to anyone. Qin Qing also couldn't help but comment. The girl laughed, raising her index finger, and said that Ye Tian was the best cultivator in the Hua state. The young man jumped out of the purple portal into the arena. The dragon hunters impatiently began asking the master how the duel went. Instead of answering, Ye Tian raised the sword up and ran 2 fingers along the blade, eloquently removing the still fresh blood from it. The man showed the students his bloody hand, saying that he made the scoundrel pay for innocent people. Ye Tian looked thoughtfully at the fading purple portal. Wang Hao couldn't get out of the young man's mind. He couldn't wait to take revenge for the Tang family. The elder of the 5 Elements sect bowed to the young master. They will always remember their salvation. The man said that above all, their sect values integrity and loyalty. They would like to see the young man as their master. All the disciples of the 5 Elements sect bowed, striking their palms against their fists. They said they were ready to follow the mentor. Ye Tian waved his hand, smiling politely. He said that he couldn't become a master now. He needed to figure something out. Dui-san was still unconscious. Yu Sheng worriedly sat down next to the girl, lifting her by the shoulders, and said that it was time for her to wake up too. Ye Tian told the disciples from the 5 Elements sect that he had no time now. He needed to quickly deal with Dui-san's injury. Running up to his girlfriend, the young man excitedly asked Yu Sheng why she still hadn't woken up like the other puppets. The man replied that their friend fell into a coma after Lin Nan stopped controlling her. In addition, a sword-shaped design formed on her throat. Yetian exclaimed with concern that this was the mark of the Immortal Sword Clan. It turned out that Yushang had never even heard of such a thing. The young man touched the mark left with 2 fingers and said that such marks were usually carved into the skin of those who practiced in the clan. The guy remembered the deceased swordsman who fell at the hands of the demon and said that the entire clan was slaughtered by the minions of the demonic king. Bending over Dui-san, Ye Tian speculated that the demon king's spirit had caused the girl to fall into a coma. He asked Yushang to move away. The young man quickly raised his sword up. Dui-san rose into the air. Yushang screamed in fear. He didn't know that the blade spirit could awaken the Sword of Immortals. Yugu felt that he was losing strength and indignantly asked the owner where his spiritual energy was disappearing to. Ye Tian replied that this was necessary to save people. The young man was surprised to see soul fragments in space. Lin Nan did a good job. The procedure began to work. The girl has already begun to return to life. A grinning demon was approaching her from behind. The young man noticed that a thread was stretching from the black evil creature straight to the back of Dui-san's head. It was this thread that kept the girl in this state. Ye Tian ordered the sword to immediately destroy their connection. Feeling the thread break, the demon growled angrily. Dui-san began to open her eyes, the remnants of a dark essence coming out of her mouth. The young man cried out joyfully that she was waking up. The girl appeared in a blue space, surrounded by a dazzlingly bright white sword aura. Ye Tian couldn't help but admire her energy. Jumping to the ground, Dui-san bowed to the savior and declared that from now on she would steadily follow him. Dragon Hunter Elder, Zhongdaidai, and 5 Elements Sect. Elders showed their desire to follow the youth. The girl said that it was time for a group of hunters to rule the state. Yushang remembered that this was once the case. Then Zenki Chai was the ruler. Raising his sword hand upward, Yushang shouted to the squad of dragon hunters that he was ready to offer them his help if necessary. All the members of the 5 Elements and Dragon Hunter sects knelt down in a bow, blessing Ye Tian as the new ruler of the Hua state. The young man smiled, remembering his beloved Tang Shu heir. If he had such a position in his previous life, Wang Hao would not have been able to get close to the girl. Smiling, Yugu reminded the owner that he had become very rich, so it would be nice to feed him much better. Yushang bowed to the young man and reminded him that this year the competition between the fighters had failed, but everyone saw his strength. Looking at Ye Tian point blank, the man asked why he didn't want to become a leader. The young man admitted that he was thinking about his past. Yushang exclaimed that Ye Tian was the perfect candidate. The elder of the 5 Elements sect supported the man. The young man admitted that he was here on a personal matter. He did not intend to gain fame among the great masters. Ye Tian agreed to lead the Hua state only for the time until he eliminated the danger threatening the entire world of cultivators. All members of the 7 sects bowed solemnly to the new leader, loudly chanting his name. The echo could be heard throughout the city. The 7 elders knelt before the new ruler and held out golden signs made in the form of various geometric shapes. Ye Tian used spiritual energy to attract the signs onto his palm and asked the elders to follow him. Turning to Dui-san, the young man beckoned the girl to him and said that she should also go with the elders. Qin-Qing shouted indignantly, pointing her finger at Dui-san, saying that it was unfair. She was the first to become a disciple of the master. Ye Tian asked Hongling to hold Qin-Qing and wait for him. After talking with the elders, he will return to the students. When all the elders took their places, Zhong Dai reported that everyone present was a little surprised by the meeting. The young man was sitting on a wide chair in the middle of the hall. The man pointed to Dui-san, who was standing next to him on the right, and asked the elders to indicate her strength. The elder of the 5 Elements sect said that the spiritual flow phase is an indicator of the current level. Zhong Dai said that no one has been using such terms for a long time. Dui-san is not far from the breakthrough to the 3rd level. The water sect elder named the 2nd level according to his definitions. Her neighbor screamed angrily. For him, it was an incomprehensible set of words. Ye Tian raised his hand and said gloomily that their concept of strength is very different. With such differences, it is impossible to work together. Dui-san assumed that the new leader wanted to show the elders the materials he had read before. The young man smiled warmly, revealing that she was studying not only the sword spirit, but also the origin of spiritual energy. The girl blushed, embarrassed. She timidly pointed a finger at herself, asking incredulously if it was really that important. Ye Tian stated that he intended to reorganize the spiritual system of the Hua state. These will have to be handled by Dui-san. The girl bowed, saying that she would be grateful for the advice. The elder of the 5 Elements nodded and suggested starting a discussion. Dui-san jumped up, forming a blue spiral with a dot at the top. This is where the assessment of a person's spiritual strength begins. A dazzling white circle appeared behind the girl. She said that she had spent half of her spiritual energy. Her strength was about 80 points. The elder of the Five Elements sect clenched his fist. Everyone saw a purple glow. He said that a third of his strength is 150 points. The elder dragon hunter bowed to the new leader of the Hua state and said that she would like to see his strength. Yetian smiled. He agreed to show 20% of his spiritual energy on the condition that it remained between them. Rising from his chair, the young man extended his hand upward. Everything around shone with bright blue stars in endless blue space. Dui-san looked at the master in admiration. She had previously only read in books about the power of the vast universe. Yetian's true strength is hard to even imagine. The girl smiled embarrassedly. For her, everything happened as if in a dream. Dui-san never thought that such a strong person would become her mentor. Yetian reminded the disciple that she had also conducted many magical experiments and had a wealth of experience to share. Dui-san became even more embarrassed and bowed her head, muttering that she did not want to talk about them as an insignificant achievement. The elder of the 8-diagram sect thoughtfully said that he knew many of the geniuses of the Hua state. He is ashamed that he has not heard about the girl before. Dui-san waved her hands, explaining that she was mainly concerned with theory. It was only natural that the elder did not know about her. Elder Zhang bowed to the girl, reminding her that understanding cultivation methods is more important than dry practice, and asked her to tell her more. Seeing the elder's sincere respect for her, the disciple became worried and fearfully asked Yetian to help her. The young man smiled, asking Dui-san not to panic. He himself will show everything in practice. The girl will only comment. Raising the sword up, Yetian asked him to show some moves. Yugu was overjoyed. He would finally be able to prove himself. A flame appeared at the tip of the raised blade. It flared up in a circle more and more intensely, and reached several meters in diameter. Dui-san created a fiery arc with one finger and explained that it would take 1 point of ki to do so if she had a fiery spiritual root. Otherwise, more energy will be consumed. The young man created a circle with a golden glow. Upon learning that this would require 2 ki points, one of the elders boastfully stated that he did not have to worry about large losses of energy. Zhang Dai thoughtfully admitted that some spells had been difficult for her before, but she did not connect this with her attributes. The elder of the 8-diagram sect said that this was true. He himself has a metallic spiritual root. Spells with other attributes require twice as much ki. The room was filled with bright light. Stammering, the girl admitted that she needed to think a little. She could not answer right away. The source of light was the heavenly stone. Yetian told the elders that this rare treasure could absorb the spiritual ki energy of heaven and earth. The bald elder said in surprise that this was true. He himself feels that the treasure absorbs energy. Returning the glowing stone to his palm, the young man asked how the elders, who had honed their skills for years, could not understand the wonders of heaven and earth. The elder of the 8-diagram sect laughed joyfully. During the meeting, he learned more than in 10 years of painstaking training. The 2 elders quietly discussed the heavenly stone among themselves. Any of them would gladly give up all the sect's treasures for him. Clenching the stone in his fist, Yetian stated that he understood their intentions. He is willing to share heavenly stones and ancient books on one condition. The elder of the 5 Elements sect admitted that this is so. Nothing can be hidden from him. The man asked what this condition was. Yetian sat on his throne and demanded that the spiritual chi system be abolished, replacing it with the hierarchy that Dui-san had voiced. The young man raised his index finger, saying he wanted to promote it as a global standard. The elders must be the pioneers in this direction. Dui-san nodded shyly. After the current meeting, it won't be difficult for her to convince her Bagua sect. Zhang Dai blushed a little and stated that her dragon hunting squad was ready to follow the new rules. Yetian waited patiently until all 7 elders swore that they would spread the new spiritual chi system. As he left the hall, the elder of the 8-diagram sect said that he had received the best advice over the years. Zhang Dai recalled that it was she who found the young man as a mentor for her sect. They both snorted contemptuously and simultaneously turned away from each other. Each of them wanted to become closer friends with the great master. Yu Sheng and his disciples approached the elders and asked where the ruler was. They urgently need to show the young man something. Zhang Dai pointed towards the office. She guessed that Yetian was talking to Dui-san, the descendant of the Sword of the Immortals. Linger and Qin held hands and ran. They could not allow their rival to win the master's favor. Elder Zhang asked Yu Sheng why so many girls are chasing the guy. He is also handsome. The man replied that they really had something to do with the guy. Hearing the familiar voice, Yu Sheng raised his head. Yetian asked what exactly he wanted to show him and Dui-san. Both students joyfully held the master's hands. Yu Sheng said that at the sight of the young man's battle with Lin Nan, he discovered a strange bead. Yetian asked interestedly to show this thing. The man had to turn away to hide his tears. He was offended that such beauties were chasing the young man. Yu Sheng took out a package and warned that there was something wrong with her aura. He wanted to seal it first, just in case. The man unwrapped the package, inside of which lay a black ball. He asked the master to check this thing. Ye Tian picked up a ball with a purple glow. He stated that something was wrong with him. He felt evil energy. Dui-san worriedly touched the mark on her neck and stated that it was not a mistake. The aura belonged to the Demon King. The girl timidly said that she could use the ball to increase the power of the sword. Ye Tian said in surprise that this item was very dangerous. Turning around, the young man said that there was no need to make hasty decisions. When Dui-san touches the Demon King's aura, the marks on her body make themselves known. Yugu admitted that he wouldn't mind raising the level, but the black ball looks ominous. He's afraid it will only do harm. Chin advised leaving it if the process is so painful. Yu Shang reminded the girl that she had promised to advance the standards of spiritual qi. Ye Tian added that he himself had a plan to improve the sword, so she shouldn't risk her health. Dui-san bowed and reminded her that Ye Tian had saved her life at one time. In addition, she has an important task ahead of her. Almost crying, the girl admitted that the leader of the state had done so much for her that she would never be able to repay the young man. Ye Tian took his interlocutor's hand and said that he trusted her with his sword. Dui-san looked at him timidly, feeling very embarrassed. The girl carefully took the dark ball with a purple glow with both hands, shyly promising to justify the trust in her. Yu Shang pretended not to notice anything and bowed his head down. In fact, he realized that Dui-san was not indifferent to the young man. Reaching into his inner pocket, the man suggested that the student and the master had known each other for a long time, so he wanted to offer something. Yu Shang took out a ball very similar to the first one. He explained to the girl that this amulet would reduce pain when improving the sword. Dui-san turned to her mentor excitedly. She knew that the amulet was very rare and asked what she should do. Ye Tian began to persuade the man to take the ball, but he stopped the young man with an imperious gesture and asked for an opportunity to do something good for him. The young ruler laughed. Dui-san will really need the talisman bead, so he won't refuse to help. Yu Shang happily patted the young man on the shoulder, declaring that Ye Tian had made the only right decision and would not regret it. The mentor turned to his students and asked to borrow a certain amount of resources for a while, promising to return them in full with treasures. Ling stated that this was her gift to the master. Chin also didn't want to hear anything about returning resources back. Dui-san bowed her head, holding the sword close to her. She admitted that the Sword Immortal clan was almost destroyed and they would not survive without outside help. Ye Tian touched the girl's shoulder, promising to go to the Immortal Sword Mountain after improving the blade. He will help you understand that story. Dui-san burst into tears of happiness and wiped her tears with her fist. She said that she trusted the ruler and would do what he asked. Ye Tian warned Yugu that he had to leave him for a while. The sword spirit promised not to miss its owner. He will become stronger. The young man told the students that he was leaving matters to them and waved his hand, turning his back. The girls unanimously wished him a quick return. Returning to the city, Ye Tian first went to the bar where Li Siyu worked. The young man remembered that he had not come here for a long time. The waiter immediately recognized the man and greeted him cordially. Ye Tian saw that he was truly welcome here. Shiyu turned in surprise with a bottle in her hands to the young people. She couldn't believe her luck. The young man had finally returned. The girl said in confusion that she no longer hoped to meet him. Ye Tian admitted that he came on business and wanted to ask for one favor. After placing the bottle on the table, Shiyu embarrassedly asked what exactly he needed. For the sake of the young man, she was ready to do anything. Ye Tian handed her a small black case and asked her to keep it with her until Tang Shu'er came for it. Shiyu screamed in surprise when she heard the familiar name. She guessed that that woman meant a lot to Ye Tian. The young man hastily said goodbye, saying that he had a lot to do, and thanked him for the service rendered. Shiyu looked sadly at the young man leaving. She decided that she must definitely ask him and stop torturing herself with guesses. Ye Tian walked quickly along the sidewalk. Shiyu ran out of the bar and shouted out of breath that she wanted to know something. The young man did not even turn to her and gloomily advised her not to ask anything, otherwise her life would always be in danger. Shiyu stopped, almost crying with resentment, and asked in a choked voice where he intended to go now. Ye Tian continued to walk forward. Softening his voice a little, he said that he had to pay a visit to the Tang family company. The girl kept watching the young man with a sad look. Without turning around, Ye Tian promised her that they would meet again. Seeing Ye Tian in his fighting outfit, many employees became noisy. They couldn't believe that this was the young master. The men in suits glanced furtively at the young man. One of them said in bewilderment that he himself looked much older. The visitor paid no attention to anyone. He walked to the reception desk and asked to tell Tang Shu'er that Ye Tian had kept his promise. The girl smiled warmly and asked him to wait in the reception area while she reported his request to the authorities. Ye Tian smiled back at the administrator and thanked him for his polite attitude towards the company's visitors. A friend immediately ran up to the girl. She really wanted to know why the administrator was so kind to this guy. She herself could not explain her behavior. She admitted that the stranger seemed to force her to obey. The girls looked after the departing guy. The administrator said that it was none of their business. The chairman's daughter clearly knew him personally. Yetian sat down in a soft chair, remembering his last visit. Then, because of his carelessness, Shu-er almost got hurt. The young man closed his eyes. The entire situation in the waiting room became transparent. He could understand where the illusion began and ended. Outside the doors, a blue aura suddenly appeared, floating through the air. Yetian found himself thinking that these outlines seemed very familiar. The clicking sound of heels grew closer. The young man continued to sit with his eyes closed when he heard a joyful cry. Opening his eyes, Yetian saw his embarrassed girlfriend and happily said that he was very happy to see her. Shu-er said that she had to take over the management of the company due to her father's illness. She exclaimed proudly that everything worked out. Stuttering, the girl blushed and said that it was all her fault. Yetian said that she was doing a great job. Wang Hao would not come here for another 6 months. Tang Shu-er roared with joy and blushed even more. The girl really wanted the boy to see how she had matured. Yetian closed his eyes and said that he could just turn away and not look at the tears. She has done a lot for Tang Company. The girl cleaned herself up and thanked the guest. Now she has confidence. Besides, his father can meet him now. Tang Shu-er immediately understood what this heavy silence meant. Yetian admitted that he had to go. He had a lot to do. The girl talked about her first meeting with him. Even then, she singled out Yetian from others, but forgot that heroes belong to humanity and not to one person. Shu-er smiled. She knows that she cannot force the young man to stay, but she wants to ask him to fulfill her wish. The girl timidly began to talk about the day when the mission would be completed. Yetian interrupted her and promised that he would definitely find time for Shu-er. She raised her head in surprise and exclaimed that the man, in a strange way, was able to find out about her secret desire. Yetian handed her his little finger and asked her to swear on it. As for the desire, he was always sure that Shu-er wanted it. The girl extended her finger, and the young people clasped their little fingers. Yetian solemnly promised to return to Tang Shu-er. Li Shiyu witnessed this scene and now reproached herself for following the young man. Everything turned out to be not so simple. In her hands, the girl had a brown bag, with evidence that a conspiracy was already being prepared against the Tang Company. She wanted to help Shu-er fight off her ill-wishers, and at the same time understand why Yetian was so attached to this girl. Shiyu sat on a dais near the entrance to the office, and sadly thought that the young man was unlikely to like this. Coming out of the building, Yetian saw his friend and laughed. He noticed her aura back in the office and now realized that he was not mistaken. The girl guiltily said that she should not have gotten involved in his personal life, and now she reproaches herself for this. The young man said that he was to blame for not telling her everything. Yetian stated that he would feel safer if the girls were together. Shiyu closed her eyes, quietly saying that this always happens. The young man somehow finds out about everything himself. Yetian handed her a gold sign in the form of a hexagonal star and explained that he would come to the rescue if it was broken. The girl looked at the yellow sign with interest and promised that she would reliably guard Shu-er. She wished the young man to return unharmed. When Shiyu raised her head, Yetian had already left the Tang Company territory. She could only sigh and wish the young man good luck. The young man was walking through the evening park, looking at the plants. He remembered that he often came here as a child. Someone's muffled scream was heard to the right. Yetian turned around, still thinking about how things had changed over the years. The young man could not stay away. In addition, he felt bad spiritual energy nearby. In the depths of the park, 3 young men were beating the 4th, gloatingly reminding him of his arrogance. Chen Yun coughed and stated that he was still cocky. One of the opponents kicked the victim in the face, angrily exclaiming that they shouldn't talk like that. They communicate with famous people. Chen Yun stated that he didn't care. The man stepped on his face and declared that Yetian himself was their boss. The boy said that his best friend's name is exactly the same. They're just making themselves look bad. Yetian couldn't believe it. Even he did not see himself as a leader, and some insolent people were already oppressing the townspeople in his name. The young man angrily created a shot cloud of energy, representing a white core with 3 blue swirling streams. The hooligans screamed and flew away under the influence of the blast wave. The master angrily said that his name should not have been used. The victim was still lying on the ground, trying to get up. Yetian stated that there is no need to behave aggressively if the opponent is much stronger. Wiping the abrasions on his face, the boy proudly said that everything was fine with him. He could defeat a dozen more enemies. Suddenly, the beaten man realized who was standing in front of him. He cried out in surprise that he recognized the guy. It was Yetian himself. The fat man happily said that they had not seen each other for a very long time, and reminded him that his name was Chen Yun. He asked if the man remembered him. Yetian smiled and said that he immediately remembered him. Everyone at school still called the guy Fat Chen. He laughed and assumed that the young man had returned to show respect to his grandfather. Everyone knows that Ye Tian has gone to Yin City to study. The young man gloomily said that it was time to visit the grave, remembering that the old man had died almost 10 years ago. Chen Yun happily patted his friend on the shoulder, promising to join him in 2 days. He would like to treat him to a barbecue. Ye Tian remembered how his grandfather spent almost all his time studying books. The boy received little attention as a child. The young man smiled. He still remembered the blue cover of one of the books. She urged adherents to study the formula of the ancient elixir. That day, grandfather also studied the ancient tome. The boy became very hungry and asked the old man when they would eat. The man said that he was very busy and could not cook. He invited Ye Tian to buy himself some cakes. The boy clenched his fists angrily, declaring that even the stove was much more important to his grandfather than his own grandson. Chen Yun admitted that he was already tired of eating those cakes. The guy asked his friend with interest what it smelled like in that hot oven. Ye Tian had never been interested in the stove. He only knew that the old man valued it very much. The young man invited the guest to open it. Without waiting for an invitation, Chen Yun quickly opened the lid and pulled out 2 black balls and joyfully declared that there was just one for everyone. The young man hoped that his friend would not tell his grandfather about this. Ye Tian stated that he would be as silent as a fish. Suddenly there was a strong release of energy. The stove fell on its side and the lid rolled across the floor with a clang. The old man immediately turned towards the noise, suspecting evil. He frightenedly called out to his grandson and his friend, but no one responded. When grandfather ran into the room, both boys were lying unconscious on the floor. The man leaned over them, trying to ask what happened. Chen Yun coughed, and a black ball flew out of his mouth. The old man now understood everything. He immediately recognized the pill he was working on. The man looked at his grandson worriedly. He could not allow Ye Tian to lose his life in this way. The old man sat down on a chair, placing his grandson on his lap, and began the process of purifying the boy's spiritual energy. After a while, Ye Tian opened his eyes. Strange visions came to him. Everything was in a blue fog. The boy immediately demanded that he was hungry. In confirmation of this, his stomach growled angrily. The old man burst into tears of joy and hugged the boy to himself. He was immensely happy that he was able to save his grandson. Ye Tian wiped his grandfather's tears, asking him not to cry. He said that he had a dream about an immortal old man who saved his life. The man promised to cook some noodles. He remembered that for many years he tried to protect his son from the influence of the magical world, but chance pushed his grandson to this universe. The old man bowed his head dejectedly, closing his eyes. He did not want to believe that this was destined by fate itself. And now Chen Yun was holding in his hand a bag with exactly the same cakes that they enjoyed in childhood, and declared that he could eat them himself. The young man had no time for this. Remembering his childhood, Ye Tian realized that his grandfather created pills to help him practice magic. He asked if Chen Yun remembered how they stole 2 black pills from the furnace. The old man then became very agitated. The guy was so surprised that he even lowered his hand with the cake. He asked in confusion why Ye Tian remembered this. The young man sadly said that after that, his grandfather never returned to creating wonderful drugs. Chen Yun thoughtfully remembered that the old man asked him to keep his notes on the preparation of pills for him. Ye Tian cried out in shock. The secret had been very close for many years. He excitedly asked the young man where those notes were now. Chen Yun answered in bewilderment that everything was at his home. The old man did not ask about them, and he himself almost forgot about it. Ye Tian quickly walked forward, saying that they needed to find those records. Chen Yun looked at his old friend in surprise, holding a bag of cakes in his hands. When the young people returned to Chen Yun's house, it was already quite late. The windows no longer lit on any of the 3 floors. Since the notes were supposed to be in some kind of box, the friends turned the contents of all the boxes out onto the floor, but found nothing. Activating his magical vision, Ye Tian remembered that all this happened shortly before his grandfather's death. It was as if he had a presentiment of his death. Chen Yun scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. He was sure the notes were kept here somewhere, but he couldn't remember where. Bending down, Ye Tian took out a small brown box and assumed that all the recipes were inside it. Chen Yun exclaimed in admiration that this was the same box. He gave a thumbs up, pleased with his friend's guess. The box was sealed with the image of a pentagonal star, with multicolored stones attached to its rays. Chen Yun asked to look at her. Those elements symbolized the 4 well-known elements. The old man attached gold to the 5th element. Ye Tian couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed in surprise that this was the same seal of the 5 elements. Chen Yun impatiently stated that he was not interested in what kind of seal it was. He asked me to quickly open the box. Ye Tian was in no hurry to do this because he guessed the secret. If the seal is not broken, the entire contents of the box will be lost forever. When the young man put his palm to the seal, a quiet whistle was heard. The elements of gold and earth were illuminated with a bright yellow glow. Chen Yun angrily asked what he was muttering and snatched the box from his friend's hands. He said that he would open it himself. The fat man poked at one of the elements at random. It turned out to be fire. There was a cracking sound and his finger almost caught fire. Yetian couldn't believe his eyes. His friend broke the seal. The young man assumed that Chen Yun was practicing magic. He whistled displeasedly, causing the fire to go out, and admitted that he was always annoyed by the ability to set things on fire. The seal elements began to spin in a circle, and a yellow core appeared inside. Chen Yun exclaimed happily that the box was open. Yetian gloomily remembered that pill. A small piece of it was enough to give the little boy magical powers. Chen Yun opened the box impatiently. Inside was a black notebook in which all processes should be described. The young man leafed through the diary, but the pages were blank. He began to leaf through it feverishly, but did not find a single entry. Chen Yun angrily threw the notebook aside, saying that he was very tired. They wasted too much time, and it was all in vain. Yetian bent down and picked up his grandfather's notes. He was sure that the diary should not be empty. Most likely they missed something. Chen Yun angrily kicked the box closest to him out of anger and assumed that the old man had simply fooled them. The young man activated the invisible rays of magical vision and opened the notebook. He believed that his grandfather simply hid the records from outsiders. After some time, the first lines appeared on the white pages, which turned into hieroglyphs. Yetian thought triumphantly that he was right. These texts are available only to those who practice the magical arts. The young man activated a magical blue hexagon inscribed in a purple circle. He stared at the notes that hung in the air, trying to understand their secret meaning. Chen Yun saw the changes in the revealed records and exclaimed in admiration that Yetian was still able to do this. The young man turned around with displeasure, asking not to distract him from studying the notes. When he reads it, he will tell you everything. Chen Yun frowned, folding his arms over his chest. He reproachfully stated that the guy could have at least thanked his best friend. Yetian did not listen to him. He had just learned that to gain power, he needed to create spiritual pills and seal them inside a container. The young man suddenly slammed the notebook shut, exclaiming that he finally understood everything. It turned out that he had been using the wrong method all this time. Chen Yun looked at his friend in surprise. He didn't understand at all how Yetian could realize his mistake so quickly. The man continued to speak in riddles, and instead of explaining, he tapped his friend on the shoulder, asking him to borrow his stove. The young people left the room. Chen Yun stated that Yetian was acting strangely and should finally explain what was going on here. The guy's stove was not as big as Yetian's grandfather's. The young man lit a blue flame and immediately realized that due to various factors, the pills could have their own differences. The owner asked in bewilderment why he needed the stove. They had recently eaten. Plus, it may not be entirely edible. Yetian lifted the furnace lid, causing the flames to rise higher, and patiently explained that he was going to create a drug in the furnace. Chen Yun laughed, folding his arms across his chest. Yetian now seemed to him like an ancient emperor who believed in the existence of the elixir of immortality. The young man, without a trace of a smile, declared that he really could make his friend immortal. He just needed to try the pill. Yetian smiled as he looked at the black pill that was in his palm. The method of its creation turned out to be simple and surprising. Chen Yun looked at his friend in disbelief, holding a black ball between his fingers. He did not believe that the pill could give immortality. Yetian smiled, offering to try the drug. After consuming it, Chen Yun will be able to control the spontaneous combustion of objects. The owner decided that it couldn't get any worse anyway, and cheerfully threw the pill into his mouth, winking at the young man. Light green streams of energy spiraled around the guy. Chen Yun exclaimed that he had already felt the changes. He felt much better. Yetian turned to the front door, saying that he was going to visit the cemetery. He invited the owner to join him. The young people walked for a long time along a wide path among the mountain forest, until Chen Yun exclaimed that he was very tired and could not go further. Turning around, Yetian saw his friend out of breath. He thought that it was not worth involving the guy in the practice of magical arts. The young man turned away dissatisfied, wondering what to do next with his friend. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion. Yetian noticed a transparent bluish smoke rising from the forest, and worriedly remembered that this was where his grandfather's grave was located. The young man rushed straight there, trying to understand who owned such enormous power. He suspected that the Demon King was involved. Unfortunately, the worst happened. At the site of the old man's grave, there was a deep crater, at the bottom of which a broken tombstone could be seen. Yetian was beside himself with anger and shouted angrily that he would make that impudent person whose hand rose to desecrate his grandfather's grave pay. The young man was well aware of this quiet rustling and bluish smoke. This unmistakably indicated that the Supreme Demon King was nearby. Yetian took off, saying that he had to check the area as quickly as possible. Chen Yun tried to keep up with him. The young man quickly created a blue shock ball. The opponent turned out to be faster. The deadly rays hit the place where he stood before the jump. Not even a few seconds had passed before the dark silhouette jumped over the tall bushes in one leap. Only the rustling of leaves betrayed its movement. At the place of escape, Yetian found several quadrangular silver stars. It turned out that the Demon King had been following them for a long time. Chen Yun was finally able to catch up with his friend. Out of breath, the guy asked if they managed to catch the Demon King. The young man turned away and admitted that the villain managed to escape. Chen Yun exclaimed that his grandfather's grave had been desecrated. The young people went down into the dug grave. The tombstone was broken. The lid pulled to the side revealed an empty coffin. Yetian angrily slammed his fist on the grass next to the empty coffin. He cursed himself for not coming here sooner. The young man fell to his knees, apologizing to his grandfather for his lateness. Chen Yun only now realized that the roar was coming from here. Yetian roared, not embarrassed by his friend's presence. He reproached himself for not being able to preserve even the remains of his grandfather. At this moment, a small brown pill slipped out of a poorly closed pouch in Yetian's pocket onto the grass. A blue glow appeared around the broken tombstone. Chen Yun asked, puzzled, what was going on with the tombstone. The glow became brighter. Powerful rays burst out from the tombstone. When they touched Yetian, the guy completely disappeared. Chen Yun stopped understanding anything. He grabbed his head in concern, declaring that he was already tired from this crazy day. The silhouette of a man appeared not far away. Without turning around, the grandfather's spirit assumed that Yetian had come to visit him. The young man decided that this was a good sign. Most likely the old man wants him to continue his magical research. Yetian happily greeted his grandfather's spirit. The spirit of the old man smiled warmly at his grandson. He had grown a lot during their separation. The ghost put his hand on the young man's shoulder, apologizing for not passing on his knowledge earlier. Magic is very dangerous. He could not afford to drag his grandson into this. Yetian stated that this is not entirely true. In fact, fate itself decreed that he began to practice magic. The spirit said that for a very long time he doubted what to do. He decided to enclose a piece of his soul in his tombstone. The ghost took his grandson by the hand and told him that their family fought against the clan of the Demon King. After this, he had to leave the magical world. Yetian showed a small brown box, guessing that it was because of this that the old man was reluctant to teach him magic. The old man's spirit said sadly that the Demon King's seal would soon be broken. He wanted to seal it himself, without dragging his grandson into it. The young man interrupted the old man, clenching his fists angrily, and finished speaking for him. The king's puppets discovered grandfather's plan and came to destroy the remains. The ghost turned away, reminding his grandson that the path of magic is full of difficulties. The young man should think carefully about this. Yetian surrounded himself with streams of blue energy and swore to his grandfather's spirit that he would make the entire Demon King clan pay for their actions. Seeing his friend safe and sound, Chen Yun happily ran up to him. He was glad that the young man had finally returned. Yetian did not say a word and turned away, a tear streaming down his cheek. Chen Yun asked in surprise what happened and what he intended to do next. The young man angrily clenched his fists and angrily replied that he intended to make the grave desecrators who dug up the bones of his grandfather pay with blood. A loud sound was heard above the forest, like the flapping of wings. Raising his head, Yetian saw the black silhouettes of creatures moving towards the immortal sword mountain. The young man realized that now it was his time to protect his grandfather, and moved after his opponents. Chen Yun asked in surprise where he was going. Yetian turned his head to his friend, gloomily declaring that he had better go home. He goes to the immortal sword mountain for retribution. Chen Yun asked if he recognized the villain's name. The guy readily offered his friends to help. Yetian said that this is a little different. Seeing an incredibly bright flash in the sky, Chen Yun asked in fear what was happening. He assumed the grave robbers had returned. The young man laughed and reassured his friend. This time it was not the Demon King's minions who came to them, but his friends. Dui-san descended from heaven on a sword and joyfully announced that she had fulfilled her promise. The spirit of the blade had finally reached the highest level. Chen Yun laughed. He actually thought that these were Yetian's friends, but only a little girl came down from the sky. The young man asked to forgive his friend for the insult. He simply did not understand anything. Yetian asked Dui-san why she came to this place. The girl showed a sword, around which a purple glow formed. He gained the ability to read the master's thoughts and learned that he was in danger. As soon as he found himself in the hands of the owner, Yugu shouted in fear that he was hearing about this for the first time, but he didn't say anything like that. The young man was glad that the sword became more gentle. Dui-san bowed shyly and said that she was simply following an ancient technique. Chen Yun listened to the conversation and began to realize that he had made a big mistake. He worriedly suggested that Yetian was a big boss. The young man turned to his friend, saying that the guy shouldn't know much. It could ruin his life. He promises to keep his friendship forever. Chen Yun watched in surprise as his friend flew towards the immortal sword mountain on his blade, while the girl simply flew through the air next to him. He angrily shouted after Ye Tian that he shouldn't brag like that in front of him. One day he will become the best magician in the area. The purple silhouettes became smaller and smaller in the night sky. Ye Tian shouted that Chen Yun should go to the dragon hunters and tell him about his friendship with him. The immortal sword mountain was completely surrounded by a bluish fog. The young people landed and looked around. Ye Tian noticed the girl's anxiety and calmed her down by placing his hand on her shoulder. He recalled that this is Dui-san's home place. She quickly apologized for having to make stops due to her fault, and said that she was ready to continue on her way. The young man looked at the statues of divine guardian beasts and asked Dui-san not to rush. These animals look a little different than before. Ye Tian raised his hand upward, activating his divine vision. The large blue cross above his hand illuminated the entire space around him. When the rays reached the statue with the dragon, its eyes glowed with red, ominous lights. Dui-san exclaimed that they were possessed. She ran away, giving the young man an example, and told him that these statues were installed as a protective barrier for the divine gates. Fleeing from persecution, the young people jumped onto the sword. Yu Gu shouted indignantly that he didn't look like an elevator. When everything calmed down, the guy and the girl went down to the statues. Dui-san stated that they needed to find the eye of the barrier. Otherwise, they would not be able to get inside. The young man smiled smugly, raising his sword up and activating a lightning bolt. He knew how to find what they needed. It seemed that the whole sky consisted of many electrical discharges. The lightning emanating from the sword spread across the sky and smashed the statues into fragments. After a series of loud explosions, the sky was illuminated by such a bright flash that Dui-san involuntarily covered her eyes with her hand. When it became quiet around, the girl dared to open her eyes and asked if it was possible to break the defense. Yu Gu proudly stated that it couldn't be otherwise. It was not in vain that he raised his level. Ye Tian smiled faintly, feeling powerful streams of energy emanating in a spiral from the owner. The spirit of the sword declared that it was glad to be near him. Dui-san laughed loudly and thoughtfully admitted that she could only cultivate the spirit of the sword, but did not know how to develop its character. Ye Tian stated that he only wanted a sword without bad intentions. He invited the girl to continue on her way, saying that they had lost a lot of time. Noticing Ye Tian lowering his sword, Yu Gu indignantly asked him not to look down on him. He is truly amazing. Dui-san at this time bent over the destroyed statues, begging her ancestors to forgive her for some inconvenience. He said that he had brought the master to remove the curse. An elder's voice rang out in the sky. The man said that their mission had been completed, and now everything depended on the girl herself. Having caught up with the young man, Dui-san continued her journey to the Temple of the Immortal Sword. After some time, they found themselves at the entrance to the sanctuary. The girl said worriedly that she guessed the plans of the Demon King. Most likely he needs one of the holy weapons. Ye Tian decisively opened the temple door, inviting the girl to follow him in. Yu Gu said that it was quite dark inside. It was suspicious. A series of loud bangs were heard in the building. The sword spirit exclaimed that he was not mistaken. It was indeed a trap. Flying over the temple, Ye Tian exclaimed in bewilderment that someone had activated a protective barrier against him. Dui-san noticed that two giant hands of dark green color were reaching out to the young man, and she screamed, warning the master in fear. The huge palms closed with a deafening sound. Ye Tian angrily shouted to the giant that no one could stop him. The master rushed to the attack, leaving his double behind as bait. Yu Gu exclaimed in admiration that his master's energy had become purer. The monster's hands reached out to meet his opponent, ignoring the golden sword that slid under them. It seemed like a toy compared to the giant hands. The giant noticed his mistake too late. The golden sword circled his hands several times, wrapping a golden thread around his wrists. Ye Tian ordered the monster's hands to be tied. The golden sword whistled through the air, securely tightening the magical threads. The dark green giant, whose only foot exceeded human height, growled angrily and tore the threads, spreading his arms to the sides. The eyes glowed ominously with green lights. Dui-san immediately noticed the golden bracelets on the monster's legs, and exclaimed with concern that this was an immortal sword spirit collection ring. Yu Gu noticed that the girl was about to attack the giant and quickly flew up to her to offer his help. Dui-san rushed towards her opponent with a sword, exclaiming that she could not allow the Demon King to take possession of their relic. The giant growled displeasedly and bowed his head with a horn, looking intently at the insignificant person who was resisting. Ye Tian pulled the girl back in time, asking her to calm down. He asked to take a closer look. The enemy had not yet reached the peak of his development. The young man looked contemptuously at the growling demon and declared that this could not be the Demon King. Most likely, this is his puppet. The giant raised his head victoriously and shouted that he had managed to get the sacred weapon. His body began to disappear in thick clouds of gray smoke. Ye Tian quickly threw his fishbone sword at the enemy, demanding that the villain be stopped immediately. The demon's weapon, glowing crimson, also had its own spirit. The evil ghost of the blade joyfully responded to the order to destroy the enemy. Yu Gu was confident in his invulnerability and declared that he would block the enemy. As the swords clashed, he cried out in pain. Ye Tian said thoughtfully that the demon will fight to the end. Dui-san was also sure that they were lucky. In a few minutes, the Demon King would be standing in this place. Yu Gu was just trying to defeat his opponent. He shouted indignantly that the enemy was quite strong, and this was not all his power. 2 more huge arms grew from the giant's shoulder blades. The sword spirit screamed that it couldn't handle it. It needed help. The giant activated the water dragon's roar. A huge monster immediately grew behind him, resembling a pillar of water from a distance. The Demon King's minion slowly moved forward, throwing fierce blows. Ye Tian barely had time to jump back. Suddenly, the young man realized that he was on the very edge of a high cliff. There was simply nowhere to retreat further. The giant also understood perfectly well that he had driven the guy into a dead end, and triumphantly rushed forward. There was a fiery trench under his sword. Dui-san almost roared when she saw her opponent's superiority. Unfortunately, she could do nothing to help the young man. To the monster's surprise, Ye Tian was right above him on his sword. Having created a blue sphere, the young man said that for a puppet, he had a good reaction. The giant angrily rushed forward, slapping his hands. Ye Tian managed to escape, mockingly declaring that nothing would help him. Having activated a golden circle with spells near the back of the monster's head, the young man remembered that in a past life, he would have calmly dealt with the Demon King. The giant sensed danger and summoned a portal in the form of a huge black funnel. Ye Tian laughed. It was too late to run. Dui-san looked at the leader of the Hua state with caution. She mentally begged him to be at least a little more careful. This monster is very dangerous. The young man seemed to read her thoughts and ran towards the giant, declaring that in fact it was just a harmless puppet. Ye Tian ran around his opponent and loudly snapped his fingers. The sky immediately brightened after the blinding flash. The Demon King's henchman stopped in bewilderment, looking at his feet. The yellow core underneath him exploded at the same moment. The monster howled in resentment when he realized that he had been lured into a trap. A powerful flash of gold illuminated everything around the giant. The monster was torn into pieces not far from the escape portal. A golden arc stretched from the young man's sword. He stated that the Demon King would not be able to withstand the power of yin and yang. Flying away forever through the blood-black portal, the henchman cried out in resentment that Wang Hao had promised him the sacred body of yin. Ye Tian placed a forbidden seal on the portal with a white cross and swore that he would never allow it to return. The demon let out a weak growl. All the sacred artifacts that belonged to the Sword Immortal clan fell to the ground. Dui-san bent in surprise over the blades, which had been the subject of legends for many generations. Ye Tian was holding a piece of paper with the name Wang Hao in his hands. He thought triumphantly that it was time to pay the bills. Dui-san fell to her knees in front of the pile of sacred weapons, folding her palms in supplication. She stated that she could not protect the weapons of her ancestors. The golden bracelet moved from its place, moved by a gray, barely noticeable fog that enveloped all the captured weapons. Dui-san happily assumed that these were her ancestors. Thin streams of tears appeared on her cheeks. Suddenly, Yu Gu blocked her path, explaining that the sacred weapon had been corrupted by the spiritual power of the Demon King. She might die if she touches him. Ye Tian put his hand on the girl's shoulder with authority, saying that it was true. She better calm down and pull herself together, Dui-san sadly said, turning her head. That she couldn't give up this weapon so easily. This is all that remains of their clan. The young man enclosed all the sacred weapons in a golden spiral and asked the girl to just cast the required spell. Dui-san was noticeably nervous, afraid of making a mistake. The situation was aggravated by the fact that Yu Gu constantly urged her on. When the liquidation process began, the elder of the Immortal Sword Clan praised the student. She completed the task. The girl almost began to cry. She admitted that she came here too late. All this time, her ancestors were forced to suffer. The spirit of the elder stated that a catastrophe was inevitable. Dui-san could not influence it. Their sword will be reborn from the flames. The ghost looked thoughtfully at the curved sacred sword, blackened by fire. He said that the Demon King's failure to obtain the weapon was a great success. The elder looked sadly at his beloved sword. Unfortunately, it must be destroyed. Dui-san frightenedly pulled the young man by the sleeve, asking him to explain what happened to her ancestors. The sword spirit still hung above them in the fiery sphere. When the girl came closer, the spirit said that the weapon should not be left in this form. It will bring disaster after being desecrated by the Demon King. The ancestral spirit then turned to Ye Tian, declaring that he would rather fall by the master's hand than be destroyed by the enemy. The young man bowed to the ghost and apologized in advance for what would happen now. he activated a powerful burst of energy. Yugu rushed towards the ancestral spirit from the Sword Immortal clan with the speed of the wind. He steadfastly awaited his fate. The sword spirit cut through the polluted blade and flew on. The weapon was torn to pieces by a powerful explosion. Dui-san vowed to avenge her ancestors. The young man closed his eyes, remembering with sadness how his master's sacred weapon was destroyed in a past life. Dui-san caught part of the spiritual heritage of her ancestors by placing her palms. Yetian stated that the future of the clan is now in her hands. The girl surrounded herself with a fiery spiral and exclaimed that she would give the master the heritage of her ancestors so that he would avenge them. The young man's face was illuminated by a bright fiery flash. The rays emanating from it penetrated the guy's consciousness. Yetian understood that this was a huge sacrifice, and asked Dui-san if she would regret passing on the legacy of her ancestors. Clenching her fists, the girl firmly stated that she would never do this. She knows that in the entire world only Yetian can avenge her. The young man turned away, putting his hands in his pockets. He told his interlocutor that she had too high an opinion of his skill. Dui-san continued to look at his back with secret hope. Yetian seemed to read her thoughts and said that he accepted this order.